Hey peeps, welcome to the Crafty Witch UK, the Wordy Witch UK. Today I am so excited because we are beginning the start of my month-long project of sharing with you my very favourite book whilst also working on this beautiful diamond painting that you can see in front of you. So the diamond painting is called To Grandmother's House We Go. It is by Margareta Yomalieva. I apologise if I've said that wrong. I've done much practicing and I'm still not sure. So it's a gorgeous Halloween painting with three lovely kitties that I couldn't say no to. So I'm going to be working on that whilst I share this book with you. The book is Dark Cathedral by Freda Warrington. If you would like to read along with me or grab a copy for yourself, I will say it's a little pricey because it's out of print currently, so you would be looking at buying a second-hand copy. However, it is available very reasonably on Kindle and as an audiobook. So if you want to find out what happens to the rest of the story, then there are ways for you to do that. This is my month of celebrating Freda and her work. I should also say a huge thank you to her for giving me permission to share this book with you. Obviously, without her permission, I wouldn't be able to do that. So let's get started. Prologue. The memory was beautiful. A male and a female, coupling in a Medusa frenzy of limbs and hair and sheened bodies, of hot mouths and insistent hands. A bed of leaf-strewn moss, a canopy of branches, diamonds of white light peeping between the leaves like tiny eyes. Hearts leaping and blood rushing. The forest shimmering, spinning webs of hallucination across her astonished eyes. Another world opening up and the alchemic stars shining through. Her lover, a god or a devil, whispering the lie in her ear. Give yourself to me now, and we'll be together forever. And then the rush, the convulsion, her soul flying out as if caught on a hook. Now he had her, and she was lost, and she didn't care. The dark powers of the earth were shifting around them. Clouds gathered, demons smiled, everything changed. But she didn't see. There was only this moment, like spilled jewels, a flight through paradise with an angel, her lover. Divine the memory. But reality? Reality was hard, painful, and full of blood. The beauty of the memory pricked her with cruel claws. She'd slid into the devil's satin trap. Forbidden pleasure must be punished. Not fair, but it must. Tears ran down her face like rain down the ice-cold window of the bus. Yes, so wonderful, she thought. I know what it's like to trespass on heaven. That was what got me into this mess. She was 15, but she felt like a child. Alone, threatened, sick with fear, Beth stared out of the window and willed the bus to move off. The baby in her arms was 4 days old. Come on, she thought. Please go before they guess where I'm going and come after me. Nearly midnight. The bus was half empty, so Beth had a seat to herself. But the people who were getting on unnerved her. There were green-haired punks with safety pins stuck through their cheeks and noses, women with tiny skirts and coarse, high-pitched voices, and several drunks. And then there were the solitary men who fixed the women with cold, intrusive eyes. Beth had never been in the city centre so late at night before. It was a different world, hostile and aggressive. She rested her head against the glass and looked down her own white, worried reflection, tried to ignore the clouds of smoke, the swearing, the grainy metal stink of the bus. Outside, orange sodium lights shone on the concrete towers of Birmingham. She wished she could ask someone for help. My mother wants to take my baby away and exorcise it. I'm afraid she's going to kill it. My mother thinks my baby and I are possessed by the devil. And maybe she's right, because I'm scared and I have such strange dreams. Impossible. Who would believe her? Who would even care? Beth's only chance of escape had been from the maternity ward. Her parents had kept her a virtual prisoner at home since the day they found out she was pregnant. She had been meant to stay in hospital for a week. She hadn't wanted to leave. The nurses had been kind and she'd felt safe there. Today, though, Beth had begun to panic. What if Mum gets impatient and takes me home early? If I don't go today, I may never get another chance. So after visiting time, Beth had put on her clothes under her dressing gown. When it was dark and quiet, she had slipped out of bed, taken the baby from the nursery as if to feed her, dumped her dressing gown in the ladies' loo, and walked out of the building. And no one had taken the slightest notice. She'd taken almost nothing. A couple of disposable nappies and a can of Coke. That was all. She had £10 and 38 pence after paying her bus fare. But she was going to someone who would help her. 3 rowdy youths got on and came towards Beth, sensing a target for their drunken attentions. But when they saw the baby, they backed off. One of them apologised. Beth held her daughter closer and pressed into her corner. The baby, in a yellow baby grow and white shawl, made soft cat-like cries. Meow, meow. Her small reddish face was serene. She smelled of talc. Beth's parents had wanted to give the baby a biblical name, but Beth called her Irian. It was a Welsh name and meant silver. Beth had her reasons. With a growling shudder, the bus moved into the night. Beth let go of a held breath. The fear kept rising and falling in her throat with sickening insistence. She was too hot, yet she kept shivering. Her rock-hard breasts ached and her stitches were thorns pulling at her tender flesh. I was crazy to run away, she thought. I feel lousy. I don't know how to look after this baby. What if she falls ill? The police will come after us. We won't make it. But I must try. I must. Mum won't take her, even if she's right and Irene has something evil in her. Anguish and fear looped up one after the other. Landmarks slid past. The bullring, the rotunda. The city looked bleak and full of menace. Behind the physical threats, Beth sensed something worse. A threading of psychic darkness, an ancient, shapeless realm of hatred trying to push through and seize her. A police car screamed past the bus, blue lights flashing. Beth's heart accelerated wildly. But the car was off to attend some distant crisis, not her. Then they were away into the suburbs, heading northwards along an A road lined with dingy shops and houses. Most of the city revellers got off before they reached the outskirts. The dozen or so passengers who were staying on to Tamworth were quiet. The growl of the engine, soporific. Too overwrought to sleep, Beth's mind kept dissolving into a muddle of images, the beautiful memories and the ugly ones. You need help with the baby, Beth's mother had said ominously. The child of an evil father is a sinful act. It's bound to be born evil. But Pastor Blair says it can be cleansed. We will help you. Overlaid by earlier memories of her mother laying into Luke, Beth's brother, the terrible unhinged glare in her eyes as she beat the wickedness out of him. Beth clutched the baby protectively, rocking her. Irene's head was covered in thick, dark hair, and she had a distinct personality from birth. Placid, alert, and watchful. Beth hadn't expected that. It was alarming, the weight of responsibility she felt when Irene fixed her dark bluish gaze on Beth's face. Even if Mum's right, I'll protect you, Beth said. But it's nonsense. You're just a baby. How could you be evil? But Beth no longer knew what she believed. She was starving for a word of reassurance or love. Please let us reach Rhiannon, and let Rhiannon help us. Please, God, Goddess, I don't know, but please. Beth began to feel faint. She should have been resting, thinking of O-levels and God's forgiveness for her sins, trying to forget it ever happened, while her mother took charge of Irene's fate. She breathed deeply to stay conscious. The wave passed, and she shivered, fear all around her. Irene began to grizzle louder and louder. Feeling self-conscious and awkward, Beth surreptitiously fed her. The greedy mouth on her nipple hurt. They don't tell you how much it all hurts, Beth thought angrily. And this alien creature, fastened to her, seemed as ruthlessly demanding as a succubus. Rhiannon must help. She's always been so kind to me. But But why didn't I hear a word from her or Morgan all the time I was pregnant? They must know. Don't be stupid, she told herself. How could they get in touch? My parents wouldn't let them. It's my mother's fault, not Rhiannon's. I should have told Morgan months ago, but I was so scared. She isn't just my baby, she's his too. He must accept her. How could he not? Sated at last, the succubus slept. Beth dropped her head, touching her forehead to the baby's. Perhaps I should have you adopted for your own good, but I can't, she whispered. You're ours. Darkness outside the windows now, hedgerows and great shadowy trees in their June foliage, and Beth fell asleep. Darkness in the dream as well. Beth was running away, but they were right behind her with hate-filled faces, her parents and Pastor Blair and Luke. Beth floundered in terror. Fallen from God's grace, hissed the voices, tempted by the devil, fallen, whore, witch. The certainty of capture and punishment blinded her with pure, blistering fire. Beth stumbled, and the fall carried her out of herself and into another realm. Trees around her. All was still and silent, but for the mournful note of the wind. The forest was a great, dark cathedral. Trunks towered into vaulted roof of leaves, emerald and holly green like stained glass. And like a cathedral, the forest was full of solemnity, power, and ghosts. Beth was a disembodied witness. This was more a vision than a dream. She'd had many disturbing visions since the baby was conceived, but never one like this. She saw a young woman running between the trees, dressed in the timeless garments of a peasant, a long dress, an apron tucked up into her belt, a neckerchief and white hood. Her hair had escaped the hood and hung down to her hips, dull gold like corn stalks. She looked about 18. Her face was square and wind-reddened with coarse features, but her dark brown eyes shone with kindness. In her right hand, she carried a thick wooden staff. This woman too was fleeing, and Beth shared her urgency. Beth watched her running deeper into the forest, along tortuous paths where a stranger would soon lose himself. At the heart, Beth saw an ancient squat oak with branches sprawling to the ground, grotesque yet beautiful, robed in its fretted leaves. There was another figure standing by the tree, a girl of about 11, poised and self-contained, with brown hair and a long, drab dress and apron. The sight of her, for no reason, sent shivers through Beth. Seeing the girl, the woman stopped in shock. "Where did you come from?" she asked. "I don't know," said the girl. "I've always been here." The woman's expression turned to wonder. She rushed forward and fell to her knees at the girl's feet, laying the staff down like a sword. "Mistress of the good people, aid me," the woman cried. Intuitive knowledge came to Beth. The child was a spirit, a fairy, maybe a demon, not human. The young woman knew it too, yet she accepted it as if she had expected to meet spirits in the woods. The girl's face was oval, with fine, strong bones and green eyes, the same shade as Beth's. These eyes were grave and bright, but they were not kind. Beth looked at the girl and suddenly knew in a wave of chilling awe. This is my daughter grown up. "I'll aid you if I can," said the girl softly, the faintest note of bewilderment in her voice. "I am here to be your sister." "I'm Gwendolen," said the woman. "Have you a name, good sister?" A pause, as if the fairy child were thinking. "I am called Irene." Gwendolen lifted the staff. "Then I beg you, Irene, help me hide this." "What is it?" "If I show you, you must never tell." "I promise I'll never tell," said Irene. How eerie, her emotionless voice and bright eyes. "Look," said Gwendolen, and she pulled off the knobbly head of the staff and slid a long, thin object out of the hollow. It was a slender horn of ivory, 4 feet long, with 2 candy stripes winding around it from base to tip. Beth saw it in crisp detail. One stripe a frieze of tiny people and animals and trees with minuscule leaves carved in fine detail. The other stripe was gold. In the gloom, The horn shone. It was the loveliest thing Beth had ever seen, but it touched her with an electric needle of dread. The weight of these mysteries roped her down, and the ropes were blood and lead and ice. She wanted to say, "Come away, Irene, if you stay here you'll die," but she couldn't make herself heard and couldn't escape. It brings fertility to the land and to the animals, and to men and women. It is sacred to us, Irene. It is the wand of rebirth, the horn of power. It's sacred. Why must you hide it? There are men who would steal it from us, cold men who want to take everything from us. They must never find it. Never, Irene echoed. Climb the tree and hide it inside the trunk. It will be safe there. The tree is sacred too. Her face eerily lit by the wand's shimmer, she added, Gwendolen, what is it? Don't you know, good sister? It is the horn of a unicorn. Gwendolen slid the horn back inside the staff and replaced the top. As she tucked up her skirts and began to climb the tree, revealing sores on long naked legs, Irene said in a tone of frost, How cruel to the unicorn. Beth woke with a jolt to reality, the lurching motion of the bus, the grinding of the engine. Her neck and head hurt. She must have jolted her head against the glass when she dropped off. And she was tired, so tired, the shrinking of her womb like the worst period pains she had ever endured. Irene, cradled in her lap, slept on. I've always been here, said the days-old baby in her sleep. Her unformed voice curled the words up, but they were clearer than a toddler's first attempts at speech. Terrifyingly clear. Beth didn't react at first. She thought she was still dreaming. The tree is sacred too, said the baby. Beth sat up straight, stricken by a wave of utter horror. This couldn't be happening. Babies didn't speak. Unless... Petrified, she looked around at the other passengers. Surely they must have heard. But if they had, no one looked. Is it me? Have I gone mad? Unless she's possessed by something. Cruel to the unicorn, the baby murmured, and then fell quiet. A black woman of about 60 sitting behind Beth was looking at her with a mixture of sympathy and concern. Did she hear? Beth thought, quickly turning to face forwards again. I daren't ask her. Oh, goddess. Oh, God, help us. The woman leaned forward and tapped her shoulder. How old's the child? 4 months? Beth lied, but she knew even at 4 months, babies did not speak. Months? The woman's eyebrows rose knowingly. She's small for her age, but advanced, eh? She's just babbling. Let me see, said the woman. Obediently, Beth held up the baby, supporting her head. She woke suddenly and gazed at the woman from sleepy eyes, a normal infant of 4 days old once more. The woman looked hard into Beth's eyes, seeming to read her mind. You all right? Do you need any help? Her attention, however, well meant, made Beth feel exposed and in danger. She wanted to be invisible. As a passenger rang the bell and the bus pulled to a stop, Beth panicked. No, we're fine. I have to get off here. Sorry, thank you. Calling the driver to wait, she hurried down the aisle as fast as her torn, stitched body would allow and stepped down onto the pavement. The bus, a 2-tiered capsule of light, went on without her. Faces stared at her from the windows, nosy now that they were safe from having to get involved. Standing up made Beth feel like she might pass out. She was in a street of shops and houses. She felt very alone and frightened, stranded with this tiny, demanding creature, shaken out of her wits by all that had happened. Now she wished she had let the black woman help her. Beth put her shoulders back, hefted the bag in one arm and the baby in the other, and began to walk. I won't give in. Even if Mum's right, I won't give in. But the terror remained inside her, a black stone. At least Beth knew where she was. She'd come this way often enough with her parents, heading for her grandparents' house in the Staffordshire countryside. She was near the centre of Tamworth. She'd meant to stay on the bus until it terminated in the town centre. Instead, she alighted 2 stops early. Didn't make much difference. There would be no more buses out to the village, Lullingford, until morning anyway. She had nearly 5 miles to go to her destination. Common sense told her to take a taxi, but something stopped her. It was a pressure, a wave of command that seemed to emanate from the baby. We must flee. We must not be separated. No one must find us. She didn't want a taxi driver knowing her destination. She wanted simply to disappear into the darkness. "What are you?" Beth whispered. "God, I hope Rhiannon knows what to do." Beth was wearing a long dress, jacket and boots, her long brown hair tied off of her face. She was quite tall, so perhaps from a distance she did not only look 15. She avoided the town centre, taking quiet side streets, her burdens growing heavier. Her soreness from the birth made her wince at every step. Beth knew it was a mistake trying to walk, but there was no choice. She followed a main road out of town for a time and then took a side turning. She was out onto farmland, the only light the orange glow from the town behind her. The roads grew narrow with high banks on either side. When cars came, only a few, she pressed back into the hedge and hoped they would not see her. When the baby began to caterwaul, Beth went into a farm gateway to change her. The night was chilly and a thick dew was forming. She felt cold and unsafe, as if eyes were watching her from the darkness. She kept seeing shadow figures from the corners of her eyes. Cold men who want to steal everything from us. Sinister words from the dream. Beth took off her jacket, spread it on the damp grass and placed Irene on it. She removed the old nappy and stuffed it under the hedge, hating herself for leaving litter. And the baby, with a telltale noise and aroma, promptly soiled the jacket. Beth almost screamed in frustration. Looking down at the small head with its curls of dark hair, for the first time she felt something close to hatred. "Why did you have to come and cause all this trouble?" she said. "It was so beautiful before you ruined it all. What are you?" Repeating the words out of my dreams. "What the hell are you?" And then immediately she felt guilty. She bit her hand until the tears of self-pity subsided. "I can't cope with this," she said, trying to clean both jacket and baby with handfuls of wet grass. Irene began to wail in earnest. "Maybe I should abandon you on someone's doorstep for your sake." A surge of possessive denial drove the thought away. Beth finished the task, put her coat back on, and somehow found the strength to continue. "Rhiannon will help us," Beth said, a chant to soothe the child and keep her own feet moving. "You'll like her. She's your granny. She's not horrible like your other granny. She's nice. She'll know what to do. She won't let Mum take you away. She'll look after us. And you're going to see your daddy. Won't that be nice? He'll be so proud. I hope." But the demon child went on bawling insistently, wriggling powerfully against her mother like a cat demanding to be let down. "Shut up," said Beth in desperation. "Shut up, or I'll leave you in the fields." And then, "Sorry, oh, I'm sorry." Eventually the crying ceased. "Sacred," the baby murmured thoughtfully. "Who would dare take it from us?" Her watch said 2:30 when they reached Lullingford. Beth was dying on her feet. Irene slept, mute, a dead weight in her aching arms. Yet the scent and atmosphere of the village lifted her spirits. Here was happiness, freedom and safety. Rhiannon's house now, only a few minutes' walk away. Rhiannon would not be expecting them, of course. The darkness was not absolute. There was a brownish-orange glow on the horizon and a scattering of street lamps around the village green. Beth passed a farmyard and breathed in its evocative aromas. On the other side of the road was the churchyard with copper beech trees shimmering darkly against the sky. She passed a pub, rows of cottages, the post office, another pub. Through a gap across the gardens, she saw the roof of her own grandparents' house. She thought longingly of going to them, but she couldn't. They had been as furious as her parents about her pregnancy. They'd simply telephone her mother straight away, and it would all be over. Instead, she turned into the rough lane that led to Rhiannon's isolated house. Hawthorn loomed densely over her on either side. Cow parsley and nettles dragged at her legs. Beth was wide awake, all physical discomforts forgotten, but her heart was beating hard in anticipation of Rhiannon's shock. "Once Rhiannon understands, everything will be all right," Beth told Ariane. "It's just embarrassing to stand on someone's doorstep at nearly 3 a.m. and beg for help. For so much help. But you are her granddaughter." Again the shadows, rippling in the hedgerows like hooded priests. "Nearly there," Beth said. "Nearly home." Irene was unmoved. I did all this for you, and all you can do is sleep. She went through the gate in the tall hedge, along the path between foxgloves, lavender and hollyhocks. The windows were dark. She thought of Morgan and Rhiannon asleep in their beds, and her heart jumped. Beth grasped the fox head knocker and gave 5 sharp taps. Silence. She waited. The thought of seeing Morgan made her breathless with anxiety. It would take them time to wake up, put on dressing gowns and reach the door. But not as long as this, surely. She knocked again. And again. Harder, more desperately now. No one there. Beth couldn't believe it. She moved around the house, staring into dark windows, seeing nothing, or rather, seeing one bleak fact. The curtains were open, even in the bedrooms. Perhaps they were away. But Rhiannon never went away because of the animals. In the back garden, Beth found the devastating proof that Rhiannon had gone for good. All the cages were empty. As Beth returned to the front of the house, fighting to keep back the tears of disbelief, she saw something that she hadn't noticed before. A post and board, stark in the softness of the hedge. Even in the gloom, its message was unmistakable. She started to sob in shock. Rhiannon had been her only hope. Beth collapsed on the path and sat there in the damp, smelly jacket, hugging her daughter, spilling out all of her misery. They had always been here, Rhiannon and Morgan, throughout all those long, honeyed summers. But now, when she really needed them, they were gone. She felt warm wetness between her legs and knew that she had begun to bleed badly, her womb and her heart bleeding. While above her, the board spelled betrayal in 2 impersonal words. For sale. Part 1. Maiden, Lady of the Perfect Black. Chapter 1. When Beth was 11, her grandparents' house represented an unexplored otherworld, as if it was some mysterious Gothic mansion. She and Luke had only been taken there on day visits. They had never been allowed to stay for holidays. That would have kept them away from church. "Do you think Mum will let us stay this time?" Luke said, pulling himself up on a windowsill, drumming the radiator with his feet. He was a year younger than Beth, a moody and nervous little boy. "Well, we're here," said Beth. "You know how ill she's been. She's got to let Gran look after us so she can rest." "I know, but she keeps almost saying yes and then changing her mind. She'll argue with Gran for half an hour and then turn around and take us home." Beth sighed. "Don't kick, you'll make marks." Luke kicked harder, then stopped. They had been left in the front room, but they'd crept upstairs to look at the view from the landing window. There were chestnuts and beeches in full leaf, gardens and hedges and fields glowing green in the July sunshine. A few roofs barely visible between the trees. A lush, enticing contrast to the suburb of Birmingham in which they lived. It wasn't often that Beth resented or even noticed the confines of her life, but at this moment she craved her freedom with an unholy passion. "Mum always does what God tells her," said Luke. "I hope he tells her to let us stay." "Come on," said Beth. "Let's sit on the stairs." Shh. Beth wasn't quite the angel her mother thought she was. She had learned tiny deceptions, like eavesdropping, because sometimes it helped her to protect Luke. The house was an old rectory, with fascinating corridors and attics that the children had never had the chance to investigate. There were high ceilings, black and white tiles in the hall, stained glass in the front door. The house had atmosphere. As Beth seated herself halfway down the stairs, an eerie thrill went through her, like in the weird dreams she had sometimes, which were exciting, but surely not Christian. Beth's grandfather, Randolph Cross, was the village doctor. He and his partner shared a small modern surgery next to the school. Her grandmother, Heather, was a retired headmistress who devoted her time to dogs, horses, and village business. They were both down-to-earth, practical people. Heather, abrupt, Randolph, rather aloof. Beth and Luke were in awe of them. Heather and her daughter Olivia, Beth and Luke's mother, always shut themselves in the kitchen to argue. It was a tradition. Beth's father and grandfather would go for a stroll, leaving the women to argue in private. But Beth had discovered that from the stairs she could see, as well as hear them, through the fanlight above the kitchen door. Olivia was sitting at the kitchen table cutting up tomatoes for tea. Heather was at the sink rinsing lettuce. You can't get over an illness like that in a day, Heather was saying. You need rest. Anyone else would be glad to get rid of their children for a few weeks. Beth's mother had had an attack of hepatitis. She was still yellowish pale and too weak to do much. Beth can look after me. That wouldn't be fair on Beth. Look, we've already agreed that the children should come here for the summer. I'm not happy about this, Mother, said Olivia. Beth's heart sank. Luke looked ready to cry. Do you think I've forgotten how to look after children? Heather retorted. We've never seen them for more than a few hours. Really, not to let them stay with their granny is overcautious, to put it mildly. They need their routine. Need a change from it, more like. What's that supposed to mean? They need to play, said Heather. You never let them play. They don't need that nonsense. They have church. I don't want them getting ideas. Oh, do let up, Livy. This is hardly Soho. Olivia thrust her knife so hard through a tomato that the blade stuck in the chopping board. I can't let up. I don't want them growing up like other teenagers, in a revolting stew of sex, drugs and satanic so-called music. I don't want them ending up like... Oh, they've got to be guided until they can think for themselves. The Lord has work to do through my children. They are temples of the Holy Spirit, and that is how I intend them to remain. Beth's grandmother sighed. I know you have their best interest in heart, dear, but I'm sure God doesn't object to children having innocent fun. I'll keep them out of mischief. They wouldn't be able to go to church whilst they were here. Of course they would, Heather retorted. What do you think the big stone building with the steeple is? Your father and I go every Sunday. Olivia made a humph sound, as if that didn't count, as if it were tantamount to paganism. There's a church youth group, you know, Heather added. Silence. She went on impatiently. I hardly think a few weeks with Granny and Grandad is going to set them on the road to damnation. Don't mock me, Mother. You don't understand. I'm not mocking you. I respect your beliefs. Heather was vigorously rolling the lettuce in a tea towel. A Labrador sat watching her, its thick tail thumping the quarry tiles. You used to call me Mummy. I wish you wouldn't be so formal. Family relationships must not be allowed to come before one's relationship with God, Beth's mother said. That's one of the most important things Pastor Blair has taught us. Heather said something about Pastor Blair between her teeth. Beth didn't catch it. What? Olivia snapped. Nothing. Heather came back to the table, threw the lettuce into a bowl and began to shell hard-boiled eggs. Anyway, it's all decided. How long is the summer holiday? 7 weeks? It'll pass in no time. And if you're so worried about the children, you can stay here with them. I'll look after you. I can't. I need to be near church. Oh, for heaven's sake, Livy, you need rest. I reckon you caught that ruddy hepatitis at church, all those germs in the chalice, damned unhygienic. You can talk, letting the dogs lick the dinner plates. That's disgusting, Mother. Don't fuss. People from church will help me out. We always help each other out. Good, then the children can stay. If it is God's will. Olivia dropped her head. A nod. Beth and Luke hugged each other, rejoicing silently. You won't regret it, Heather said with satisfaction. But you must promise to be strict with them, Olivia said fervently. Especially Luke. Beth's a good girl, but Luke, if you don't control him, I'll have a demon on my hands in September. He'll behave, don't worry. There's plenty to keep him busy, and Beth loves the horses. Make sure they read their Bible every day. I've made a list of the passages they must study. Oh, must they? Beth's heart was in her mouth. But her grandmother seemed to be getting the better of the arguing, for fear that Olivia would change her mind again. No, if you say so, it shall be done. I'll test them when they come home, so they'd better do it. And don't let them watch television, especially not rubbish like Top of the Pops. Be careful where they go and who they meet. I don't want them going out alone. They'll have to go out into the big bad world one day. Heather filled the kettle and put it on the Argo. I don't want them mixing with the village children, and I particularly don't want them meeting her. I'm sure there's no danger of that, Heather said. Well, I'm not leaving it to chance. Will you tell them or shall I? Their grandmother sighed. Finally, she said, it's all so much nonsense. Ridiculous to give that woman more importance than she deserves. If you forbid children to do something, it's the first thing they'll want to do. What woman? Beth thought. She stood up and leaned out over the banister to hear better. Luke copied her. My children are obedient, said Olivia. Heather gave her a hard look, which meant something, though Beth wasn't sure what. As far as I'm concerned, that woman doesn't exist. Why wake their curiosity? They're most unlikely to show the remotest interest in her, or even hear of her unless you deliberately draw their attention to her. She's evil, Olivia said passionately. This is like saying that if I don't warn them about the devil, they'll be safe from him. Well, they won't. I'd hardly call her that, dear, Heather said dryly. Heartless, calculating bitch will be nearer the mark. I know you have a right to strong feelings, but yes, evil. She's a witch and a serpent mother. They worship Satan, these people. They lay themselves open to possession by demons. You know what she's like. A heavy pause. I still say that ignorance is bliss, said Heather, banging teacups onto a tray. No, they must be told, and you must promise me that you won't let them anywhere near her, or I shall take them straight home now. I don't want them meeting the bloody bitch any more than you do, Heather retorted. Then, by chance, their mother looked up and saw through the fanlight Beth and Luke leaning over the banister. Too late to hide, Olivia beckoned. Beth's knees turned liquid with fear as they went sheepishly down the stairs and into the kitchen. Close the door behind you, Olivia said calmly. Beth obeyed. Come here. They went to her chair and she took their hands, pulling them close. Olivia was tall and graceful with a long neck, oval face and firm mouth. Her hair, deep brown like Beth's, was parted in the centre and fastened back in a bun. She would have been pretty if her expression had been less severe. Her recent illness had deepened her frown lines and the pouches beneath her eyes, but her eyes, pale blue orbs, lightning conductors of her mood, still shone bright with the domineering force of her will. Their grandmother, meanwhile, went on setting out tea as if nothing were happening, her mouth thin with disapproval. Don't you know it's a sin to eavesdrop? Olivia asked, with ominous steel sweetness. They nodded, heads bowed. Then Luke blurted out, But is there really a witch? It's just a nasty lady who doesn't like children, said Heather. Olivia snapped. Mother, leave this to me. She drew her children closer. Beth regarded her with both love and terror. Her mother had seen visions and been possessed by the Holy Spirit. Her words were God's truth. Yes, there is a witch, she said, low and intense. You remember me telling you about witches, don't you? What did I say? They worship the devil, Beth whispered. But they don't have pointy hats or broomsticks, Luke added, his eyes huge. That's right, you can't tell. Sometimes they seem so nice. You can't tell until it's too late. So I'm warning you now. Her name is Mrs. Reese. She lives in Farm Lane. Don't you ever go near her, or God will punish you. Beth glanced at Luke, saw him wince. That is, if you are ever seen alive again. Because witches drink the blood of children and hang out the skins to dry. They dance shamelessly in the moonlight to worship their master the devil. They copulate with Satan. If you go near Mrs. Reese, she will cast an evil spell on you and you'll die and go straight to hell. Won't Jesus save us? Beth asked, almost crying. Jesus knows everything you do and think, her mother said, with soft menace. If he ever sees you with that woman, he will know that you have disobeyed me. And that will be very bad, won't it? Beth was shaking so violently, she could hardly stand. Her mother drew a small black book from a pocket. She never went anywhere without it. Now put your hands on the Bible and swear. I promise I shall never go near or speak to the evil witch, Mrs. Rhiannon Reese. So help me God. Amen. They gripped the Bible and swore. Remember, if you break your word, you'll burn in hell. Now pray with me. Their mother's passion was spent. Looking exhausted, she closed her eyes in prayer. Oh, Luke, for heaven's sake, their grandmother said suddenly. Beth followed her gaze to a pool of liquid on the tiles. Luke had wet himself. Beth felt strange when her parents left after tea. It was weird not to be getting into the car with them. Looking exhausted, Olivia hugged and kissed the children out on the gravel drive in front of the house. Their father, Philip, only gave them a smile and a wave. Philip Hearn was a dentist. He was a quiet man with an air of serenity and neatness about him. His light brown hair brushed just so, his spectacles gleaming bright as dental instruments. A slight smile always hovered about his lips, but he never showed his feelings. Beth wasn't sure what his emotions were. He comes to church, she thought, so he must love God. Although he expressed affection for his children, it was in a very detached and distant way. Beth had never known anything else, but she still had a vague feeling there should have been something more. Heather had sometimes remarked that Philip's aloofness was actually shyness, though Beth couldn't see it. She was afraid of him, although not in the same way that she was afraid of her mother. It was a different kind of fear. She loved her father, but she didn't know him. It was a wrench to know she wouldn't see her parents for 7 weeks. "You can always come up at the weekends," said Randolph. "We'll try," said Philip. "But Olivia isn't meant to travel. She shouldn't really have come today, but..." He shrugged helplessly. "We'll have to see how she is." "I'm perfectly all right," Olivia said crossly as she climbed into the passenger seat, though she looked dreadful. "Baby," whispered Luke, because Beth was crying and he wasn't. As they waved the car off, Beth asked, "Is Mum really ill?" "She'll be fine if she follows her doctor's advice and rests," her grandfather replied. Randolph didn't seem ancient like other people's grandfathers. He was 56 and handsome, with hair and eyebrows the colour of charcoal. But he was very much a doctor, brusque and authoritarian, so Beth couldn't help being shy with him. "We're a tough breed," said Heather, "but that church, I don't like the effect it's having on the children. Not even a proper church, you know, they just meet in some hall." "Pastor Blair says it's the sincerity of worship that matters, not the place," said Beth, but her grandparents went on talking over her head. "I know," said Randolph, "they're the worst. Still, it means so much to her, and I suppose she thinks she's doing the right thing. The children seem healthy enough." "Oh, they're strong like her, but they're so young and she puts so much on them." Unfortunately, it's up to her how she brings up her children, and you know what'll happen if they're any different when she comes to collect them," Randolph said heavily. "She'll never bring them to see us again." "Come on," said Heather, propelling the children up the steps to the front door. "Help me feed the horses, eh? Then we'll watch telly. I won't tell your mum if you don't." Beth's tears were swept away in a wild sense of freedom. That the green other world was about to open up its mysteries to her, and anything would be possible. Images of the witch plagued Beth all night. She had already built a very clear picture in her mind. It was rather like the villainess in The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, a book Beth had read in secret, but much worse. This witch had long red hair and a long red tongue that she poked out lewdly as she lifted her skirts to let hordes of demons copulate with her. Beth knew roughly what copulate meant. Despite her mother's efforts to keep her in ignorance, the girls at school talked about it a lot. It sounded revolting. She visualised disgusting potions brewing in a cauldron, poisons and terrifying spells, a wicked scarlet magic that could undermine even the power of God. The bedroom in which Heather had put her seemed cavernous, chilly, even though it was summer. Beth could imagine ghosts in the corners. As she lay awake, watching tree shadows on her curtains and tormenting herself with half-formed fears, a figure appeared beside her bed, a little soundless shadow. Her skin prickled, and she nearly screamed. "Beth," said the shadow, "I want to go home." "Luke, you scared me," she hissed. "I didn't mean to. I want to go home," he repeated, pulling at her pyjama sleeve. "Why?" "Because of the witch," he said through tears. "I'm frightened." "There isn't a witch," said Beth. "Mum said there was." Beth bit her lip, a dilemma. How could she comfort Luke without denying the truth of their mother's words? Their grandmother had confirmed the woman's existence after all. "Come on, get in," Beth said, lifting up the covers. Luke hesitated. "I think that's one of the things Mum says leads to uncleanness, isn't it?" he asked worriedly. "I wish I knew what that means." Beth had a vague idea, but she wasn't sure. "Just get under the eider down then." Luke obeyed, snuggling against her. He was trembling. Beth put her arm around him and said, "There's no need to go home. It'll be nice here. If there's a witch, I'll protect you from her." "Promise?" "I swear on the Bible. I'll look after you, Luke. I'll never let you down. I'll always be with you." "Always?" "Forever and ever, amen." "And you'll never go away and leave me?" "Never." "Better now?" Luke yawned. "Yes. I don't know what I'd do without you, Bethy. I won't be frightened as long as you're here. I will be. Remember you promised, he said, and a few seconds later he was asleep. Beth lay with her arm over her brother's waist, brooding. Luke and I mustn't change while we're here, or we'll be punished. Mustn't be the witch, or we'll burn in hell. She prayed to Jesus to help her, but a woman with pointed teeth and a long red tongue kept interrupting and desecrating her prayers, cackling and convorting and kicking her black stockinged feet in the air. The bloody bitch. Chapter 2. In daylight, Beth quickly forgot her nightmares. They seemed less real, at least. She and Luke said their morning prayers, washed, dressed and ran down to breakfast. Luke kept yawning, almost falling asleep over his cornflakes. At least he went to sleep eventually, Beth thought in sympathy. Randolph was reading a newspaper as he buttered his toast and said nothing after morning. He was an intimidating presence, but he intrigued Beth. She wished desperately that she knew what to say to him. The dining room was big and bright. All the rooms in the house were large, with high ceilings and big windows. There were polished wood floors, lots of rugs and a muddle of old furniture. It was comfortable rather than stylish. There were mysterious staircases, corridors and attics. Beth couldn't wait to explore, but felt too shy to ask. "Well, what would you like to do today?" Heather asked. She had a strong face with broken veins mapping her cheeks and short iron grey hair. She always wore practical clothes, tweed skirts or trousers, plain jumpers, flat shoes, headscarf and wellies for outside. Beth didn't know how to answer. She was used to being told what to do, not asked. "You can please yourselves, you know," said Heather. "What do you normally do in the holidays?" Beth began. "We have Bible study, we go to church, we do the housework, we help Mum make lunch and afternoon tea as well if she has friends round. And if someone's ill, we visit them and then we go to church again and, well, things like that." "Don't you ever get bored?" "No, I enjoy it," Beth said honestly. Luke gets bored sometimes. He can't help it." "Well, things are a bit different round here. I know your mother doesn't want me to spoil you, but you are on holiday." Beth found her courage. "Grandma, may we look around the house, please?" Heather pulled a face. "If you like, you can do whatever you want within reason." Beth was overwhelmed. "Luke, do stop yawning," said Heather. "I've been up since 5:30 to see to hens and horses. Your grandfather has to start work at 8. You don't see us yawning, do you?" But there was no menace in her voice. Beth felt a weight begin to lift from her shoulders. She hadn't realised it was there until she felt this wonderful lightness. "Explore the house all your heart's content," Heather continued. "But there's more interesting things to do. There's an enormous garden out there. Surely you don't want to stay in while the sun's shining. There are animals to be mucked out and fed, horses to be ridden, dogs to be walked. There are fields and footpaths to be explored. Only stay together and don't get lost, eh? And don't go down Farm Lane." Beth stared at her grandma's reddish, no-nonsense face. "Do you mean when we go out on our own?" "Yes, if you're sensible, and I'm sure you will be." "But Mum said—" "Who's going to know if no one tells her?" said Heather, and winked solemnly. "However, I do have some rules. Always come in the side door, wipe your feet and leave your boots and shoes in the scullery. No dirty shoes in the house. Always be home by 5:30. Tea is at 6. No telly until after tea. Children need fresh air. Beth, you'd better change into trousers after breakfast." Beth blushed. "I can't, Grandma." "Don't tell me you didn't bring any." "Mum doesn't let me wear trousers. I haven't got any." "Oh, good grief," Heather sighed. "Well, we'd better go shopping." Luke brightened and the colour came into his cheeks as if he'd suddenly woken up. "Can I get a football?" he exclaimed. And that was their first day. Shopping in Tamworth in the morning, just Beth and her grandma. Unlike Olivia, Heather let Beth choose her own jeans. She bought her some riding clothes and a football for Luke, and in the afternoon she gave Beth a riding lesson in the paddock behind the garden. Beth's grandmother owned 2 16-hand hunters, a bay and a chestnut. Beth rode the bay, Whiskey. He was far too big for her, but well-mannered enough not to unnerve her. Meanwhile, Luke kicked his new football around the back garden and seemed perfectly content. For an hour before tea, Heather sat down with the children and helped them with their Bible study. She made it fun, a conspiracy. Let's fool your mother that we're sticking to her rules. Beth thought it was the best day of her life. After tea, they explored the nooks and crannies of the house. Heather had been right, though. The mystery had been more fascinating than the reality, and it was the village that drew Beth now. The days that followed were paradise. Beth loved helping Heather with the chores, feeding the hens, grooming the horses, cleaning tack. She loved the clutter of bridles, saddles and riding boots in the tack room. She loved the smell of saddle soap, leather and hoof oil, which seemed to pervade not only the stables but the house itself. Unlike Olivia, Heather was not fanatically tidy. Shocked at first, Beth soon grew pleasantly used to the idea that if she didn't leave things just so, she was not going to be shouted at. Luke didn't take to the animals. He tried to play with the dogs, a collie and a Labrador, but he was too rough and the collie nipped at him. Heather tried to show him how to handle them, but he lost interest. Apart from that, Beth had never seen him so happy, running, climbing trees, shouting like a normal boy. Beth and Luke decided that when they grew up, they wanted to be just like Grandma and Grandad. Every night, Beth guiltily asked God to make her mum well again, quickly but not too quickly. She never wanted this happiness to end. On Thursday evening, Heather let them watch Top of the Pops. They'd never seen it before. Beth had conjured only vague impressions from the murmurings of classmates. The groups were all dressed in sequins, makeup and ludicrous platform shoes and had names like Slade, Sweet, Mud and T-Rex. Even at 11, Beth thought the music dire. Afterwards, she and Luke agreed smugly that they had not been missing very much. By Friday, they had gained the confidence to explore the village on their own. Remember the rules, Heather said sternly. Don't go in the farmyards because there's dangerous machinery and the farmer will get angry. Stay together. Don't do anything obviously daft. Don't speak to strangers. Don't go up Farm Lane. Be home by 5:30. Have you got clean hankies? Good. Then she gave them each 50 pence and told them, ironically, not to spend it all at once. It was like flying, to run down to the village shop and choose whatever sweets they wanted. They'd never been allowed to do this before. Olivia said fleshly indulgence was a sin. Beth and Luke ate ice lollies with a massive sense of guilt, which strangely added to the enjoyment. As they ate, they walked past the surgery and the village school. Wouldn't it be nice to live here and go to school there? Beth said wistfully. Don't be stupid, Luke retorted. That school's only for babies. When they finished the lollies, Beth put the sticks in her jeans pocket. She became riotously angry when she saw people dropping litter. Lullingford was a beautiful village, with a green and winding roads lined with cottages, in which no two were the same and all were pretty. Nothing like the drab rows of Victorian villas in King's Heath where they lived. Beth saw a sign pointing along a grassy path between two gardens. Public footpath. Shall we? She said. Luke, overexcited, ran ahead of her. We might meet the bitch, the bloody bitch, the bloody bitch, the bloody bitch, he said. Shut up or I'll take you straight home, Beth said, mortified. Luke subsided and swished at the long grass with a stick. The path led over a stile into lush fields of barley and wheat with deep, mysterious hedgerows spreading trees. The sunlight, very soft through a veil of cloud, the day, hot and humid, seemed to shimmer. Beth felt that she had stepped through the back of the wardrobe into the forbidden land of her dreams. Heather had told them to stay on the edge of the fields and not trample the crops, and they walked in silent reverence, trailing their hands through the dry, silky wheat, picking grains apart to see the flowery middles. The hedgerows were full of treasures, wildflowers, grasses, jewelled with cuckoo spit, with beetles and ladybirds. When Luke started investigating in earnest, Beth had to keep restraining him from picking flowers or dissecting insects. She grew annoyed with him. No wonder Mum gets so angry, she thought. He doesn't listen. Beth wished she were on her own. She wondered if there was some way of losing Luke. Then she felt guilty. Jesus, please forgive me, she said to herself. I didn't mean it. They climbed over a stile and found themselves in a small sloping meadow with 2 goats grazing on it. Bounded by thick hedges and a wood at the top end, it seemed deliciously secluded. How beautiful, Beth thought. She pointed down the hill to the bottom hedge, where a drift of buttercups shone. Let's go look down there. There was a little stream crossing the far corner, and a mass of new flowers to study in the long golden grass under the hawthorn. "Ow!" said Luke, swatting at something. Beth took no notice. He said it again louder. "Ow!" began, unexpectedly, to scream in pain. She stared at him, too startled to react. "What is it?" she said. Luke went white and collapsed. Horrified, Beth knelt beside him. "What is it? What's wrong?" He was in too much pain to answer. He could only point at his ribs and grunt, "Ah! Ah!" A wasp crawled out between the buttons of his shirt and flew off. Beth tried to see the sting, but he lay cramped around the pain, sobbing and shouting, not responding to her. Beth stood up, feeling horribly powerless. Then she heard a voice from the other side of the hedge. "Hello? Hello?" "Help!" Beth cried. Silence. Then a woman appeared through a gap in the hawthorn a few yards away. She was slim, of medium height, about the same age as Beth's mother, or a bit older. She was wearing a cheesecloth shirt, jeans and boots. Her hair was tucked up under a man's cap, which half hid her face, but it seemed a fresh and kindly face. "What's the matter?" the woman called, hurrying up to them. "I heard someone crying." She had a Welsh accent, a charming hesitation after consonants. She looked like the kind of woman who would have a dog. Instead, a cat came after her, a slim, grey, Egyptian-looking cat with golden eyes. "It's my brother. A wasp stung him. I don't think he can get up." The woman crouched down beside the white-faced Luke and gently prized his hands away from his ribs. The cat padded around, sniffing and exploring. "Let me see." Luke shut his eyes and, whimpering, let her unbutton his shirt and look. Beth heard the woman draw in a shocked breath, but when she spoke, her voice was light. "Looks a bit pink, that's all. It's not an allergic reaction, just shock. Hurts like buggery a wasp sting, doesn't it? Come on, let's get you somewhere more comfortable and I can see to it." "I don't think he can get up," Beth said anxiously. "Help me with him, it's not far. You're almost in my back garden." Between them they helped the fainting Luke along the hedge and through a small gate into a garden. The first thing Beth saw was a cloud of butterflies dancing around the purple spires of buddleia. There were small lawns swamped by untrimmed shrubs, untidy bright flower beds and winding paths. In the middle of it all was a cottage of flint, brick and slate. It would have looked severe were it not for the ivy and the roses climbing its walls. Immediately behind the cottage was a checkerboard of herbs edged by lavender, which reminded Beth of a knot garden she had seen in a book. The scent was glorious. In the far corner of the garden, to the left of the house as they approached the back door, there were several sheds in an L shape, but they were half hidden by greenery. The woman opened the door and took them through a large brick-floored kitchen into a living room. 3 black kittens, like tiny hearth rugs, scattered under their feet. The woman sat Luke down on the sofa. "Won't be a minute," she said. "I'll get something to put on the sting." Luke was shivering, his pale face screwed up. "Bethy," he said, "it hurts." "I know, it's all right. The lady will make you feel better. Then I'll take you home and Grandma will give you some of that chocolate cake you like. All right?" He nodded, biting his lip. The grey cat came in, so they fussed it and felt better. The room smelled lovely. Beth noticed, like flowers and newly baked pastry and earthy spices. And it wasn't ordinary like her parents' house. There were rush mats and huge colourful cushions on the floor, big tasselled blankets of black and gold thrown over the sofa and chairs. The walls were off-white and hung with exotic textiles, masks and pictures of moons and suns. Above the fireplace hung a painting of a strange Egyptian-looking creature. Beth couldn't make out whether it was meant to be a cat or a woman. "Here we are," said the woman, coming back in with a bowl, cotton wool, a jar and a cup. "Now, let's see." She had taken off the cap and her hair had come down. It was long, thick and auburn, dark and yet red like hot coals. Luke resisted half-heartedly as she tried to open his shirt again, and then he submitted. As the woman bathed the sting and dotted ointment on it, Beth stared at her, feeling vaguely anxious. But Luke seemed soothed by her touch. His colour came back and Beth could see the pain had gone. "I've got a little boy too," said the woman, buttoning up his shirt. "Well, not so little. He's 13 now." Luke looked interested. "Where is he?" "He's off camping in the Lake District. I've forgotten what he looks like, he's away so often. There, all done." The woman glanced at Beth and said, "Don't look so horrified. He'll be fine. Now, drink this. It'll help with the shock, you see. She gave Luke a cup half full of some steaming dark liquid. He drank it without argument, looking brighter. How's that? Better now? Luke nodded. Yes, thank you. The woman looked pleased. She was pretty in a fresh, unaffected way. Beth loved her accent. Will you stay for a cup of tea or lemonade? You should have a bite to eat and a rest before you go home. I made some biscuits this morning, but they're a bit of a disaster, like the last days of Pompeii. Taste all right, though. It would be rude to say no. That would be very nice, thank you, Beth said politely. Come and help me then, dear. Beth left Luke playing with the cat and followed the woman back to the kitchen. Shutting the door behind them, the woman asked softly, I noticed your brother has some faded bruises on his ribs and back. Any idea how he got them? Their eyes locked, and Beth couldn't speak. The woman's eyes were the same colour as her own, green like jade. It didn't occur to Beth to lie. He wouldn't concentrate during Bible study. Mum says he has to be taught. There was an awful silence. Beth felt she'd said something terribly wrong. She'd always tried to protect Luke, but this time she felt she had to defend their mother instead. It's his fault. He knows he shouldn't fidget. Does that happen very often? No, said Beth, realising it was not advisable to tell the truth. Does it happen to you too? No. Oh, the woman sighed. At last she broke the terrible gaze and began to pour glasses of lemonade. Never mind. Put the biscuits on this plate. Don't tread on the kittens. Do you like cats? Yes, said Beth. She piled lumpy, singed biscuits onto the plate and bent down to play with the tiny black kittens enthralled. Because there are lots more outside, and hedgehogs and a baby owl. I'll take you to meet them after if you like. Oh, yes, please. Entranced by everything, not least by the woman herself, Beth wanted to stay here all afternoon. The woman loaded a tray and picked it up. Open the door for me, there's a love. As Beth reached the door, she added, He ought to see a doctor, your brother. Beth felt indignant, as if the woman assumed they knew nothing about doctors, and as they went into the living room, Beth said, My grandfather is a doctor? The woman didn't reply at first. Her silence was unnerving, almost the sort that you could touch. Beth wondered what she'd said wrong. Help yourselves, don't mind the crumbs. Beth sat by Luke, and the woman sat on cushions on the floor. Beth had never seen an adult do this before. The lemonade was real, not the fizzy sort. The biscuits, despite their resemblance to volcanic lava, tasted wonderful. So, the woman said after a minute, you're Dr. Cross's lot. You staying for the holidays? Yes, Beth said, relieved that she still sounded cheerful. I'm Beth, and this is Luke. Well, I'm very pleased to meet you, Beth, and Luke. I'm Rhiannon Reese. Beth's stomach gave a horrible jolt. Luke's mouth fell open, and he put his lemonade down on the low table as if it were poison. She could hear her mother's voice. You can't tell. Sometimes they seem so nice. You can't tell until it's too late. You'll die, and you'll go to hell, and if you break your word, you'll burn in hell. Oh, was all Beth could say. She had gone completely numb. What was the appropriate reaction? To run out screaming? She didn't. She only put her arm around Luke's shoulders and held him close as if to protect him. And while half of her was terrified, the other half was telling her that it couldn't possibly be true. She couldn't bear it to be true, because she so wanted to stay and see the cats. But perhaps it was too late. Rhiannon had already cast her spell, and they hadn't known. Who knew what potions she'd put in the food and the drink? What about the dark brew she'd given Luke and the ointment she'd rubbed on his skin? She remembered the witch in the forbidden book, luring children with Turkish delight and kindness. Oh dear, said Rhiannon. What have they told you about me? Nothing good, obviously. Mum said we weren't to come here, said Beth, hanging her head. Well, you didn't come here on purpose, did you? Rhiannon said sadly. You weren't to know, so it's not your fault. I won't tell anyone. Come on, finish your lemonade. Luke didn't touch his, but Beth thought it's too late anyway. She thought of Jesus, seeing her disobedience and forsaking her. Jesus won't help me now, she thought. She raised the glass to her lips and drank. Luke was fidgeting beside her as if he needed the toilet. His forehead was furrowed with distress. Bethy! We've got to go, he whined. Bethy! I wish you wouldn't go, said Rhiannon. You don't have to hate me just because your mother does. Did she tell you I was a witch? Beth froze. Are you? She whispered. Not really. Well, sort of, but it doesn't mean what you... Luke suddenly wriggled off the sofa and stood up, animated by absolute terror. You're a witch, he screamed, turning scarlet. Bloody, you copulate with the devil! He span away and rushed to a door with a diamond-shaped window that looked out onto the front garden. He wrenched it open and was away down the front path before Beth could stop him. He doesn't know what copulate means, Beth said apologetically, compelled to be polite even to a witch. I'll have to go after him. She was on her feet and so was Rhiannon, facing her. Your mother doesn't like me, so she's tried to turn you against me, that's all. Will you come back and see me tomorrow, so I can explain? I'm not evil, whatever Olivia said. I can't make you believe it just by saying it, but you won't get struck by lightning, I promise. Please? To see the cats, anyway. Beth hesitated, confused. Olivia had drilled it into them that the servants of Satan would sound utterly plausible when they tricked you into sin, but you couldn't believe a word they said. It was all deceit, all. Have you cast a spell on us? Beth asked softly. Maybe she could uncover the truth by making the witch admit something. Of course not. What was that stuff you made Luke drink? Chamomile tea and honey? Nothing sinister. But what about the ointment you put on him? No idea, Rhiannon said flatly. I bought it from Boots. They stared at each other. They were like sisters, enemies, bonded from the very first encounter. The golden-eyed cat wound around Beth's legs, purring. You'd better go after your brother, said the witch. But tomorrow, Beth? She swallowed hard and heard herself saying, all right. Perhaps there was something in Beth that wanted to sin. Chapter 3. Luke ran. He had never felt so terrified in his life, not even when his mother had had that look in her eye and the belt in her hand. He knew what to expect then, but the witch was the edge of chaos. 20 yards along the lane he stopped and waited for Beth. He daren't go any further without her. He'd almost wet himself again. He was in such a misery, he didn't know what to do. He had no clear thoughts, his mind a whirl of confusion and terror, his eyes and nose thick with tears. Then Beth appeared, striding towards him. Luke couldn't get used to seeing her in jeans. But she looked calm, not scared. The mist cleared from his eyes and he began to feel better. I thought she'd got you, cried Luke. He felt guilty for not going back to save her, and that made him resentful that she didn't seem frightened. Come on, said Beth, taking his hand. They walked in silence along the narrow lane between tall, thick hedges, Beth in one of the vehicle ruts, Luke on the raised grass strip between them. They held hands tightly. It was better now that she was there, but he still felt bad. At the end, where the lane gave onto a proper road, they saw the sign. Farm Lane. We weren't to know, said Beth. What are we going to do? Luke asked, wiping his eyes. Pray, she said, and she clasped Luke's hands between her own, and they prayed. Dear Jesus, please forgive us for speaking to the witch. We didn't mean it. We didn't know. Please forgive us our trespasses. Thank you, Lord. Amen. They walked on and found themselves in the far end of the village near the church. Horse chestnut trees and copper beeches shaded the village green. Will God listen? Luke asked anxiously. Of course he will. But we broke our promise to Mum. We broke a vow we made on the Bible. Luke thought of the terrible threats their mother had made. His fear of sin and damnation was formless but overpowering. I'm scared, he said, and started to cry again. Don't, or you'll have red eyes when we get home, Beth spoke reassuringly. She wasn't nasty to us. She didn't curse us. Grandma said she hated children, but she helped you, didn't she? When she touched me, the pain went away like magic, said Luke, panicking. So that proves she's a witch. I'm going to tell Grandad. Beth looked horrified. Oh, no, you're not. We mustn't tell anyone about this, Luke. Jesus will forgive us, but Mum will go mad. Luke felt angry suddenly. He didn't know why, but being frightened made him want to lash out. He glared sideways at Beth, his eyebrows drawn down. "I'm going to tell," he insisted. But when they reached their grandparents' home, Luke found he couldn't say a word to contradict Beth's story. She was all that he had. She was always there when he was upset, his shield against a cruel world. So how could he tell on her? But he hated being so helpless. He hated it. "We went for a walk," Beth told Heather over tea. "Luke got stung, but he's all right now. We played in the fields. No, we didn't see anyone much." Luke saw that Beth had her fingers crossed behind her back. He hated it when she told lies too. When Beth woke the next day, she remembered that she was going to visit Rhiannon again, and she broke into a shivery sweat. Yesterday had been an accident, but to go again would be deliberately to break a sacred vow to God. But she was going to do it anyway. That was why she couldn't stop shaking. Luke was a problem. If only she could slip away on her own. But she couldn't. It was her job to look after him, and they weren't allowed out separately. A more selfish sister might have lost him somewhere, but Beth's sense of responsibility wouldn't let her. Luke, she felt, suffered enough without being abandoned by his sister. If he makes a big fuss again, she thought, I don't know what I'll do. I love him, but he's an awful nuisance sometimes. And she longed instead for a friend, someone like Rhiannon. Beth didn't know what was possessing her to go completely against her mother's commands. She was risking going to hell. Why? Part of it was exactly as Heather had said. Forbid the children to do something, and it's the first thing they'll want to do. Beth wondered how far she would go before a thunderbolt from God struck her down. That afternoon, after lunch, she came close to losing her nerve. She led Luke through the village, along the public footpath and across the fields, but her legs were trembling and she was thinking, I can't do it, I've changed my mind. Luke wanted to go a different way, so she went along with him for a while. The day was sunny and the fields were golden and clouded with insects. We're not going to Mrs. Reese, she told herself. We're not doing anything wrong. But somehow, by a more tortuous route, they found themselves in the meadow with the goats again. Approaching Rhiannon's cottage from the back didn't seem so much of a sin as blatantly walking up the lane to the front door, as if it could be an accident again. Oh no, said Luke, I might get stung again. Don't be silly, wasps are everywhere. He stopped, but Beth kept walking along the hedge. Her knees were weak, but she was kind of in a trance. Yes, I'm going to do it. You're not going there again, are you, Bethy? Luke's voice was high and breathless. Bethy! She didn't answer. He came running after her and hung on her arm. You aren't, are you? He cried. You can't. You know what Mum said. You only get forgiven if you stop sinning, Beth. He sounded desperate, but she shut her ears. I'll tell on you. I'll tell. Stop being such a baby, Beth snapped, infuriated. She had never lost her temper with him before. Good girls were not meant to have a temper. You're coming with me, and you'd better behave yourself this time. But why are you going? Why? Even if she'd been able to articulate a reason, Luke wouldn't have understood. Yet God put an answer in her mouth. Why do we go out in town centres on a Saturday and try to get people to come to church? To save their souls? Well, if Mum's right and Rhiannon's really a witch, it's our duty to save her soul. Luke went quiet and trailed behind her. So close he kept treading on her heels. She could hear his nervous, anoidal breathing. They found Rhiannon in the back garden, walking across the lawn towards the mysterious cages. She was wearing a long skirt of maroon brushed cotton and a cream caftan. Hello, she said brightly. Come to see the cats, have you? Come on. And she seemed so nice and so pleased to see them that Beth couldn't understand why she'd ever been afraid. There were 2 long sheds in an L shape, fronted with chicken wire, in which were tiers of large wooden cages. A few were empty, but most had occupants. There were 2 little tabbies like twins, a fat ginger Tom, a sad-looking white and tortoiseshell curled up in a basket, a mother with 3 exquisite kittens, black, white and grey. Beth was particularly entranced by the grey kitten. with its huge round eyes and adventurous temperament. Rhiannon opened the door and put the kitten in Beth's hands. She was in love. Luke was poking his fingers into the cages. "Don't do that. You might startle them and get scratched," Rhiannon said mildly. "If you want to stroke one, I'll take it out." Luke blinked at her. He wasn't used to being spoken to so kindly. "Are they all yours?" Beth asked. Rhiannon laughed. She was merry, not mocking. "Oh no, dear, I wish I could keep them all, but they'd eat me out of house and home. Didn't you see the sign on the gate when you left yesterday? This is a cat sanctuary. I take in strays and try to find new homes for them. Some I end up keeping because I can't bear to part with them. I'd let them all live in the house if I could, but they're too many. And some of them have been ill and need to be quiet. The other shed's a cattery. I look after them while their owners are on holiday. Busy time of year. I never get away, but I'd rather do this than anything." One by one, she brought the cats out for them to stroke. People come from all over to bring me their cats, or to offer them a home. Such nice people. I look after other animals as well. I've had foxes, ferrets, all sorts. Just got the hedgehogs and the owl at the moment. When they're better, I'll release them into the right habitat. "May we see them?" Luke asked, and to Beth's relief he seemed enraptured, all his misgivings forgotten. There was a separate shed, half hidden behind a viburnum, next to the cats' sheds. In the half-darkness, the children stroked the rough brown prickles of the hedgehogs and fluffed up feathers of a large, indignant-looking baby owl. "So you make them better and you let them go?" asked Luke. "That's right. Fancy a picnic on the lawn? I've got cakes, proper ones from the shop this time. Don't taste as good, but at least they don't look like an explosion in a mud factory." And the three of them sat companionably on the grass in front of the cat cages. Rhiannon was fun, making them laugh. Beth forgot, temporarily at least, all of Olivia and Heather's warnings. When Luke began to fidget and look around, Rhiannon disappeared and came out with a bicycle. "Can you ride a bike?" she asked. "Yes, I learned at school," said Luke. "Well, would you like a go on this? It's Morgan's, but he's outgrown it. You can ride on the paths, but keep off the flower beds, there's a love." Luke appeared dumbfounded. He had never possessed a bicycle of his own. What he usually received in return for fidgeting was a beating. While Luke amused himself with the bike, Beth had Rhiannon to herself. 2 cats came to join them, the slender grey that Beth had met the previous day, and a huge long-haired black and white Tom, the biggest cat Beth had ever seen. "What are they called?" she asked. "The big one is Tlou. It means lion, and the little one is Ankaret, much loved, which she is. Names are very important, I think." "My mum does too," Beth added impulsively. "I wish I was called something different. I hate my name." "Elizabeth, is it?" No, it's Bethia. It's Hebrew. Mum says it means daughter of Jehovah, but nobody's ever heard of it, so they think I'm making it up." "Ah," said Rhiannon, "but it's better to have an unusual name than a boring one." "I suppose so. The people at church say it's special." "Do you go to church a lot?" "All the time." Beth picked at a daisy in the grass. "And what do you think of it?" Beth didn't know how to answer. If her mother or father or Pastor Blair had asked such a question, it had to be answered with joyful enthusiasm. But Rhiannon was different. Rhiannon belonged to the other side. Fortunately, Beth was saved from having to reply. A car had pulled up in the front hedge, and a small middle-aged woman with a flyaway white hair appeared round the side of the cottage, carrying a basket. "Oh, Mrs. Reese, can you help me?" she cried. "It's Tim. He can hardly walk," she said tearfully. "The vets want to put him down. I know he's getting on, but I can't bear the thought." "Let's see." Rhiannon opened the basket, lifted out a big tortoise-shell cat. His back legs looked stiff, half paralysed. "All right, Tim, come on," said Rhiannon gently, examining the animal. "Arthritis." Rhiannon sat down on the grass and held the cat in her lap, talking softly to it in a language that Beth couldn't make out. Welsh? Probably. She stroked the cat all over, pressed her fingers into its hips, then gripped the back limbs and stretched them out one at a time. The cat made a noise between a meow and a purr. Both Rhiannon and the cat seemed to have slipped into their own private world. After 5 minutes or so, Rhiannon set the cat on the grass. He stood up and yawned. He stretched languidly, front legs, then back, walked a few paces and then sat down, stuck one hind leg in the air and began to wash himself. His owner was overcome. "Oh, I don't know how to thank you." "A contribution to the sanctuary will be very welcome," said Rhiannon, smiling. "If he stiffens up again, bring him back. He might need regular treatments." When the overjoyed woman had gone, Beth said, "How did you do that? Was it magic?" "Manipulation. I have a feel for it, see?" Beth wasn't sure what manipulation was. She still thought it was magic. "Can you heal people too?" "I only do animals. Otherwise I'd be trespassing on Dr. Cross's territory, wouldn't I? It wouldn't do for the villagers to come to see me instead of a proper doctor." Rhiannon sounded strange. There was something in her eyes, secrets hidden in still green ponds. Beth became nervous. "You healed Luke." "Oh, that was only first aid." "The pastor says people can do miracles when the Holy Spirit's working through them. Otherwise it's witchcraft." "There were no miracles in what I do, only common sense." "What exactly has your mother told you about me?" Beth looked down. The habit of telling the truth died hard. That you were a witch, and you'd cast spells on us and drink our blood if we spoke to you, and then we'd go to hell." Rhiannon gave a soft, articulated, "Oh." "Beth, I know I've no right to say bad things about your mother, but you know that isn't true, don't you? You're not a little girl. You're almost a teenager. You can think for yourself." "Do you mean my mum's a liar?" "No, I think she probably believes most of what she told you, but that doesn't make it true." "So you aren't a witch?" "There are different kinds of truth." Rhiannon spoke in riddles, but at least she treated Beth like an adult. "So why does Mum hate you?" Rhiannon sighed. "People fall out. It was an awful long time ago, before you were born. We used to be friends, believe it or not. We were in our 20s. Olivia was still living with her parents, and I'd just moved here from Wales with my husband. I knew she went to church, and she knew I didn't. It was okay. But then..." Rhiannon seemed to be choosing her words. "She had some kind of problem, so she turned to this new church and to your Pastor Blair for help, and she completely changed. It's a shame. I really liked her until she got religion." Beth frowned, offended. "It's not a disease. She was blessed by the Holy Spirit. That's what the pastor says." "Whatever. We didn't see eye to eye about things anymore. I tried to talk her out of it. Big mistake. Your mother believes that people outside of her church are going to hell, doesn't she?" "Well, they will if they haven't been saved," Beth said. "Well, I don't believe in God, so she thinks I worship the devil." Beth could hardly bear to ask. "Do you?" "Dear, I don't even believe in the devil, so how could I possibly worship him?" "He can still possess you." "Oh, can he?" Rhiannon sounded so cynically confident that Beth didn't know what to say. Without stopping to think, she asked, "Why does my granny hate you too? She called you a..." Beth stopped, turning hot with embarrassment. "I can imagine," said Rhiannon, unmoved. "It's just one of those family things. She takes your mother's side against me. She thinks I'm not respectable like her. But I'm harmless. Honest, Beth, there's no need for you and me to be enemies, is there?" Beth felt sudden tears choking her. "You've got to tell Jesus you repent. Then it will be all right." "Why should I?" "Because I don't want you to go to hell, Rhiannon. I don't." Rhiannon took Beth's hand and gripped it, seeming halfway between laughter and tears. "That is so sweet of you, dear. But you have your beliefs and I have mine. Let's leave it at that, shall we?" "The problem Mum had," said Beth. "What was it?" "I don't know, love. People always have problems. Some seem worse than others. Now, I think you'd better find your brother and be off home, don't you?" "All right." Beth got up to leave, then said, You know that cat person in the picture over your fireplace? Who is she? Why do you want to know? She looks interesting. Rhiannon gave her a strange, soft look. Well, she's an Egyptian cat goddess, and her name is Bast. Is she, for witches? She's nothing to do with the devil, if that's what you think. Bast is an aspect of the great goddess, in one of her many forms. The Egyptians revered the cat as an animal of the sun and the moon and of nature. So Bast is an earth goddess, a bringer of life and fruitfulness. She is meant to protect women in childbirth, but she also reminds us to be playful, instinctive, graceful and independent, like a cat. She reminds us of our connection to nature. She is a goddess of joy. That's why she's my favourite. Oh, said Beth, dumbfounded. I painted it, by the way, said Rhiannon, and clasped her arms over her waist, seeming to shut Beth out. Look, it's not fair of me to make you disobey your mother. If you don't want to visit me again, I'll understand. Don't you want me to come? Beth was hurt, confused. Of course I do. Rhiannon stroked her shoulder. I don't want you to get in trouble, that's all. At the gate, in front of the hedge, Beth turned to look at the sign. Blackthorn Cottage, Cat Sanctuary and Boarding Cattery. For the second time, Luke and Beth guiltily left Rhiannon's house, and again God failed to strike them down. Beth had a dream of cats that night. Beautiful grey cats like Ankarat, with huge golden eyes. They sat on the far side of a river, reflected like statues in the mirror-perfect surface, enticing Beth to cross. Come to us, join us, lovely here, they purred seductively. Beth put her foot in the water and woke with the wildest feelings of excitement, terror and guilt. She had no idea what was happening to her, but she knew it was very, very wrong. Beth knew a saying that meant if you had committed a small sin, you might as well commit a big one. You were going to be hanged anyway. So she and Luke went on visiting Rhiannon in secret, 2 or 3 times a week, all summer long. Holy lightning didn't strike them once. Although Luke had a wonderful time once he was there, he never wanted to go. Fear seemed to grip him, especially if their parents had rung up the previous day to check on them. Anxiety plagued Beth too, but it added a delicious edge to the excitement of having a forbidden friend. Nothing short of discovery would stop her now. It was a strange reversal of roles. Luke had always been the naughty one, Beth good as gold. But now it was Beth who set off along the path of damnation, while Luke tagged nervously behind, constantly threatening to tell, but never daring to do so. After a while, his threats became half-hearted, a mere habit. Perhaps so he could say to God or to Olivia, I didn't want to go, but Beth made me. Heather showed no sign of suspicion about their long walks. Do you good, plenty of fresh air, much healthier than sitting inside and reading. Although Beth loved her grandparents, it was plain that they weren't used to having children around. They were relentlessly busy. Randolph was kind, but rarely spent any time with them. If he sat down with Luke to watch sport on the television, he would usually be called away. Heather was good-natured, but brusque, not really on a child's wavelength. Although Beth loved helping with the horses, it wasn't the same as having a real friend. Rhiannon, though, she was friend, sister and mother all in one. A mother Beth could only have dreamed of. Dreams. Beth's night visits from the cats grew more insistent. She would be happy for days, then, without warning, the guilt would dig its talons into her, so hard she couldn't pray. What could Rhiannon believe in, if not God? At church it was simple. All the answers to life were in the Bible. But Rhiannon's answers were different. They were never what Beth expected. Sometimes she didn't understand. Even though Rhiannon wasn't saved, Beth was convinced that she wasn't evil. Her mother had been wrong about that. So, Olivia could be wrong about things.
Beth began to wonder what other things she might have got wrong. Like thrashing Luke. Mentioning Luke's bruises to her granddad would have been tantamount to suggesting their mother was fallible, so Beth had kept her mouth shut. Impossible dilemma. Beth felt she was true to her birth sign. Gemini, always in two minds, but her mother said that horoscopes too were satanic. Rhiannon wouldn't explain precisely what she believed in instead of God. Apparently it was private. Strange and mysterious, it seemed to Beth, to keep a belief to yourself and not try to convert others. One day, Rhiannon said, when you're older, if you're ready to understand, it would cause too many problems with your family if I told you now. Believe me. Luke too dreamed of cats. Ones in cages. He never wanted to go to Rhiannon's, even though he loved it when he was there. He was still afraid. There would be retribution any day now, and it would be terrible. He liked being there, but it was always Beth's decision to go, not his. He had no power. He wanted to make her stop, but she wouldn't. Then he hated Beth, and Rhiannon a little, for making him like it so much. Beth made me. The cats made him feel funny. Cats had been witches' familiars in the old days. He'd read it somewhere, and he knew for certain that Rhiannon was exactly what his mother had said. She hid it, that was all. A witch who tempted him with lemonade and cake and bicycles. He enjoyed playing with the cats too. He liked to make them flatten their ears and hiss at him. That meant they were scared. Luke knew what it was to be scared. So to frighten another living thing, that made him feel powerful. It made him feel as if he actually existed. Every other day, Heather would take Beth out riding. Luke wasn't keen on horses, but he seemed happy enough to mess about in the garden. Beth, still inexperienced and nervous, thought Grandma expected too much of her sometimes. Luckily, the dark bay whiskey was a smooth ride, or she would have fallen off a dozen times instead of just once or twice. Ginger Star, the chestnut Heather rode, was bouncy and hot-headed. Summer seemed to go on forever. It was only towards the end of the holiday that Beth realised with dismay that there were only a few days left before their father came to pick them up. Days, she thought in a kind of panic. Will we ever be allowed to stay here again? Beth had thought she was happy at home because she'd never known anything else, but now their return looked like a prison sentence. Luke felt it too. He became moody and badly behaved. Without physical discipline, he didn't seem to know when to stop. At Rhiannon's, though, he calmed down, as if he felt safe there, so Beth felt bad for wishing that she could have Rhiannon to herself. One afternoon, Heather took Beth for a ride through the fields near Rhiannon's cottage. The sky was overcast, pregnant with rain. A humid breeze blew in their faces, and Beth felt miserable because there were only 2 days left. They were cantering sedately alongside a hedgerow. As they rounded a bend, Beth saw a boy walking along the bridle path a few yards ahead, with his back to them. She expected Heather to slow down. Instead, to Beth's shock, she kicked Ginger Star harder and charged straight at the child. Whiskey leapt up after his companion, and Beth couldn't control him. She was suddenly breathless with fear, aware of the horse's massive strength and her own helplessness. She could only hang on helplessly to the martingale and pray that he would slow down before she fell off. "Go on!" Heather roared. Whether at the horse or the boy, Beth wasn't sure. The boy was forced to jump out of the way as the two horses thundered through. Beth caught a brief glimpse of his face as she was carried past him. He looked grim rather than shocked, as if this had happened before. 50 yards further on, Heather slowed to a trot. By that time, Beth was hanging on to the front of the saddle, shaken and trembling. She looked round, but there was no sign of the boy. "Grandma, didn't you see him?" she cried. "I saw him," Heather said abruptly. "Why didn't you stop?" "It's a bridle path, not a footpath," Heather growled under her breath. "Bloody people, bloody hippies, degenerates ought to be put down." "Who was it?" No reply. All Heather said was, "Sit down in the saddle, Beth. Heels down, hands down, otherwise you'll come straight off if the unexpected happens." The next day, Beth and Luke went to Rhiannon's for the last time to say goodbye. There had been a storm in the night, Now the sun was peeping through and the world glistened silver. The hedges around the garden, the shrubs, the weeping trees, the climbing plants were lush with the rain. When Beth and Luke slipped through the gate into Rhiannon's garden, he was there. The boy her grandmother had almost ridden down the previous day. He stood looking at them, a barrier between them and Rhiannon, as if he owned the place. Beth's heart faltered. His eyes, too, were green, and he looked through her as if he thought she had tried to kill him. He was dark, like Rhiannon, but there was no red in his hair. He was very good-looking. Beth could see that, even though she wasn't meant to be aware of boys' looks. His hair was almost down to his shoulders, and he wore black jeans and a white cheesecloth shirt. He looked nothing like a degenerate hippie, or whatever Heather had called him. He was tall and slender, and he looked placid and very sure of himself. Next to him, Luke seemed a stocky, awkward little boy. The sun blazed suddenly behind him, and he became a silhouette, half seen in the silver glare, black as an arrow tip. He was like a cat, as elegant as an carrot, but black instead of grey. Beth went dizzy, seeing the cats in her dreams. Cats that were really people, as poised as goddesses, but still secretly afraid of water. No, she was the cat, and he was her reflection in the water. He was the water, the danger, as if she went a step closer to the edge and she would fall in, slipped down into the darkness. Beth could feel the water all around her, cold, silvery, bubbles trapped in her fur. She couldn't breathe. "Hello," he said. "I'm Morgan." Chapter 4. "Oh, you've met Morgan, have you?" said Rhiannon, appearing with a carrot in her arms. "We came to say goodbye," said Beth. "We go back to school on Wednesday." "Me too," said Morgan. He only had a trace of his mother's accent, but it was still there, a charming inflection. "It's a bore, isn't it?" Beth felt acutely shy, dazzled. "Yes, I'd rather stay here." "And practice your horse riding," he said sarcastically. "Learn to steer, you might get me next time." Rhiannon frowned at him as if to say, "Don't." Beth was mortified. She felt her face turning bright red. "I'm really sorry. It was my gran. I don't know why she—" "It's all right." Morgan sounded amused. "I know it wasn't your fault. Sort of a village tradition, Mrs. Cross trying to cull the peasants." When she looked up, he was grinning. It was the most beautiful and wicked smile she had ever seen. "You don't have to rush off, do you?" Rhiannon turned to her son. "Why don't you take Luke for a walk? It'll do you good. Have someone to play with. You'll be companions for each other." Beth was relieved. This was perfect. She would have Rhiannon to herself for the last afternoon, with Luke and this intimidating young man out of the way. "Okay," Morgan said indifferently. She thought Luke would be happy to go, but a change came over him. His chin went up and his eyes glittered. He came close to Beth, almost hiding behind her. "I don't want to." "Don't be silly," said Beth. "Look, it's your last chance to go off and explore without me. You don't want your big sister with you all the time, do you?" Luke clung stubbornly to her. "No, I'm not going." Morgan shrugged. "We can stay here, makes no difference to me." Beth could have strangled Luke. She desperately wanted him and Morgan to make friends. The thought of having to spend any more time with Morgan around made her panic. "Actually, we ought to be going. We just came to say goodbye, really, and to thank you for letting us visit." Rhiannon looked disappointed, but Morgan appeared not to care either way. "Oh, well, if you must," said Rhiannon, letting Anne Carrot down onto the grass. "I'm so glad we got to know each other. It will be lovely when you come next summer. Morgan and Luke will be company for each other, won't you, boys?" The boys didn't reply. Luke looked sulkily in the other direction. Beth sensed that Rhiannon had always wanted Luke out of the way, so she could have Beth to herself. Beth wanted it too, but Rhiannon, being kind, wanted to manage things so everyone was happy. "I don't know whether we'll be allowed to stay with Grandma again," Beth said, feeling embarrassed. "Why wouldn't you be allowed to stay with your gran?" Morgan asked in amazement. "Mum prefers us to be helping out at church. We only came this year because she's been ill." Morgan stared at her with a kind of baffled pity. Beth resented the look. What did he know anyway? Rhiannon put her hand on Beth's shoulder. "Come and see the cats before you go." Beth went eagerly, with Luke on her heels and Morgan following at his own pace. Rhiannon let them through the doors into the wire-fronted shed, and a cage, and took out a smaller version of our carrot. It was the grey kitten Beth had fallen in love with the second time they'd come here. It was bigger now, with fur like slate blue silk and hypnotic gold eyes. "Would you like a cat, Beth?" asked Rhiannon. Beth was moved to tears. "I'd love one, but I don't think Mum would let me. The hairs and that. She's very house-proud. She'd want to know where I got it. I'm sorry, I can't." The kitten purred as she caressed it, its warm body vibrating. Beth was concentrating hard on not crying in front of Morgan. He began to stroke the kitten too, and his fingers sliding through the fur touched hers. Beth quickly withdrew her hand. "I know," said Rhiannon. "I meant I'll keep her here for you. Then you can come and visit, and as soon as you're old enough to make up your own mind, you can have her. But until then, she'll live in the house with me." "So you've got to come back," said Morgan. "It's like a binding spell. Witches are good at them." "Morgan," said Rhiannon. "I was only joking." "Well, don't joke. Some people don't think it's funny." Rhiannon tilted her head towards Luke, who had his back to them and was staring out through the wire, arms folded. Beth wasn't sure whether he was sulking or genuinely upset by Morgan. "So, do you want me to keep her for you, Beth?" "Oh, yes, please. That would be lovely," Beth said, overjoyed. May I call her Bast, after your goddess?" "Of course you can." "If you don't mind the nickname," said Morgan. "Little Bast." Rhiannon looked at him and shook her head. "I'll lock you in with the cats if you don't shut up." She replaced the kitten and ushered them out into the garden. Luke clutched Beth's hand, tugging gently to say, "Let's go." "Take care of yourselves," said Rhiannon. Morgan looked straight into Beth's eyes, and she felt a lightning flicker between her nerves. "I hope you can come again next year." He was talking directly to her, not to Luke. "So do I, but next summer was a lifetime away." "Can I write to you, Beth?" "No," she cried, alarmed. "No, you can't. Mum would go mad if I had letters from a boy." Gripping Luke's hand, she began to pull him away towards the back gate into the field. She looked back once to see them waving solemnly. Two slim figures with cats around their feet, outlined by shimmering, watery sunlight, blurred by Beth's tears. She was afraid she would never see them again, and even more terrified that she would. "They've been absolute angels," Heather said, exaggerating slightly when Philip came to collect the children. "Do persuade Livy to let them stay again." "I'll do my best," Philip sighed. "You know how stubborn she can be. However, I think she rather enjoyed being without them. Meant she could spend more time at church." There were no kisses and cuddles goodbye. They were not a demonstrative family. Emotion embarrassed them. But for all her grandparents' briskness, Beth had felt safe here, loved. She felt loved at church, but that was different, like being smothered. As the children climbed into the back of their father's brown Rover, Beth heard Randolph say to Philip, "Can I have a word?" And they stood on the drive in a huddle with Heather, but Beth wound down the window an inch and listened. "Noticed some bruising on Luke's back shortly after they arrived," Randolph was saying. "Any idea how it got there?" Their father's expression, behind the shining lenses, was unreadable. He clasped his hands in front as if he were in church. "The boy's always in the wars, playing sports at school. I used to be permanently black and blue from rugby, weren't you?" "I suppose so," said Randolph. "Just thought I ought to check." "Thanks," said Philip. "I appreciate it." Beth and Luke looked at each other. "Bethy, I don't want to go home," he said pitifully. "Listen," she whispered. "Once we're home, we never mention you know who, all right? It never happened. Don't be frightened. Nobody knows. We got away with it." "God will have seen what we were doing, though," said Luke. "Then we'll pray for forgiveness." "It doesn't work if you know it's wrong and you keep doing it." "All right. It's my fault, not yours anyway." She caught his hand. "Pray with me." "Almighty God, if you think we've been really bad, send us a sign. Amen. Now, if nothing happens, we know God isn't angry." "You can't make bargains with God," said Luke, jerking his hand away. "All right back there?" Philip said cheerfully as he got in. "Yes, thank you," they chorused. Beth said, "Did you miss us?" "Of course we did. I hope you've been good as your grandma says." "We tried," said Beth. No, we went to the witch's house again and again and again. Beth looked back into the rectory, her grandparents smiling and waving, watching Lullingford dwindling and disappearing behind a swathe of green fields. How she was going to get through the year, she had no idea. The fields dissolved into main roads, factories and shops. There were traffic jams, people surging along the pavements, handsome old buildings and squalid warehouses side by side, and at last, a long straight road of red brick houses. They were home, a big semi-detached Victorian villa, 10 minutes' walk from their school and 7 minutes from church. The smell hit Beth as Philip opened the door. Polish mostly, mixed with old paint and cooking. Beth felt homesick for the smell of saddle soap and dogs. Oh, and for joss sticks and burned biscuits at Rhiannon's. The pristine interior, the white embossed wallpaper, gold carpets and old-fashioned furniture with brocade fringes stifled her. Their mother came sedately to meet them, in a flowery dress. She hugged and kissed them, stroking their faces and looking into their eyes as if for signs of spiritual pollution. She looked well, Beth noticed. Her colour had come back and she'd put on a little weight, though she was naturally thin. "I missed you both so much," she said with feeling. "I hope you were good. Did you read your Bible? Oh, Luke, look at your fingernails. Go and wash. And Beth, you can help me make tea. It was such a nuisance not having you around to help." Olivia was in a good mood. Beth and Luke exchanged a speaking look. "It's all right." They could sometimes make her laugh when she was like this. That made the first few days bearable, if depressing. Morning prayers, school, Bible study, church, homework, chores, prayers, bed, the usual routine. Beth prayed the good humour would last, even though she knew from experience that this was not likely. One afternoon, when the children had been back at school a week, they came home to find that their mother's mood had changed. She seemed withdrawn and lethargic. She looked straight through them when they spoke to her, as if she couldn't understand what they were saying. Beth knew this was a warning sign. She felt sick with apprehension. The danger would only last until their father came home at 6, because Olivia never beat them in front of him. Beth tiptoed around, trying to be extra helpful and to prevent Luke from doing anything provocative. Their mother's brooding tension lay on the whole house. Luke felt it. He shadowed Beth, pestering her to distraction, but Beth daren't tell him off for fear of attracting Olivia's attention. If nothing made her snap, they might get through this without incident. Beth checked her watch. Time for Bible study. A whole hour until their father came home. "Mum, do you want me to get the Bibles ready?" she asked tremulously, standing at the doorway to the kitchen with Luke behind her. Olivia, who was putting away crockery and obsessively cleaning the worktops, turned and glared at Beth, with a hand pressed over her left temple. Beth quailed, but her mother only said, "Actually, I'm going to lie down. I've a dreadful headache. Read Hebrews tonight. I've marked the place. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not?" "Yes, Mum," said Beth. "Then you can make your father's tea. Do a fish pie." After she'd gone upstairs, Beth and Luke giggled soundlessly and punched each other with sheer exuberant relief. "She'll probably be better tomorrow," said Beth. "I think it's all right." They sat down to read. "Luke," said a voice from the hall, dull, cold like brass. Beth turned sick with terror. They went sheepishly into the hall. Their mother was at the top of the stairs with a paperback book in her hand and the fires of hell in her face. Beth recognised her copy of The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. She cringed. She thought she'd hidden it well enough under her mattress. "Luke," Olivia said, "I found this in your room." Then Beth realised that Luke must have found it and taken it. He knew her hiding places, and he borrowed things from her room before. She'd asked him not to, but he still did it. "Who gave you permission to read this?" "No one," he mumbled. No one come here. Luke paled and, shaking, began to mount the stairs. He knew there was no point in resisting. Horrified, Beth ran up ahead of him. Mum, it's my book. I put it in his room. Punish me, not him. It's no good trying to protect him. Mum, it's a Christian book, Beth said desperately. You mean the lion? It's blasphemy. To represent Christ as an animal is an abomination. She ripped the book into pieces and threw it all over the hall. Beth nearly wept. Go downstairs, Beth. Luke fetched the strap. Curled up on the sofa with her head buried in a cushion, Beth could still hear the blows and the pitiful cries. This happened most weeks, and it never grew any easier. Misery, terror, and the horrible dusty taste of the cushion in her mouth. And having to be all normal and cheerful when her father came home from work, and her mother going into a frenzy of dusting and polishing afterwards, singing hymns, energised and cheerful now her terrible tensions had been released. And Beth, trying to comfort Luke in secret, without being able to hug him because of his bruises, and for fear of committing some mysterious unclean sin. Beth, clutching the cushion, knew everything to expect. Olivia thrashed Beth occasionally, but Luke was the main target of her wrath. Beth wasn't sure why. Something to do with males being wicked, filthy beasts, even worse than women if that were possible. Beth would have given her life to protect Luke from this. She hated herself for failing. When she heard her mother coming downstairs, she shot into the kitchen and frantically started fetching saucepans out. She could hear Luke crying very faintly upstairs, but Olivia looked fulfilled and radiant. Did you read the passage, Bethia? Now no chastening for the present seemeth to be joyous, but grievous. Nevertheless, afterward it yieldeth the peaceable fruit of righteousness unto them which are exercised nearby. I hope you will remember that. Pass me the duster and the polish. Yes, Mum. Welcome home. Well, thought Beth, I asked God for a sign, and that must have been it. Even though it was nothing new, God is angry. If only Mum knew what we've really been doing. Flooded with remorse and guilt, Beth tried to be a good girl all year. She prayed fervently and did everything she was told. Pastor Blair and her parents were pleased with her and said she was blessed. School was boring. Beth had no close friends there. She hung around with a group of other misfits, but she didn't have much in common even with them. She couldn't talk about television because her parents didn't possess one. She couldn't discuss pop music or films, magazines or books. She had nothing to say about boys. She would have liked to have talked about deeper things to someone, but no one was interested. She was a good listener, so girls would confide in her. That was nice, but she didn't feel close to anyone. It was largely her own fault. She kept herself apart, and bullies had ceased picking on her years ago because she had learned to affect a chilling dignity. But it meant there was no one that she could tell about Rhiannon. She tried not to think of Rhiannon and Morgan or of Bast, neither the goddess nor the grey kitten. But the dreams haunted her. The green and golden eyes of cats, lotuses floating like stars on the silver water under the dark blue sky. Cross over. You belong here with us. But she daren't cross the water. She was frightened of drowning. She said to Pastor Blair one day, "My friend said she had a dream about cats. Does it mean anything?" "Cats represent the devil," the pastor had replied. "It means she is in serious danger of sin. We must pray for her, sister." Luke also dreamed of animals. He dreamed of mice and voles and sparrows and beetles. In his sleep he writhed in pain and confusion. It had all been all right to be happy at Grandma's, but not at Rhiannon's. She was bad. It had been witchcraft, her making him enjoy himself. What the pastor called temptation. He hated Rhiannon for it. He wasn't stupid. He knew she hadn't really wanted him around. He hated her for trying to take Beth away from him. He hated her for being Morgan's mother. He dreamed of the times he'd pressed up against the cat cages just looking. They'd scratched him sometimes and he was nervous of them, but that only made him hate them more. He hated the witch for saying, "Don't put your fingers through the wire." Hated Morgan for his rudeness and his arrogance. telling him what to do, as if they had any right. But they all told him what to do, Mother, Father, even Beth, and nobody wanted him. Only Beth had ever wanted him, but now she wanted Rhiannon more. Beth thought of Rhiannon more than she thought of Jesus. Luke wasn't stupid. He knew. One day, I'll show them. Something was walking across his bedside table in the dull light from the street lamps. A spider. He got up, picked up a badge that lay on the table, and stabbed the spider with the pin. Its small death gave him a strange tingling sensation between his legs. He opened the drawer and looked at his collection. Dead beetles, dead woodlice, dead earwigs, dead moths. Luke threw the spider in the drawer with the others. Feeling better, he stifled his giggles under the bedclothes. It took the pain away for a little while. That was good. When the end of the summer term grew close, Beth almost hoped they wouldn't be sent to her grandparents again. Last summer seemed so far in the past. She had settled back into ordinary life. To go back would stir everything up again. Her unholy longings, her slide into deceitfulness. Better to avoid temptation. They had made day visits to Lullingford during the Christmas and Easter holidays, but there had been no possibility of Beth and Luke sneaking off. Beth would look out of the windows at the drizzle and think longingly of Rhiannon, wondering what she and Morgan were doing at that moment, so near and so far. Now negotiations were taking place again, Heather saying, "Let them stay, it did them no harm last year," and Olivia protesting, "Last year was different. It's out of the question. They have the Lord's work to do at home." Olivia held out until the very last day of term. Then she caved in. It wasn't hard for Beth to work out. Olivia had enjoyed her freedom from the children and wanted it again. But because she felt guilty about it, she was honour bound to argue until her conscience was appeased. If Heather persuaded her, it was right. It must be God's will. So they were to spend another summer in Lullingford. At her grandparents' house, the old rectory, with its wrought iron gate, broad gravel drive and handsome trees swung into sight, Beth felt apprehensive rather than overjoyed. She knew she was going to sin again, and she didn't want to. I don't have to see Rhiannon, she thought. I could repent and not go, give up my cat and my friend. It's good to make sacrifices. I'd feel really cleansed and full of grace, and then Jesus would be proud of me. The feeling lit a flame inside her. Yes, I'll be good. I'll prove I can be strong. Remember all the rules from last year? Olivia said, kissing them goodbye. Your conscience will guide you. Yes, Mum, said Beth, for once able to give her an open and honest smile. And she suddenly realised that her mother trusted her. What a wonderful feeling. On the first full day of their holiday, Heather suggested that they take a walk in the afternoon. I've got some dull ladies from the Women's Institute coming round. I'm sure you'd rather be outdoors. So Beth and Luke walked into the village, not speaking to each other. They went to the post office to buy ice cream. A ginger-haired girl served them, grinning insolently at Beth. They walked slowly along the pavement outside. Luke dragged his feet. Although he no longer held Beth's hand, he seemed slow to grow up. The gulf between them felt greater than 1 year. You're going to go and see her, I suppose, he said. Do you want to? Asked Beth. We shouldn't. It's still wrong. She's still a witch. Well, I'm not going, she said firmly. Seeing Luke's face light up, Beth knew she'd made the right decision. Why not? Because you're right. It will be a wicked thing to do. That's brilliant, Bethy. I didn't like her son anyway. Then his eyes clouded. What are we going to do instead? Beth felt hollow suddenly. I don't know, she said, subdued. Just go for walks, I suppose. We could join that youth group at the church. Gran said that would be all right. Mum says the C of E aren't saved, said Luke, dragging his hand through cow parsley and the grass verge. Maybe we can save them. They walked through the familiar sunny fields of wheat embroidered with poppies, hedgerows shaded by chestnuts and oaks, but Beth felt empty. There was no exciting forbidden destination now, just an aimless circle. They entered a wood, but she saw only a blur of green leaves and close-set trunks. Clouds covered the sun. When they came out into a clearing on top of a hill, it was spotting with rain. "I suppose we better go home," said Beth. "Look at this," said Luke. In the centre of the clearing was a huge boulder, shouldering up from the ground, grey with rust-red streaks. It was about 3 feet high and 15 across, giving the impression that its main bulk was concealed underground. Long grasses fringed it. Its surface looked smooth and weather-polished. Luke leapt onto the stone and jumped triumphantly up and down, shouting. Beth walked round it, patiently ignoring him. "Little boys," she thought. "You shouldn't do that," said a voice from a few feet away. "You'll wake up the demons." Beth looked round and saw Morgan coming towards her out of the woods. He was a bit taller, but she recognised him instantly. He was in jeans and a white t-shirt that revealed long, pale, golden arms. Her heart made frantic attempts to dive out of her chest. She couldn't avoid him unless she ran away, but that would look stupid, and she had her dignity. But how could she keep her vow if she spoke to him? "Hello, Beth," he said. "How are you?" He looked pleased to see her. But he seemed so much older than her, so confident of himself, his beautifully expressive and satirical face seeming to subtly mock her. "Fine," she said. "When did you get here?" "Yesterday. Are you going to come and see your cat?" How on earth could she say no to that? Yes, she muttered. "You should see her. She's absolutely beautiful." Luke had stopped jumping and was staring belligerently at Morgan. At least he didn't hide behind Beth this time. "Do you know what this is?" said Morgan, coming closer and touching the stone. "A bloody great rock," said Luke. "It's called a hellstone. It's a pagan worship site. It's sacred to some people. I'd get off it if I were you." Luke jumped down as if he'd been scolded. "There are lots of sacred places, if you know where to look," said Morgan. "Trees, wells, stones. Are you going to come and have tea with us? It's a really nice walk from here." Luke's face had gone patchy red and white. He began. "Bethy, you said—" "I know," she snapped. "Never mind. Yes, we'll come." She didn't know how to say no to Morgan. She felt ensnared. "Mum will be so pleased I found you," said Morgan. "She really likes you, you know. Your mother lets you off for good behaviour then?" "No, just glad to be rid of us, I think," said Beth. Morgan led them into the woods. The light was strange, like the intense luminosity of a storm, as if they were underwater. Beth's hands were icy. She sensed God's wrath gathering. She felt that if Morgan and Luke would make friends, as Rhiannon had wanted, it wouldn't be so bad. Luke would have made the decision of his own instead of relying on Beth all the time. So she trailed along behind, trying to force the two boys together, expecting to be left out when they formed a bond. But that didn't work. Instead, Morgan kept waiting for her to catch up and ignoring Luke. Leaves were green jewels in the stormlight. She'd barely been aware of her surroundings before, but in Morgan's presence the woods took on a vivid intensity. He pointed out a delicate plant with nodding flowers. "Do you know what this is?" Beth wasn't sure. "No." "Deadly nightshade. There are all sorts of plants you can make medicines out of, even poisonous ones. But you can't just go around picking anything. You have to know what you're doing and the right time to take them." As they went on, Morgan pointed out scores of things she hadn't noticed before. Birds and small animals, insects and fungi. She became acutely aware that everything had a scent, fresh and green, musty or delicate. He drew her attention to tiny wild flowers that she would never have seen otherwise. He wasn't showing off. It was simply that he found all of this fascinating and he wanted to share it. The wood came alive for her, teeming with miracles. Beth began to forget her self-consciousness. She'd never met anyone like Morgan. When he wasn't being sarcastic, he seemed quite nice, thoughtful, knowledgeable. Nothing like Luke, in whom, despite his upbringing, there was an ordinary brash boy struggling to get out. But she couldn't forget that Morgan, like Rhiannon, belonged to the other side. These were arcane things he was telling her, the sort of knowledge the serpent had whispered to Eve. Beth was walking away from God, and she couldn't stop. Luke trailed along behind, swishing at the undergrowth with the stick he'd picked up, his face sullen. He seemed determined to feel left out, and to resent it bitterly. Once or twice Morgan turned and said gently, "Don't do that, Luke, you're damaging the plants." Morgan crouched down at the base of a tree and parted a curtain of leaves to reveal a magnificent shelf of ochre fungus. A huge, brightly patterned spider was traversing it, its body swaying between its long legs. "Look at this," he said. "You don't mind spiders, do you, Beth?" "No, I quite like them. I've never seen one like that. Isn't it pretty?" Luke came up between them and stabbed it with his stick, crushing the spider and demolishing the fungus. "Don't!" cried Morgan, seizing the stick. "That was beautiful and you've destroyed it." He was furious. So was Beth. "Luke, for heaven's sake, just behave or I'll—" "You can't do anything," said Luke. "You can't even tell Grandma." The spider was still moving, its legs waving from the glue of its mashed body. Morgan stepped on it to end its suffering. For a moment, Beth thought he was going to punch Luke, but then he was calm again. Beth found his self-possession stunning. "Come on, don't touch anything else." Luke went ahead, while Beth and Morgan walked side by side. "I'm sorry," she said. "I don't know why he's behaving like this." "It's all right." Morgan smiled at her, dazzling. His combination of maturity, friendliness and equanimity bewildered her. "He doesn't like me, does he? And why should he?" After a few minutes, Luke waited for them and asked rudely, "Why isn't your father ever at home?" "Luke," Beth said, but he took no notice. "Because he's dead?" Morgan said evenly. "How did he die?" "Car crash." "Was he saved?" "No, he died," Morgan said dryly, implying that he was only too aware of what Luke had actually meant. "I expect he's in hell then," said Luke. Morgan stared at him as calm as ever. "Is Luke short for Lucifer?" he said mildly. "You're Lucifer, not me." Morgan's mouth curled up wickedly at the corners. "I didn't finish telling you about the Hellstone. It's a good thing you weren't there after dark, because the good folk come out and dance around it." Beth asked, "What do you mean, the good folk?" "The fairies," said Morgan. Luke made a huh sound, but Morgan went on in an eerie tone. "Of course, you know the fairies aren't little creatures with wings at all. They're really the ancient gods of Britain. They have horns and tails and they drink the blood of children, especially if you wake them up. You have to make a blood sacrifice to them, or they'll get their claws into your soul and they'll drag you down into the underworld." It sounded like a morbid joke, but there was still something in Morgan's voice that turned Beth cold. And Luke, who couldn't see the joke, had gone white. "That's a load of rubbish," Luke said shakily. "How would you know?" "We see them all the time," Morgan said offhandedly. "They're all right if you make a pact with them. It's like you become one of them." "You're a liar." "Well, what do you think pagans do? You worship the devil." "That's right. We go up there and we dance around the stone naked and we worship the devil. Didn't you see the bloodstains? The infernal fire keeps us warm. That and the satanic orgy afterwards." "Liar!" Luke screamed. "You're a pig!" And he rushed wildly at Morgan, pushed him and went charging off through the trees. "What's the matter with him?" said Morgan. "I was only taking the piss." Beth was angrier with Morgan than she had been with Luke. He was her brother after all. "He's just a kid. He takes that kind of thing seriously." "Well, he was getting on my nerves." "I don't care," she blazed. "How could you?" And she ran after Luke, feeling purged by the fire of her rage. She'd escaped temptation. She was free. She caught up with Luke at the edge of the wood, where it gave onto the meadow behind Rhiannon's house. It was raining. He faced her aggressively. With his grubby face and his hair sticking up, he looked about 8. But there was something age-old and poisonous in his eyes. "You behaved like a little demon," she said. "Why were you so rude? I'm ashamed of you." "It was him," Luke cried. "He worships the devil. He admitted it. He was teasing you." "No, he wasn't. He meant it. And you're stupid if you believe him instead of me. He's evil. I knew he was evil the first time we saw him." "Luke, you're in a state. Calm down. Let's go home. We'll be soaked soon." Beth put her hand on his arm, but he shook her off. "You can sod off. I'm going to tell Mum about you and Rhiannon." "Oh, no, you're not." Beth was furious. This was the first real argument they'd ever had, and it scared her, but she couldn't stop. Perhaps this was how he made Olivia feel. "You won't say a word, or we'll both be in trouble and you'll get it worse." Backed off, tears springing to his eyes. "God will punish you, Bethia. Go and see your stupid cat and lick the devil's ass. But if you do, I'll never be your friend again, and you'll go to hell."
Luke, she cried, but he was away and running hard towards the stile in the hedge. Beth realised it was pointless going after him. Now they were going to arrive home separately and probably wet through. And what would Grandma say? You all right? Said Morgan behind her. Beth chewed her lip and didn't answer. I'm really sorry, he said. Beth, you didn't believe me, did you? Of course not. It's just an old pagan site. My mum told me that your mother had made you scared of witches and things, and sorry, it wasn't fair. He looked contrite. The rain shone in his dark, soft hair like stars. In a pulse beat, her perception of the woods changed. She could feel spirits moving in the trees, leaves dripping with dew, bark oozing sap like honey and the sweetness of it on her tongue, and the millions of diamond eyes watching her and the voices whispering, "Come to us. You belong." And the rain, warm and silvery on her skin. Beth, you okay? Morgan said anxiously. You went kind of blank. The world slipped back to normal, but her heart was racing. I'm fine. You don't like me, do you? He sighed. I thought so last time. I like you, she said weakly. But you're strange. Not half as strange as you, he smiled. She was beginning to realise that his teasing was not malicious after all. Don't be scared of me. I don't bite. Do you know you're incredibly pretty, Beth? No, I'm not. Mum says I'm plain. Oh, must be me then. I'm a bit short-sighted. I won't look too closely in case I get a fright. A laugh escaped Beth's lips. The rain grew heavier, hissing through the trees. Let's go in the house and dry off, said Morgan. As they walked down the slope of the meadow, she asked, You know what you said about your father? Was it true? Yes, he died about 2 years ago. I'm sorry. Thanks, but I never met him, actually. How awful. Why not? Because he fell out with my mother and left her before I was born. I don't know how anyone can fall out with Rhiannon, but some people manage it. She has men friends, but never anyone serious. I'd hate it if she got married again. Is that selfish? Beth didn't know what to say. Morgan had a way of suddenly becoming wrapped in his own thoughts. They were at the gate of Rhiannon's garden. Here we are, he said. Bast is waiting for you. It was as if she had never been away. When Beth gained Morgan as a friend, she lost Luke. Contrary to her fears, Luke didn't give away her secret. Arriving home a couple of hours after him, having got soaked again on the way back, Beth found he'd simply told Heather that they'd had a quarrel. Heather dried her off with tea towels as if she were a wet dog. She wasn't cross in the slightest. Well, I don't see why you have to go about manacled together anymore. You're both sensible enough to go out separately if you want. How are you going to grow up otherwise? In the night, Luke came into Beth's room with glittering eyes. You don't care about me, he said. If you're friends with the witches, you can't be friends with me. Don't be daft. I'll always care about you. I'm your friend. I'm your sister. No, it's him or me. You promised you'd never leave me. I haven't left you. Oh, yes, you have. Secretly, Beth knew he was right. She was a sinner now. She'd broken all of her promises, to her mother, to Luke, to God. She didn't like herself, but she couldn't turn back. And then Luke spoke so plaintively. She nearly repented then and there. I wish it was just you and me, Bethy, like it used to be. You promised you'd always stay with me. His voice rose. You promised it on the Bible, and you lied. You bloody bitch! I'll never forgive you! And he struck her with both fists and ran out of the room. Beth thought Luke would forgive her in time, but he didn't. She saw a determination in him that she hadn't known he possessed. He never told on her, but he never forgave her. That summer, Luke joined the youth group in the village, while Beth went on visiting Rhiannon and Morgan. Her friendship with Morgan was completely innocent. It never crossed Beth's mind that it could be otherwise. Usually they stayed with Rhiannon around the house and the garden. Sometimes they went for walks. It seemed awful that they couldn't go into the village in case someone saw them together. That she couldn't invite him to her grand's for tea. This enmity between the families was galling Beth, though Morgan treated it as a joke. Morgan enjoyed talking and Beth listening. She liked him a lot, yet she remained in awe and a bit uneasy. He might have been joking about the devil, but who knew what pagans really did? Olivia would have said it didn't matter, it was all satanic anyway. All Beth's confusion seemed to crystallise in her love for her cat. Bast's affection was uncomplicated, pure and comforting, and when Beth sat on Rhiannon's sofa with the warm, furry body in her lap, and Bast's contentment vibrating through her hands, Beth would think, what am I doing wrong? And yet she knew this was a sensual pleasure. Cats were of the devil. Bast was a temptation to surrender to all the fleshly evils of life. Beth also made friends with the ginger-haired girl in the post office, Jeanette, and sometimes used her as an excuse when she was going to Rhiannon's. She wasn't found out, and there was no fire from God. The second perfect summer ended. Home to grey skies, grey streets, church, schoolwork. Again, Morgan had asked to write, but Beth daren't let him. She didn't think of Morgan as a boyfriend, and didn't want to. She'd learned from girls at school that boyfriends only made you unhappy, and was reluctantly learning the sordid details of exactly how and why from the candid Jeanette. As Luke grew older, Olivia was finding fewer excuses to beat him. He was becoming devout, too quiet, turning into our dad, Beth thought. On the occasions when Luke was punished, he would no longer let Beth comfort him. Go to your friends, Bethia, he'd whisper. You like them better than me. He wouldn't relent. Her brother was gone from her, closed, lost. Beth mourned and blamed herself. She prayed a lot, which helped, but it didn't change anything. All that kept her going was the hope of next summer. In other words, the prospect of compounding all of her lies, deceptions and sins. I worry about those children, Rhiannon said a few days after Beth had gone back to school. She stood watching Morgan, who had an injured bird in a box on the kitchen table, and was carefully feeding it with a dropper. Late sunlight came in, feathering his hair with gold. Rhiannon was proud of how attractive her son had turned out, but it also made her apprehensive. Trouble is, the more I try to help them, Beth anyway, the more I risk getting them into trouble with her family. They're all mad if you ask me, said Morgan. It's ridiculous, Beth having to come here in secret. That Luke's a deranged little shit. And as for that grandmother... Yes, well, I have you to thank for the fact that Luke won't come near us, said Rhiannon sharply. I didn't know he was going to take it so seriously. You should have more sense. You can be really cruel sometimes, Morgan. He straightened up and looked at her. I've said I'm sorry. Mum, he was appalling. I only gave him a little light torment. I didn't know he was going to run screaming for the hills. Rhiannon sighed. Well, it's his mother's fault he's like that. It's a miracle Beth seems relatively normal. Morgan leaned down to his patient again. I really like Beth, he said. Morgan? Yes, Mum. She's a lot younger than you. Only 2 years. I want you to bear in mind, she's only a child. She needs a friend, a brother, someone she can trust. Treat her like a little sister, won't you? Of course, he said, wounded. What else? Don't forget what I've said. With a mother like hers, she needs a friend. I don't actually think Olivia's fit to bring up children, but what can I do? It's none of my business. What is it with you and her? I told you. Difference of opinions, she said steadily. A long time ago, but her family can't forgive me. They'd like me out of the district so they don't have to think about me anymore, but I'm not going. Persecution of the village witch? You should curse them and have done with it. You know I don't believe in that kind of thing. If it doesn't work, it's pointless, and if it does, it's a hideous thing to do. I don't hate them. Anyway, I like Olivia in an odd way. She's so black and white. She doesn't patronise me like the vicar does, as if I'm some lost sheep who needs to be herded back into the fold. She tells me to my face I'm going to hell. She sees me as an adversary, in other words, an equal. I like that. Gives you a sense of purpose. Oh yeah? What purpose would that be? Rhiannon smiled slowly. There are other kinds of magic. I can take Beth and turn her into Olivia's worst nightmare. It's very easy. Just tell her what we believe and let her make a choice. Chapter 5. Mum?
Beth called out very softly, because it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon and she wasn't meant to be home from school, and because there was something strange and wrong in the house. Her father's car was outside when he should have been at work, yet there was no one downstairs. It was April, 2 months short of Beth's 13th birthday. She'd come home early because something dreadful happened to her. Her stomach had tied itself in agonising knots, and when she had gone to the loo, she'd found blood. Beth knew what it was. It had still been a shock. Too embarrassed to tell anyone, even a teacher, she'd fled, feeling faint and shaky from the pain. Olivia had to be told, but Beth had a premonition that she was going to be angry, irritated at the very least. That was why Beth was creeping around. And if her father was home, she wouldn't be able to mention it until she could get her mother alone. Why did this have to happen, thought Beth, tiptoeing upstairs. There was silence. Maybe they were out. But then she heard the sound that sent shudders through her. A rhythmic thwack, thwack, thwack. The sound of Luke being punished. But Luke, surely, was at school. The noise came from her parents' bedroom. Beth went closer, puzzled. The door stood an inch or two ajar, and through the gap she saw them. Her mother and father, naked. She had never seen them naked before. Her father was kneeling on the carpet, hands at his sides, a black cloth tied over his eyes, and her mother was lashing him with the same strap she used on Luke. Beth stared at the welts on his back and buttocks, and the prong of flesh standing out in front. He was groaning, mouth distorted. "This is for what you did," said Olivia. "This is for your weakness." Suddenly, Olivia dropped the belt and pushed Philip backwards onto the carpet, uttering high-pitched gasps as if she couldn't breathe. She was bright scarlet. Beth put her hands over her face and watched between her fingers. Philip was on his back, Olivia on top, grunting, writhing. Why did they do this if it hurt so much? It looked undignified, bestial, horrific, far worse than anything Beth had ever imagined. Her mother's face, usually so composed, was beet red and full of, what? Hatred? Rage? "Why can't you love me?" Olivia rasped, as if in anguish. "Why not me?" She pulled her head back and gave a soundless scream and collapsed on Philip's chest. "I've punished you," Olivia panted. "Now punish me." Beth winced. She knew she mustn't witness this, but it was too late. She was transfixed, eyes welded open. Her father said weakly, "I can't." "Do it," said Olivia. "Pretend you're betraying me, you bastard." Then she rolled onto her stomach, and Philip, mute and blind in the black cloth, climbed onto her from behind. His head hung down as if he were in some kind of despair. Beth saw his hips stab forward. Olivia uttered a hoarse scream and her hands clawed at the carpet. Beth shrank away. She couldn't watch anymore. She skimmed noiselessly down the stairs, her throat full and her eyes burning. No choice but to creep out of the house and walk the streets in misery until it was the usual time for her to come home from school. By then, she was exhausted from the stomach pain, sticky and soiled with the wretched blood. As she let herself in for the second time, everything was normal. Her father's car had gone. Her mother was all neat and prim in flowered cotton, and Beth felt another shred of innocence being torn away as she realised that it wasn't the first time this had happened, that it must have happened 1,000 times in the past, on any normal school day, just like today. Luke was already home, reading his Bible in the front room. "Why didn't you and Luke come home together?" Olivia demanded. "He says no one saw you this afternoon. What have you been up to?" It was all Beth could do to speak to her mother, but she had become an expert at pretending that certain things had never happened. "Mum," she said nervously, "I think my periods have started." "What? Oh, God, help us. Come upstairs. Are you sure?" Beth could feel Olivia's temper boiling like lava. She felt terrified and guilty, as if she committed a hideous crime. "Get undressed. You'd better have a bath." Beth obeyed. While her mother ran the water, the blood had soaked through Beth's knickers and crusted on her thighs, Seeing it, Olivia gave a cry of exasperation. "How did you manage to get into such a mess, you stupid, dirty girl?" The blow took Beth completely off guard. There was a ringing pain in her ear and she fell, striking her head on the corner of the bath, finding herself on the carpet with the room tilted at a strange angle. Her mother's face rose over her, contorted with rage, just as Beth had seen it earlier. "Why did you have to start with this filth so soon, Bethia? Why couldn't you wait?" More blows stung her face, more shocking than painful. Olivia seized Beth's shoulders and shook her, and then dragged her to her feet and hugged her fiercely. "Get in the bath," she said. Dazed and trembling, Beth did so. The water was scalding, her whole body flushed red, and she thought she might pass out. Was it hot enough to wash away her filth? Olivia sat on the edge of the bath and began to talk to her. Her anger had gone and her tone became warm and sorrowful. "I am going to tell you something very important. It is a very dangerous time for you now. Girls are sinful, but boys are beasts. All they are interested in is defiling girls, even plain ones like you, Beth. And they don't care what kind of mess they leave behind them. They can't help themselves." Olivia sounded contemptuous. "So it's your responsibility not to let anything happen. Do you know what I'm talking about?" "Yes, Mum," Beth croaked, tears of pain streaming down her face. She had seen it demonstrated all too vividly just a few hours ago. "You must never let a boy so much as touch you." I wouldn't want to. It sounds too horrible to think about." "That's right. It's a beastly thing. Perhaps when you're a lot older, 19 or so, you might meet a suitable, clean-living Christian boy at church and get married, but that's a long way in the future. Until then, you must keep yourself chaste. Do you hear me, Beth? Never, ever say I haven't warned you." "I hear you, Mum. I'll be good." "You will be perfect." Olivia stroked Beth's hair, her expression wistful now. "I am hard on you and Luke because you are special. Most children drift into sin and ruin themselves, but I want better for you. It doesn't have to happen. If you keep yourself pure, you won't let the devil have a chance. You are a soldier of the Lord, Beth. This isn't going to be easy. It means taking up your cross and walking with Jesus. That is a hard road, but I know that you have the strength to do it. You know it too, don't you?" "Yes, Mum." As Beth rose out of the water, Olivia wrapped her in a towel and pressed her hand over Beth's abdomen. "This body is born in sin and filth. We can't help that, but we can change it. You have to work at driving out the filth and become a temple of the Holy Spirit. You can do it, and you will." The command burned from Olivia's eyes into Beth's. "I let you stay with your grandmother once a year because I trust you. My trust isn't earned easily, Beth. Don't let me down." "I won't," Beth said, heat rushing to her face. "I won't." "You're a good girl." Olivia's face became passionate, beautiful, like a saint's. Beth felt the searing ache in her chest that she always felt when she realised that despite everything, she and her mother loved each other. But it is all too easy to slide back into the filth from which we try to raise ourselves. Don't ever make me think all my hard work has been in vain, Bethia. There were 3 months to go to get through before she could see Rhiannon. Beth never knew how she managed to endure it. She felt she would explode with confusion and self-loathing. Beth's mind turned on a pivot around that day. She wondered about all the deceits and secrets there must have always been, all the guilt. No wonder they must pray constantly for forgiveness when there was so much sin, even in her parents. She didn't know what it had meant when her mother screamed at her father, "Pretend you're betraying me!" Didn't want to know, or even to guess. And her mother's face haunted her, words stinging like blows. Born in sin and filth, dirty, filthy. Words reinforced by Pastor Blair's teachings and the Bible itself, that women were the gateway to hell, that menstruation was a pollution and a curse which they deserved, that the only perfect woman was the Virgin Mary. The rest must struggle permanently through punishment and self-abnegation towards the hope of being recreated male by Christ. Beth had become convinced that she wasn't fit to live. Perhaps that wasn't what Olivia had intended, but it was what she had achieved. There wasn't a soul she could tell. She could only do what she'd always done when she'd been bullied, when she'd deceived her family with Rhiannon, and when she'd fallen out with Luke. Seal it deep inside and walk around with a frozen face and eyes of glass. Being perfect. When the end of term came, Luke announced that he didn't want to go to their grandparents. Beth was glad, until their mother insisted that he go anyway. Olivia had grown to love her summers of devoting herself to the church without having to worry about the children. So Beth had to endure Luke's hostility and the snide remarks whispered in the back of the car on the way to Lullingford. I suppose you'll go and see her, your friend, the bloody bitch, and her son, the devil worshipper. Beth still wanted to mend their friendship. She was as nice as anything to you. I don't know how you can talk about her like that. She's just an ordinary person who had an argument with Mum once. Luke had changed a lot in a year. He'd increased dramatically in height and grown a shell of arrogance and secrecy. Beth had preferred the nervous, clingy little boy. At least he had loved her. You're stupid, Beth, he said. The devil is nice, and he offers you everything. That's how he gets hold of you. You've gone to the devil, Beth. No, I haven't. They're Satanists. Their son admitted it. You think he was joking, but he wasn't. I wish you'd shut up about it, she whispered, annoyed. She was afraid their parents would hear, but the car engine drowned their voices. I don't care what you do, Luke said offhandedly. I won't tell on you. Don't worry. I don't have to. Your sins will find you out. And then he smiled, and he looked 30 years old, not 12. The summer was relentlessly hot and dry, swimming in a heat haze. On the first glorious day of freedom, Luke and Beth left the rectory together, then went their separate ways. Luke to the youth group at the village church, Beth to see Rhiannon. Beth was nervous. She should be used to this by now, but the dark excitement never wore off. Fear, too, that Luke was right, that she was being seduced into a chasm of evil, that her own secret parts were the mouth of hell, and she would somehow fall through into herself, into the pit of turbulent blood and filth, where devils with her parents' faces defiled and tormented each other, and one of the devils in the ghastly imaginings had Morgan's face, despite her efforts to blot him out. Still, her excitement had the edge on her fear. It was Rhiannon she wanted to see, not Morgan. The thought of him made her feel hollow with anxiety, even though he'd been so friendly last year. Even Rhiannon's lush garden was looking curled around the edges with the drought. Enveloped in the scents of rosemary, lavender and lemon balm, Beth ran through the herb garden, knocked on the kitchen door and went in. Rhiannon was there in jeans and an Indian top, drying dishes. Her hair was tied back, a thick auburn skein between her shoulder blades. "Hello, love," said Rhiannon, looking delighted to see her. "Welcome back." "Is Morgan here?" Beth asked anxiously. "No, he's gone to France on a school trip. He won't be home till next week." "Oh, good," said Beth in relief. Then, without any warning signs, she found herself bursting into tears. "Love, what is it?" Hurriedly drying her hands, Rhiannon took her into the front room and sat her down, hugging her and stroking her hair. The painting of Bast, the cat goddess, watched over them, and the cats, Basque, Anchoret and Clou, walked around them mewing. "Whatever's the matter? What's happened?" "I need to talk to you. I've got no one else." "Go ahead. You can tell me anything." Bast remembered Beth and climbed onto her lap, demanding love. She wasn't slender like Anchoret, but had grown into a robust cat of a beautiful solid slate blue. As Beth stroked the vibrantly purring body, the wretchedness of the past few months came pouring out. Not what she'd seen her parents doing, that was too awful to mention, but all her horror at herself. "Am I dirty?" she asked, weeping. "Oh dear," Rhiannon sighed. "Oh dear, I should have known this would happen. I could strangle Olivia. Sorry, but it's plain wickedness for her to make you feel like this. Have you tried talking to your father?" "Oh, I couldn't," Beth gasped. "He never discusses anything like that. I think he'd die of embarrassment if I tried. And so would I. No, it's impossible." "I could strangle them both, and that bloody pastor," Rhiannon said grimly. "Of course you're not dirty, love, and I can explain in great detail why you're not, so that no one will ever be able to make you feel dirty again. But to do it, I will have to say bad things about what your parents believe. You might not feel the same about them afterwards. you might not feel the same about God." She took Beth's face between her hands. Her eyes were so full of compassion that Beth loved her completely. Love she should have only felt for God. How can they call her evil and my mother good? "Please tell me," said Beth. "Are you sure? I don't want to influence you, you see. You are too young to be told what's right and what's wrong, and that's why I wouldn't say anything before. No one should have a religion forced on them before they're old enough to make up their own mind." "I'm sure." Beth was intensely aware of her surroundings. The lovely white room with its wall hangings, big tasselled cushions, candles and incense, light coming in from the flowery cave of the garden, insects and dust motes as bright as tiny suns floating in the haze. "All right," Rhiannon began slowly. "I have sympathy for the Christian myth. It was like the last noble blaze of the vegetation deity against the world that was already a desert of hatred. But I've no sympathy for the religious fascists it spawned. That goes for most other religions too, and all the harm they've done down the ages. Oh, there's nothing wrong with being taught to love, to be kind, to think of others before yourself and all that. But Christians don't have a monopoly on kindness and common sense. It's the baggage that goes with it that's so destructive. For thousands of years before other religions came into being, people worshipped a goddess, the mother of all living. Have you heard of her?" "There were goddesses when we did Greek and Roman myths at school," said Beth. "Oh, far too late. They were already destroying her then, splitting her into smaller parts to take her power away. But the great goddess is far older than your god. If you had lived between 5,000 and 200,000 years ago, a girl's first menstruation would have been cause for celebration, because in those days, women's bodies were considered sacred. Women had power. They were priestesses, lawmakers, inventors and healers. Such an embodiment of the goddess. After all, our blood miraculously produces life, so it made sense to visualise a goddess giving birth to the world. Sex wasn't shameful. It was a natural, ecstatic communion with the goddess. It was only when male-dominated religions took over that sex, menstruation and childbirth were twisted to appear sinful and punishing. That's where the wickedness lies, Beth, not in our bodies." "But why would they want to do that?" Beth said, indignant. "Fear. Only women had the power to produce life, as if by magic. Men were afraid of their power, their sexuality, their mysteries. A mother is the all-powerful figure in a child's life. A daughter can become a mother and in turn, but a son cannot. The women induce desire and loss of control, and again, women are there at the end of life, the nurse, the funerary priestess. Women live on the shadowy boundary of the dying and the not yet born. So they became identified with death in men's eyes. And men don't like to be reminded of death. They want to live forever. So what do you do if you fear something? You dominate it, you belittle it, you make it seem small and dirty, and even better, you make it believe those horrible things about itself. Men learned to use weapons for killing each other instead of for hunting, and from breeding cattle, they discovered their own role in producing children. Then there was no stopping them. It was probably political, replacing the goddess with a warlike god to stir people up to go out and conquer their neighbours. The Old Testament is full of it, the followers of the new god trying to suppress goddess worship, not because it was evil, but because it was a threat. It was all about power, see? And that's the way they've carried on, these male religions. Show me a church and I'll show you a man puffed up with power and wealth and a monopoly on the truth. Rhiannon sounded disgusted. Beth thought of Pastor Blair. True, she thought. Whether she exists or not, the idea of the goddess was based on reality. The waxing and the waning moon, the rhythm of the day, the cycle of the year, her triple form represents the life of a real woman. Maiden, mother, crone. Initiation, achievement, wisdom. But God is a spirit who is separate from nature, abstract, illogical. The goddess was completely identified with nature. So the process of obliterating her meant despising matter, nature, and flesh as corrupt and evil. Spirit, male and good, flesh, female and bad. The hatred of women that spills from biblical writers and supposed saints isn't logical, it's pathological. Some saw the Holy Spirit as female. The early church put a stop to that. Nothing sacred was allowed to be female anymore, an utter distortion of reality. Goddess worship didn't seek to obliterate the male in the same way. Everyone was sacred in her eyes. She had a consort, the horned god, her son and lover. He wasn't a violent god. He represented strength, gentleness, fertility. Every year he was sacrificed to bring new life. Every year reborn in the spring. Does he sound evil? I don't think so, said Beth. No, but the church turned him into the devil. That's what they call propaganda. Why? So they could make theirs the only true belief. So they could gather all the money, knowledge and power and land to themselves. The great thing about the Bible is that it's so contradictory, it can be twisted to mean anything. Picture it. The church would hold meetings, decide on an official policy, and then rush out and burn as heretic anyone who disagreed with them. The only difference these days is that they can't burn you, just criticise you and patronise you, warp your self-image and make you despise yourself. But the goddess whose son is sacrificed and rises again, does that sound familiar? It wasn't original, the story of Jesus. It was age-old. Mary was all that remained of the great goddess, with her sexuality and her power removed, a passive vessel. But she was once the goddess. God, her consort and her son, the corn king, the death and rebirth of the year. There was no Adam and Eve and no fall, Beth. You can believe it if you like, but I don't. It was invented to explain death and sin and to prove women's inferiority by blaming death and sin on her. But reading between the lines, you find the story of men and women being severed from their roots in the earth. The serpent wasn't Satan. She was the goddess of wisdom, trying to win Eve back to the old ways. But the new jealous God wouldn't allow mankind the wisdom of the goddess. Their exile from Eden was their loss of Mother Earth. Oh yes, tragic. The concept of the devil too is very new. I mean, a few thousand years old against the hundreds of thousands that went before. But it's very useful for labelling anyone who doesn't fit in, isn't it? Like my mum does to you, said Beth. Quite. Everything you don't approve of, label it the devil's work and you've simply dealt with it. We've had a supposed age of reason since the 18th century, but some people still have the same stereotyped ideas about witches and black magic. The idea of heaven and hell is useful too, for making people believe. Everyone likes to think they can live forever. But have you wondered how a loving God can condemn his own creations to suffer for eternity? Well, yes. Good, said Rhiannon, as if this were a sign that Beth still had a mind of her own. In the personality of God, you can see the personality of the men who invented him. Jealous, absolute, life, death, judgment. But in the goddess's eyes, life is cyclic. It doesn't go in a straight line. The spirit can't be separated from the flesh. Nature's sacred. Our bodies are sacred. Death is only part of the cycle. It's not to be feared. Sex isn't wrong. Childbirth isn't a punishment. And Eve did not bring death into the world. Therefore, no reason for females to hang their heads in shame. All the illogical goes away. Make any sense? Beth nodded. Is this what witches believe? Well, this witch does. You've noticed I don't wear a black hat or cast spells. It's a different way of looking at things, that's all. Besides, being the oldest religion in the world. I don't need Jesus, however wise and kind he was, to save me from sins that don't exist. But to know that there's no saviour, that's all up to you. That's not comfortable. Your religion labels me a devil worshipper. But I can't possibly be, because he's an invention of your religion, not mine. It's a logical impossibility for me to worship him. Beth broke in. But my mum and the people at our church, they really believe it. They're always on about Satan being at large in the world. Anyway, people behave worse when they don't believe in God, not better. Rhiannon sighed. Because they've been cut off from their goddess, then abandoned, she said softly. They don't know what to believe. The church has spent centuries killing it. People are comfortable with what they know. Anything different is alien. Men see women, like natives see foreigners, as other. Only the elite qualify to be saved. Only us, all the nasty others, can go in the pit. Maybe you think I'm alien because I'm Welsh, and when you get to heaven there won't be any Welsh people there. Beth laughed. That's better, said Rhiannon. Doesn't do to take life too seriously. You do though, don't you? I get mad when I still hear this mindless prejudice against paganism. Pure ignorance. The Middle Ages lives on. Do you know when the last law against witchcraft was repealed? 17-something? 1951. And people like your church would like to wake it all up again. I suppose they mean well, but I can't stand the way that they know that they're right and everyone else is wrong. They just don't understand. And that can be very dangerous. Do you know the saying, "Thou shalt not observe times"? It means don't respect the cycles of nature. Despise the earth and worship instead some disembodied god. Don't enjoy your body or have a joyful life, or you won't be saved. Treat women like shit. Treat yourself like shit. Talk about society shooting itself in the foot. It's the biggest mistake mankind has ever made. Rhiannon gazed out of the window inside herself, seeming to forget Beth was there. I don't think we'll ever recover. She got up and went into the kitchen. Beth stayed where she was with the cats, on her own, and she cried again. But the tears were a clear stream now, not red sobs of agony. She felt worn out, but she felt cleansed. Yes, it made sense. She knew that there was no sin in bleeding or in being female. And she was beginning to feel very angry at the church for making her feel unclean. Rhiannon came back with glasses of apple juice. How you feeling, love? I'm not sure, said Beth. Did you ever tell my mother this? I tried, Rhiannon said. She thought I was talking bollocks. Oh well. Beth almost spilt her apple juice. Recovering herself, she said, Rhiannon, if my mother and the pastor could be wrong about this, how can I be sure of anything they tell me? You can't, said Rhiannon. That's why you have to learn to make up your own mind. That's too much for some people, of course. They need to be told this is true and that is false, because they can't think for themselves. But you can, Beth. You won't be a child forever. In 5 years' time, you'll be able to do and think exactly what you want. You don't know my mother, said Beth hopelessly. Oh, I do. In sudden despair, Beth said, But how am I going to get through another 5 years of church after what you've told me? Because if I tell her I've stopped believing, she will kill me. A memory came to her. There was a girl at school, about 17, who tried to leave the church. Pastor Blair had said she was possessed. We all had to go round to her house and pray over her. She looked terrified, like she was trapped. It was horrible. What happened? She repented, but a few weeks later she had a nervous breakdown and she went into hospital. We never saw her again. That won't happen to you. Rhiannon looked sad, her eyes full of concern, and yet she seemed to be smiling a little. After Beth had gone home, Rhiannon thought about her for a long time. A tall, slender girl with glossy, deep brown hair, leaf green eyes, an oval, serious face with infinite potential for kindness and beauty. Rhiannon, as always, had felt delighted to see her. Seeing her only once a year, the changes were marked, her increase in height, and now the curves of her hips, her breasts budding. Well, I've told her now, Rhiannon thought. I didn't mean it to be so soon, but she needed it. And I saw every word fly to its mark just as I knew it would. Rhiannon loved Beth. She wanted to see her free and happy, walking proudly through life instead of weighed down by religious neuroses. Oh, but the sweetness of taking her away from Olivia. That was purely vindictive pleasure. Rhiannon was aware of her own duality, compassion edged with cruelty. She didn't see it as a problem. She accepted the crone's power to destroy as well as to create. A few days later, when Morgan came home, she told him all about it. Beth's mother told her one sensible thing in a roundabout way, Rhiannon concluded, which was not to start having sex too young. Good for her, Morgan said expressionlessly.
I hope I don't have to say this again, but you will behave properly, won't you? I know you and Beth get on well. I don't want to treat you like children by refusing to trust you. On the other hand, I must know I can trust you. Imagine you're her older brother. Protect her. Of course I will, Morgan said indignantly. What do you think I am? Well, love, you seem to be getting a reputation. It's all lies, he said. I heard you had quite a talk with my mother, said Morgan. He was looking golden, athletic, and taller than ever as they walked through the woods. Beth was intensely aware of him physically. She tried not to be, but she couldn't help it. The length of his legs and the slimness of his hips in tight jeans, the lightly tanned flesh and the fine dark hairs on his forearms, which begged to be touched, like satin, his dark hair shining like glass, the light and the humour in his beautiful green eyes. Everything about him invaded her with tangible, unsettling energy. What did she tell you? Asked Beth. How horrible your mother was to you? Beth was mortified. Does Rhiannon tell you everything? Most things, said Morgan. Hey, don't be embarrassed. It's only nature. We're friends, aren't we? Friends can talk about anything. I have much better conversations with you than with the idiots at school. Do you? She felt curious and flattered. Boys are so childish. I get on much better with girls. Always have. A pause. They went on climbing upwards through the trees. It was cool under the branches, but the sun burned overhead. Then he asked, Have you got a boyfriend, Beth? You must be joking, she cried. My parents would kill me. Oh, I suppose you have a girlfriend, she said lightly, not caring what the answer was. Merely interested. That was what she told herself anyway. Not really. Well, no one serious. You have then? Girls I'm friends with, that's all. He was being cagey. Beth didn't like that. You're 14, aren't you? 13, said Beth. Morgan said something under his breath. It sounded like, shit, 3 years. But she couldn't be sure. After a moment, he asked, Have you thought about things that my mum told you? All the time. Well, did it make sense? Yes, it made sense. Morgan smiled at her. That always brought a strange heat to her stomach. You can tell your brother we don't really hold black masses and sacrifice virgins then. But what do you do? Nothing much. Just observe the Sabbaths, light candles, share wine and cake, say thank you to the goddess. It's a bit like church, really. Mum's more into it than I am. I'm not superstitious, but I like the idea of a goddess and I believe in showing nature some respect. What's wrong with that? I have dreams about cats, said Beth. What does that mean? That's the goddess trying to reach you, Morgan said. Cats are her messengers. Shall we go and look at the Hellstone? I thought that's where you were taking me, said Beth. Hell means holy, actually, he said. Bet you didn't know that. As they came up over the crest of the hill, through the oak trees and the long grass turning dry and yellow, Beth could hear people singing. What the hell's that? Said Morgan. Half a dozen high voices were joined in hymn. As Beth and Morgan came into the clearing, Beth saw a group of 3 teenage boys, a girl and 2 women, standing by the far side of the stone. They were in a circle with hymn books and crucifixes. A woman with short brown hair and severe glasses was scattering drops of water from a flask as they sang. Luke was with them. Beth's instinct was to slink away until they'd gone, but Morgan marched straight into the clearing and stood facing them across the silvery bulk of the stone. Beth hung back, but Luke looked up and saw her, his eyes expressionless. Morgan stood with his thumbs hooked in his belt. The group looked at him, but went on singing, as if hoping he'd go away. What the hell are you doing? He demanded. The hymn broke up raggedly. Kindly go away, said the brown-haired woman. No, I'm interested, said Morgan. Beth found his bravado both shocking and thrilling in a perverse way. This stone has been used as a site of pagan activities, said the woman. We're exorcising the evil influences. Sanctifying the area, added the second woman, who was hugely overweight, with white blonde hair in a ponytail and white eyelashes. Well, you can just fuck off, said Morgan. There was a horrified silence. Beth heard Luke say, He's one of them.
The white blonde woman gave Morgan a look of hard contempt. "You are a very ignorant, silly young man. Don't interfere with what you don't understand." "You're the ones who don't understand." Morgan jumped up on the stone and walked towards them. Beth held her breath. She saw his narrow, gilded figure on the hellstone, saw the faces of the hymn singers frozen with disgust, and then she saw shadows looming through the trees, ghost shapes that shouldn't be there, dark, transparent, overblown, towering over the humans. They were a procession, filling the clearing, lumbering animalistic figures, swathed in flapping cloaks with horns and antlers upswept to pierce the sky. Beth shrank down in the grass, transfixed. Time had stopped turning as delicately as a music box ballerina. Nothing seemed to move except the flow of shadow figures. All around she felt the trees breathing, the leaves licking her like tongues, and some uncanny honeyed fire running through her own body. And there was a silhouette, rippling and changing as if seen through water, with a single lethal horn like that of a unicorn. In the burning heat of day, the dry grass turned crisp as frost, and the hellstone to solid ice. Beth was in a fire, burning, but everything else was black winter. The world shook itself and the vision was over. It had happened between one breath and the next. Beth was overwhelmed, but she wasn't afraid. She wasn't even shaking. It had happened too fast for that. Morgan was still walking across the stone. He halted and looked down at the group with his back to Beth. "Have you the faintest idea what you're meddling with?" he said. And then softly, "If you have any sense, you'll quit. Go on, fuck off." Beth didn't know what they'd seen in his face or sensed in the glade, but she saw their expressions change. Sudden doubt, consternation, panic. Clutching their hymn books, crosses and holy water, they began to hurry away into the woods on the other side, glancing back at Morgan and muttering angrily amongst themselves. Morgan came back to Beth and jumped down, looking pleased with themselves. "They won't come back in a hurry, stupid prats. I suppose Luke brought them up here." Beth could hardly speak. Did you feel cold or see something?" "What? Shadows? People with horns?" "No, Beth. Did you?" She swallowed hard. "It's nothing. I must have imagined it. I shouldn't have told you about the good folk. I didn't expect you to start seeing them." He sat down on the edge of the stone and put his arm round her waist, so she would sit down beside him. "Never let a boy touch you," Olivia had said in her mind. But the touch was impersonal, and he took his hand away as soon as she had sat down. The stone was baking hot, the air heavy and hay-scented. "You okay, Beth?" "Yes, fine." "I'm sorry about that, but I can't stand these people. They call us superstitious." "But there is something here, Beth, and it will take more than them to drive it away. You saw it, didn't you? And they felt it. Scared 'em shitless." Beth felt annoyed by his apparent callousness. "You needn't have been so rude. I expect they're just like most of the people at my church, kind and well-intentioned, and a bit lost." "You said it, lost. It's a crutch, saves them from having to think for themselves." "I suppose you know everything." "Don't be daft." He touched her shoulder, only briefly, as if to try and stop himself. "I wasn't getting at you. I didn't mean to upset you, Beth. I'm sorry." "It's okay." Morgan leaned back on one elbow, but she remained sitting up. He said, "I wish you'd talk to me." "I am talking to you." "No, I mean, I wish you'd tell me what's inside your head." "Why?" she said, mildly horrified. "You fascinate me, Beth. Your mother thinks you're one thing, but you're not. You're a mystery. You're one of us, really. You ought to run away and live with us." Beth shivered in spite of the heat. "Don't be silly. I think my mum would have liked to have had a daughter. She keeps telling me to treat you like a baby sister. Anyway, do I treat you like a sister?" "Yeah, of course." Morgan looked at her with irises all green gold flame, like a cat's. "It isn't getting any easier, I can tell you." Beth's whole body flushed from cold to burning hot, because she had felt safe with him, and suddenly she didn't anymore. Chapter 6. The Fourth Summer. When Beth arrived with her parents, they found Heather in the kitchen cleaning a shotgun on a table covered with newspaper and oily rags. "Bloody rabbits all over the paddock," Heather said by way of explanation. "Make yourselves at home. Put the kettle on the Arga, Beth, while I finish this. There's a dear." Beth's grandfather came in and immediately took her father for a stroll in the garden. Beth watched them through the window. Two aloof, handsome men without much in common, she thought, but their aversion to hearing her mother and grandmother bickering. "Where's Luke?" Heather asked. "He wanted to stay home this time," said Olivia, "so I let him. We've got lots of new people at church, and Luke's helping to organise a group for the children. The change in him this year has been remarkable. He's grown up so much. The Lord is really working through him now." "Terrific," said Heather, squinting down the gun barrels. "Shame to see the children have grown apart, though." Luke had never said a word to Beth about the incident at the Hellstone last year. He hadn't needed to. The glowering looks he had given her afterwards had been extremely eloquent. He was becoming ever more involved at church, so Beth left him to it. She didn't want to know why she sometimes heard him laughing through the bedroom wall at night. She was simply relieved that this year, at last, she had been allowed to come to her grandparents alone. "Well, it isn't healthy the way Luke used to cling to Beth all the time," Olivia said brusquely. "They should be devoting themselves to God, not to each other." Said Heather. Beth thought they were going to start arguing, but Olivia said, "I must wash my hands," and left the room. Beth thought of her guilty secret and was glad her mother couldn't read her mind. "I'm friends with the witch, and I'm going to see her the first moment I can get away. And her son. But we haven't done anything wrong, and we won't, because he's decent. And he wouldn't fancy me anyway. I know he's only teasing me when he says that I'm pretty." "Beth, take off your jacket and make the tea," Heather said. "I don't know why you always hover about as if you're visiting the Queen when you first get here." Beth obeyed. While her mother was absent, she asked cautiously, "Grandma, you know that Mrs. Reese you warned us about the first time we came?" "What about her?" "Is she still around?" "Unfortunately, yes. Why'd you ask?" "Nothing. It's just that I thought I saw her in the post office once." Heather sounded disgusted. "Dyed hair and hippie clothes?" "Sort of, but she looked harmless and I wondered—" "She didn't speak to you, did she?" "No." "Good. She caused your mother a lot of grief. I know it's a long time ago, but I can't forgive her. Oh, she's nice enough to speak to, but she's a hard-faced bitch underneath. I don't ask much of you, Beth, but trust me in this. If ever that woman speaks to you, ignore her." "Yes, Grandma. What about her son?" Heather paused in her gun oiling. "How did you know she had a son?" I don't know. I thought you told me." "Maybe. Oh, he's as rotten. I heard he nearly got expelled last term. Typical." Before Beth could ask why, Olivia came back in. She was in a good mood, bright and breezy. "Beth's been wonderful this year as well," she went on. "Haven't you, dear? Pastor Blair says my children have been touched by the Holy Spirit." Beth said nothing. She couldn't explain that she had been a solemn angelic robot all year to hide the fact that her faith in the church was wearing very thin, ever since that day with Rhiannon. It wasn't easy to feel her beliefs dissolving. It was agonising. Between Rhiannon's gentle common sense and the pastor's strident conviction, Beth was still swimming in chaos. Perhaps other teenagers dealt with it by having screaming arguments with their parents or even leaving home. But that wasn't Beth's way. The worse she felt, the more deeply she buried it. "I've been thinking," said Olivia, putting an arm around Beth's shoulders, "and the Lord has given me a very clear message. This is going to be your last stay with your grandparents." Beth was horrified, but managed to hide it. "Why?" "You're growing up. You have work to do at the church. You can't waste 7 weeks each summer. Luke started without me even having to ask him. The thing is, the pastor is planning to set up a church school for the children of the congregation. Won't that be exciting, Beth? We wanted you to teach there when you leave school." Beth was stunned. "What if I—" She couldn't say, "Don't want to do it." "What if I'm no good at teaching?" "Then the Lord will call you to some other duty. Everyone has a vocation, but you're bright. You'll be a wonderful teacher. Just think, you might end up running the school. The Lord has called you to serve him, Beth." "A headmistress, like Heather." Beth thought dully. "I told Luke I wanted to be like Grandma. I should have kept my mouth shut. If only I knew what I do want to do. To teach beliefs I don't hold any longer would be impossible.
But how can I ever tell Mum? Later, she waved her parents goodbye, feeling dead inside. The future was abstract. Knowing that this might be her last summer of freedom was torment enough for now. The next day, Beth took the familiar route across the fields to Rhiannon's, virtually running all the way. I hope Morgan isn't away, she thought. I hope he hasn't got some girlfriend with him. Beth chastised herself for the thought. As Rhiannon insisted that Morgan behaved like a brother, and he always had, what business had she to feel jealous? Rhiannon, who was painting at an easel on the lawn, greeted Beth warmly. Morgan was there too, stretched out on the grass reading a book. Seeing Beth, he smiled and waved as if he weren't much bothered to see her. She felt a bit hurt. "Don't just lie there," said Rhiannon. "Go make a cup of tea or something." "Give us a hand, Beth," said Morgan, getting up languidly. His hair was shorter and he was dressed all in black. Narrow jeans, sleeveless t-shirt. He looked unconventional, rather punk-like, sinister and beautiful, with his fine bone face and shaggy dark hair. He was nearly 6 feet tall, slender and clearly very fit. As soon as they were out of Rhiannon's sight in the big strip pine kitchen, Morgan threw his arms around Beth and hugged her. He'd never done anything like that before. Beth went dizzy, and his arms around her were so tight that she couldn't get her breath, and she felt flustered. "Beth, I thought you were never coming," he said. "Same time as last year," she gasped. Now he had one hand in her hair and the other drifting over her waist towards her hips. She extricated herself, alarmed. Morgan stood looking at her, his eyes too intent, too full of light. "You look lovely," he said. "You know, it's really hard to get through the year without ever being able to write to you or phone you." Beth felt awkward suddenly. "I bet you didn't even think about me." "I did. I'll have you know I gave up an exchange trip to Germany and climbing to Snowdonia to see you." Beth wasn't sure what to read into that. "Because I really like you, or so you better make it worth my while?" "You didn't have to. But I wanted to see you. Didn't you want to see me?" He smiled teasingly. "You're blushing." She pressed the back of her hand to her face. "This might be the last holiday I can come and see you anyway," she said in a rush. "How come?" Beth explained. "Your bloody parents," Morgan cried. "I didn't choose them," said Beth. "Don't get upset." He slid his hand around her shoulders and kissed her cheek, and his touch felt anything but brotherly. "You're here now. Let's make the best of it. There's this beautiful place we can go for a bike ride." Morgan let go of her rather suddenly, and Beth realised that Rhiannon was in the doorway. "Put Beth down, Morgan," Rhiannon said sternly. She was half joking, but she meant it. "Her mother's upset her again. I was comforting her." "All right, but if you ever forget what I told you," she pointed at a beam where bunches of herbs were pinned up to dry, "I'll nail you up there to make table decorations." "Is it true you nearly got expelled?" Beth asked. "Who told you that?" Morgan exclaimed. They had cycled 5 miles along the country lanes, Beth having borrowed Rhiannon's bicycle, and now they'd left the bikes in a gateway and were climbing a long hillside, hedgerow, bees and flies droning in swathes of golden heat. The scents of moist earth and sun-baked greenery were making her dizzy with pleasure. Morgan was holding Beth's hand. She was so stunned and flattered that he liked her, she couldn't resist. Anyway, she didn't really think he would try anything else. He was too sensible to disobey Rhiannon. His hand felt affectionate and strong. She was rather shocked to find out how wonderful it felt. "My gran told me." "She would," he sighed. "It was nothing, a misunderstanding. That's why I didn't get expelled." He halted suddenly and kissed her lightly on the mouth. Beth's nerves leapt. She knew it was wrong, but she didn't want to stop him. "Sorry," he said, walking on again. "Mum keeps on about treating you like a sister, but it's hard, if you know what I mean." Beth tried not to think about what he meant. "Not far now," he said. "The view from the top is worth the walk." At the top of the hill, there was a 5-bar gate in a hedge. Beth could see a sun-flooded valley beyond. "Climb up on the gate," said Morgan. "You can see better from there." He was right. There was a glorious view of the woods on their right, a silken green valley hazed with sunlight fading away to the left. Light shone through the trees. The grass was rich with wild flowers and insects. While Beth sat on top of the gate,
Morgan stood on one of the crossbars behind her and put his left arm around her waist, his hand resting across her hips. With his other hand, he brushed her hair aside and kissed her neck. Beth said nothing. Shivers prickled in her skin. As he stood holding her, with his chest pressed to her back and his chin on her shoulder, she was acutely aware of the heat and insistent tension of his body against hers, a need so strong he was almost trembling. "Worth the climb, wasn't it?" he said lightly. "It's beautiful," said Beth. "Now what do I do?" she thought wildly. "I can't move without pushing him away, but I shouldn't let him do this." There was a small sun dancing about in her chest. She knew perfectly well what Morgan wanted, though she tried to deny it, telling herself he was just being friendly. But Beth wanted something too. She loved the warmth of his hands on her, his energetic presence, the clean smell of his hair. Morgan was making her feel desirable and wanted after a lifetime of feeling she was a plain non-entity. And she found it madly intoxicating. Rhiannon had told her, in her gentle way, that sex was nothing to be ashamed of. But it was Olivia's strident voice Beth heard loudest. Unnamed horrors would follow if she ever let a boy touch her. Beth was utterly petrified. She daren't breathe. The hand on her stomach slid lower, and then the fine, strong fingers probed gently between her thighs. "You shouldn't do that," Beth said. "Don't you like it?" Morgan had the sweetest expression. "Yes, I like it, but you shouldn't do it." "I know. I'll stop if you tell me to." He took his hand away, and then he leaned around her, turned her slightly towards him, and kissed her. The warm lips on hers made her feel weird, invaded. His tongue parted her closed lips, and it was too intimate, too intrusive, and yet... The sun inside her multiplied, shooting along her limbs and dropping hot and heavy into her abdomen. She opened her mouth to him, thirsting. His right hand now was undoing her jeans and sliding down again, flesh on flesh, into her secret forbidden folds. "Don't," said Beth, breaking the kiss, but it was too late. His fingers were there, working gently between her lips, and she could feel them growing wet with her fluids. She could have died. "Shh," whispered Morgan, holding her still with his left arm. "All you have to do is sit here." The air was like amber, resinous and electric. His lips meandered over her ear and her cheek in light kisses, hypnotising her. Beth sat absolutely still, her breathing shallow and her heart thudding, excruciatingly aware of the moist, moving pressure. Actually, it felt nice, wonderful, like an exquisite, demanding itch. "Oh, God," said Beth. Her heart accelerated. Her blood seemed to be rushing in all directions at once. And then the sun exploded and she was on a golden thread, flying, dangling, caught. Beth turned her face into Morgan's shoulder and sobbed for breath. She was trembling all over, annihilated. Very gently, Morgan drew his hand away, refastened her jeans and cuddled her. When she could bear to glance at him, he looked slightly amused. "You all right?" "What did you do to me?" Beth exclaimed. "Beats holding hands, doesn't it?" he said, jumping off the gate. And that was all. He didn't ask her to do anything else, didn't even try to touch her or kiss her again. But now she wanted him to. Morgan talked all the way back as if nothing had happened, while Beth didn't say a word. And afterwards, she couldn't remember a thing he'd said. She was melting with confusion and with the echo of that indescribable sensation. A few hours ago, she'd been terrified of Morgan touching her. Now she craved his hands on her, wanted to rub herself all over him like a cat. But Morgan wouldn't play. All he gave her when they said goodbye was a warm, knowing smile. "See you tomorrow." This was not how things were meant to be. The carrot-haired girl from the post office, Jeanette, had taken a liking to Beth, and they sometimes hung around the village together. It was a one-sided relationship. Jeanette was totally self-centred and talked continually about herself. No input from Beth was invited or required, and all Jeanette talked about was boys. She was 15 and already on her third or fourth boyfriend. Beth had lost count. Jeanette's experiences were horror stories, which she relished retelling. The theme was that all boys were selfish. They only wanted one thing, and they would pester you until they got it. When that happened, it was uncomfortable and crude and painful and disappointing. Then you had to worry about being pregnant or catching a disease. "Me mam'll kill me." Then the boy would chuck you, and for an encore, he'd tell all his friends you were a slag. Jeanette's adventures were bringing Beth's fears to explicit life. She'd heard them last summer as well as this. To hear first-hand accounts of degradation brought her to a state of frigid horror far more effectively than Olivia's direst warnings. But Morgan is not like that, is he? Beth sometimes felt like asking Jeanette why she went on doing it if it was so awful. But it was hard to get a word in. Jeanette was in love with the sheer drama of it. Beth was sitting with her on the village green the day after the incident on the gate. For once, Beth was more concerned by her own feelings than anyone else's, and she broke forcefully into Jeanette's flow. What if a boy did something nice to you, but didn't want anything for himself? Jeanette stopped, her freckled face a picture of disbelief. "What do you mean, something nice?" "You know," Beth whispered, "made you come." "What? You come and he doesn't? What planet are you from?" Jeanette gaped at Beth as if dumbstruck by her naivety. Then she said flatly, "That never happens." "But what if it did?" "I'd marry him," Jeanette said emphatically. All the summers ran into one in Beth's mind. The years in between were a grey abyss, once she was here living her secret life. Beth daren't risk going to Rhiannon's too often. The more she went, the more risk there was of someone seeing her, the news getting back to Heather. And now she was more nervous than ever of seeing Morgan. She was embarrassed, confused, terrified of what might happen. But she went anyway, 2 days after the fateful bike ride. It was a compulsion. Her fear of sinning had never kept her away before. And so Beth found herself alone with Morgan again, walking in the woods behind Rhiannon's cottage. He held her hand firmly in his. His grasp felt reassuring. She hoped he couldn't feel her pulse leaping madly. "I suppose you're studying for O-levels, are you?" he asked. "Starting next term," she said, pulling a face. It wasn't quite so nerve-wracking now they were actually together. Worrying about it had been worse. "I'm doing A's, then university, I suppose." "Botany?" "No, I want to study zoology." "You going to be a vet?" "I might," Morgan said thoughtfully. "But I really like whales and dolphins and that. What about you?" "My mother wants me to be a teacher," she sighed. "Bethy," says Morgan, "I meant, what do you want to do?" "I've no idea. I like animals too, and I like art. No one's ever really asked me before." "Jesus," Morgan said under his breath. His arm slipped round her waist. "You know the other day, I didn't upset you, did I?" "Of course not," Beth lied. Have you ever had an orgasm before?" She swallowed the wrong way and nearly choked. "You're very outspoken, aren't you?" she said. "Why not? I suppose your mother covers up the piano legs." Beth laughed despite herself. She was always warning us not to touch herself, so I didn't. And the pastor goes on about unnatural acts. I hadn't a clue what they were talking about until I was 12. But I've had them in dreams, feelings like that. "You're really embarrassing me, Morgan." "I know," he said. "But how are you going to get over being embarrassed unless we talk about it? Look, Beth, I really fancy you, but I wouldn't dream of doing anything that you didn't want to, so stop looking at me like I'm going to jump on you, okay? You're safe." "Thanks," she said, relaxing a bit. She put her arm around his waist, and it felt heavenly. "That's better," he said. "What about Rhiannon? What about her? Why does she keep telling you not to touch me?" Morgan shrugged in the endearing way that he had. "Because you're only 14, I suppose." Without warning, he pulled her against an oak tree and kissed her. Beth felt the molten sunlight running through her, and she pressed herself against him. She wanted that feeling again, oh so badly. And then it happened. The whole wood began to sway around her. It was as if she were underwater, drowning in glass greenness, everything shimmering and breaking up around her, moving in slow motion. She clung to Morgan and cried out, but her own voice was muffled. There was a dark figure coming towards her through the water, huge and ponderous, with a black hat and flapping black cloak. It rippled as it came, extruding formless menace. The moment stretched out. Beth tried to scream. The vision ended. She hadn't realised it, but she had slid down to a crouching position at the base of the tree. She was trembling violently. Morgan was kneeling behind her, holding her tight, his arms a cradle of safety around her chest and waist. "What is it?" he asked anxiously. "I saw someone," she said. "Was it one of the good folk again?" No, this was something really evil." "Describe what you saw." She tried. Morgan didn't laugh at her. He listened. He turned her round in his arms and hugged her. His body felt wonderful against hers, slim and hard and warm. "It wasn't the devil, Beth. It was a vision of some sort. We'll tell Mum when we get home, eh? She'll know what it means. Don't be frightened now." And he held her until she stopped trembling. His hands moved over her, stroking, soothing. He kissed her neck. "Hush, Beth, hush. It's all right." She was warm now, melting. They should have stopped, but they didn't. One movement slid into another. There was a hollow beneath the oak, and they eased down into it, cushioned by grass and leaves, shrouded by branches, a leaf-green bed glistening with dappled sunlight. Morgan undid her shirt and her jeans and ran his lips and tongue all over her stomach. Then he found the catch of her bra, and his hands and mouth were on her breasts. He gasped as if he were on the verge of tears. Their legs were entwined, his pelvis hard against hers. "Oh God, I can't wait any longer," Morgan breathed. He pulled his t-shirt over his head and his hair fluffed out with static like a black halo. Beth was in a hot river, flowing. It was awkward, taking off the rest of their clothes, but the awkwardness didn't matter, didn't last. But the stem of flesh that sprang loose as he dragged off his jeans, that was a shock. It looked red and moist and sticky hard, a fearful totem. But she'd gone too far to stop, and she felt waves of heat and coldness sweep one after the other over her with the enormity of what was going to happen. Yet Beth felt no guilt. She didn't even think about what she'd seen her parents doing. This bore no relation to any horror story she'd heard. It was different. It was the first time in all the universe this had ever happened. Soft, gentle, beautiful and urgent. Morgan's lips and hands on her body, his naked legs between hers. He'd done this before. He knew exactly what he was doing. Exactly. His hand was there, in her folds, making her golden thread sing. "Wait," he whispered. "Must use this." He had a condom. Beth shut her eyes. Didn't want to see what he was doing. Didn't care. Then he was lowering himself between her hips, looking straight into her eyes, his lips parted, his face rapt, worried and breathless, just like hers. She felt the domed pressure against her tender innermost lips, painful and electric, breaching a tight barrier, sliding deeper, her virginity gone in a heartbeat. It hurt at first, but her wetness enveloped him, and then it was like silk and satin, urgent, his mouth open on hers, his hair brushing her cheek, an impossible wild rhythm like a dance possessing them both. "It's sacred, Beth," he said in her ear. She felt the explosion overtaking her again, and she clutched him shamelessly as molten sun burst. Much stronger this time, so violent that she cried aloud in sheer amazement. And he wasn't gentle now, but thrusting hard, helplessly pouring his body and soul into her. Beautiful, yes, a fierce beauty that dragged them whirling up into the forest canopy and flung them back, transformed. Then they lay dreaming, green eyes locked. He stayed inside her, moving gently, and she never wanted the melting sweetness of it to stop. "Oh God, Beth," said Morgan, "I think I'm in love with you." Gently rebuttoning Beth's shirt for her and combing her hair with his fingers, Morgan felt passionately happy and pleased with himself.
She looked beautifully flushed. She was languorously satisfied and devastated all at once. It felt thrilling to have done that to her, to have broken her shell of self-containment and introduced her to illicit pleasures her parents thought she should never experience, to have changed her forever. If Rhiannon finds out, she'll kill me, he thought, but she won't find out. I know what she said, but I don't care. I wanted this so much. Beth's body was no longer nervously rigid to his touch, but yielding and sensual. She was all over him, actually, and it made him want to laugh. Out of affection, not mockery. Beth was weird, but she fascinated him. She saw things he had only sensed, and there was more going on in her head than she'd ever admit. Can you act like nothing happened in front of Rhiannon when we go back? Morgan asked. Her eyes met his, gleaming with apprehension. I don't think so. Well, we're going to have to. There's no hurry anyway. I'd rather stay here with you. We'll wait until we've got over it, okay? Smile, Beth. Was it that bad? It was wonderful, she said softly. You know perfectly well it was wonderful. It was the best thing that's ever happened to me, Morgan said sincerely. But we shouldn't have... Oh, look, God's waiting up there with a thunderbolt. He's got his eye on you, Beth. Don't tease me. By the way, do you always start seeing devils when you're about to do something wicked? Stop it. I'm cruel, I know. Don't feel guilty. No one will ever know. Well, now I know why people do it, no matter how many times they're told not to. Her mouth, deep coloured with blood, almost formed a smile. Her eyelids fell. Morgan couldn't resist kissing her. This had to happen again. Soon, it had to. Now you know, he said. Morgan was grateful to a young woman who had told him that the infallible way to seduce a girl was to indulge her desires before his own. Never make her feel used, she'd said. Be unselfish, and she'll want you so badly you won't have to twist her arm. Then the young woman had showed him what she meant, several times, until he got it right. And she'd imparted true wisdom. It had been agony that day on the gate, restraining himself while Beth gasped in his arms, but it had been worth it. Your parents can go to hell, Beth. I've got you now. The dream again. Egyptian cats pacing, inviting Beth to cross the river. Boldly, without doubt, she put her foot on the mirror surface and sank deep underwater. All was green, like Morgan's eyes, full of huge silvery bubbles that rushed up past her as she thrashed and drowned, green with dark clouds like blood in the water. Once he's got what he wants, he'll despise you. Jeanette's words, harsh and cynical. But the bad dreams and warnings didn't stop her. The next time Beth saw Morgan, she was withdrawn at first, so scared of rejection that she almost wanted to reject him first. But Morgan didn't behave like the boys in the terrible warnings. He was the same as ever, affectionate, teasing, delighted to see her. He soon joked her out of her mood. Rhiannon didn't seem to suspect anything, so Beth relented and went to the woods with him again, as if drugged, and it was even more beautiful than the first time. Heather gave Beth more freedom now she was older. She let Beth ride out alone on whiskey or sent her out to walk the dogs, grateful for someone to exercise the animals. If Beth was on the horse, Morgan would meet her a couple of miles outside the village on his bike. They would go to the hill with the lovely view, tie whiskey up safely and make love between the trees. If they were on foot, though, they'd go to the hollow beneath the oak. That was their place. That was sacred. No one caught them. Beth felt herself opening up to the warm, moist rhythms of nature, transformed by Morgan's touch from an anxious child into a passionate, eager lover. They always used a condom. Morgan was responsible, so Beth felt safe. He said he got them in town, never in the gossipy village. My mother's been on at me, Morgan said one day as they lay in the long grass on the hill. She thinks I'm seeing too much of you. She hasn't guessed, has she? Beth was alarmed. No, she's just afraid something might happen. I tell you what, though, she's jealous. What of? She thinks I'm taking her little girl away from her. I suppose it does look a bit selfish, the way we keep disappearing. We ought to spend more time with her, if only to lull her suspicions, said Morgan. But that's why Rhiannon doesn't know that I'm with you today. She thinks I've gone cycling with some school friends. Funny, said Beth, kissing his smooth, tan chest. I've been deceiving my mother for years. I never thought you'd have to deceive yours. As they walked home along the narrow lane, Beth leading Whiskey and Morgan wheeling his bike so they could hold hands, 5 teenage cyclists skimmed past in the other direction. The leader turned and shouted over his shoulder, "Who is it this time, Reese? Dunno how you do it, you lucky bastard. It'll drop off." Catcalls from the others rose and fell in his wake. "Who are they?" Beth cried. "The prats I was meant to be cycling with." "What did he mean?" "Nothing, he's an idiot. Look, I'm not seeing anyone but you, Beth." She believed him, yet a thorn of insecurity slid under her skin. I don't really know him, she thought. Does he love me, or am I just something to play with in the holidays? Beth found it hard to believe that she could truly mean anything to him. Morgan made her feel scared sometimes, even oppressed. He could be almost too affectionate, too sexual, too intense, seeming to take her devotion for granted. Beth feared that he didn't know her either, that he was loving an idealised version of her and not the real Beth at all. Morgan asked suddenly, "Can you get out of the house at night?" "I shouldn't think so," said Beth, startled. "Why?" He gave his seductive smile. "Please try for me. There's something I've been longing to do." Anything for him. Trembling, cold, and in a mild state of panic, Beth left her bedroom at 1 o'clock in the morning and crept downstairs, wincing at every creak. The dogs woke up and whined around her when she entered the kitchen. She tried to shush them. At any moment she expected the phone to ring or her grandfather to come rushing down to answer an emergency call. But tonight, as she let herself out of the back door, all remained silent. Morgan, wearing a long, dark coat, was waiting for her in the bus shelter a few yards from the rectory gate. They made their way to the footpath, across the fields and into the woods by the light of an egg-shaped waxing moon. Shadows of rabbits and hares bounded across their path. Trees, hedgerows and wheat stems rustled. Morgan took her to the hellstone. It shone like mica in the moonlight, rounded and silvery and crystalline. The rust streaks, which Beth knew were a mineral and not blood, glittered darkly. "It's a bit cold," said Beth. "I'll keep you warm," he said. Morgan spread his coat on the centre of the rock. From a pocket he took matches and indigo candles and began to light the candles in a circle, welding them to the rock with their own wax. The dancing flames turned the stone into an altar. The trees all around were breathing shadows, the sky beaten silver. They undressed in silence, watching each other. Morgan's long, slender body, golden in the sun, was ivory now, and so beautiful it took her breath away. He held out his arms, and Beth went into them, her long hair brushing his shoulders, his flesh folding smooth and warm against hers, and she was already aching to receive him, her fluids running like myrrh. Morgan drew her to the rock and made her kneel opposite him. To her amazement, he began to anoint her with oil from a small bottle. It smelled gorgeous, of frankincense and jasmine, sandalwood and musk and lavender. He stroked it on her face and smoothed it over her shoulders and breasts. His fingers made trails of light on her skin like tribal marks. Initiation. "Dream of the moon," he said softly, his face eldritch in the candle glow. His fingers slid over her nipples, down her stomach, over the points of her hips and her small curved buttocks. Dream of the goddess. Beth smiled uncertainly. She was all gooseflesh with excitement. She took the vial from him and began to smear the oil over the contours of his chest. They anointed each other, hands sliding on a scented film. She felt utterly pagan, sensual, animal, everything her mother dreaded. Morgan pulled her down beside him. "Do you believe in God?" he whispered. His oiled hand slid between her legs. "I don't know." She folded her hand around his penis, loving the feel of it.
rounded and hard and silky warm in her palm. He gave a soft laugh of pleasure. Do you believe in the goddess? Yes. Give this to her. Morgan's reassurances that his beliefs were harmless were meaningless now. However innocent he seemed by day, in the darkness he was something else, a soft-eyed demon seducing her with carnal pleasure into an abyss from which she would never escape. He was the darkness, smiling not in love but in satisfaction at her downfall. There had to be the sheath, of course. Even in this moment he was effortlessly responsible. When he slid inside her, there was no pain, only gliding sweetness and a star burning fiercer and fiercer in the red-veiled temple. The goddess and the horned god, she whispered. Yes, yes. The moon shone hard into Beth's eyes. She saw an angel in white, plucked from a pedestal by a demon's claws and sent tumbling into the chasms of hell. She saw rippling figures. There were men with wintry faces, walking around and around her, prodding her with sticks. The great crucifixes round their necks dazzled her. She's guilty. She is one. Beth heard a fire crackling. The noise filled her ears like a rush of water. She was burning and drowning and falling and suffocating with cruel mocking eyes all around her, and she heard the distant sounds of someone running, bones breaking, a woman screaming. But none of these visions chilled her pleasure. That went on through everything. Morgan's arms around her, one hand in her hair, one gripping her buttocks, and their mingled sweat and the urgent, essential heat melting them. The horn of the unicorn pierced her, impaled her, split her into shards of diamond night. And they writhed against each other, crying out. She thought she would never breathe again. The visions died away with her breath. Then calmness. A huge pair of silver eyes were gazing down on Beth from a dark face, telling her, all this must come to pass. You can bear it or fall, coalescing into a single eye, the moon, and then she became aware of Morgan kissing her in the hollow of her throat where the sweat and oil had pooled. Now you belong to the goddess, he said, his beautiful face rising over her, her moon-washed skin and his bewitching eyes. Yes, I felt her, I saw her. Morgan hugged her so tight she thought her spine would break. Oh, Beth, I've never felt anything like this before. I wish I could stay here with you forever. You'll never come here with anyone else, Beth said with absolute conviction, as if the goddess was speaking through her. And neither will I. She became aware of cold air on her skin. The initiation was over. It was a strange moment as Morgan drew away from her and sat on the edge of the hellstone to pick up their clothes. She thought she heard him say, "Oh shit," under his breath. Then he seemed to freeze for a second or two. What's wrong? She asked. She felt a trickle of fluid come out of her and soak the coat lining as she sat up. Nothing. Beth was concerned about the coat now. Your coat's going to stink of this oil. What will Rhiannon say? It'll wash out, he sighed and pushed his hair back, smiled at her. It'll be all right, Beth. Nothing to worry about. You smell like a Turkish brothel, said Heather at breakfast the next morning. What have you been doing? Beth cringed inwardly. She had tried to bathe the oil away, but it clung. They were trying to flog this perfume in the shop yesterday, she said. The assistant sprayed it on me before I could stop her. Oh, for God's sake, go and wash it off. You'll frighten the horses. Beth ran up to her room and stood looking out of the window, smiling to herself. She had flown to another world last night. It had been terrifying, but oh God, it was thrilling. She and Morgan made love 27 times that summer. She counted and remembered every single one. Not least the last time. Arriving at Rhiannon's the day before she was due to go home, Beth couldn't find anyone at first. Then she heard Morgan calling her name from the direction of the animal pens. He was in the smallest shed, in darkness, with an owl sitting on his arm. This chap's had a broken foot, said Morgan, smiling at her. Rhiannon put him right. We can let him go soon. Do you want to stroke him? It was at that moment, as she stroked the soft feathers and looked into the bird's huge black eyes, that Beth realised she was in love with Morgan. Strange that it hadn't dawned on her while they were making love. Divine though it was only now, seeing him with the owl on his arm and the rapt shine in his eyes, that she knew. It was a different feeling, much deeper. The revelation trickled through her from cell to cell like petrol. Oh God, what are we going to do? Good news, he said, putting the owl back in a cage. Mum's gone shopping in Nottingham with a friend. She won't be back for hours. Morgan took her hand and led her into the house. Beth had never seen his bedroom before, forbidden territory. Fascinating, because it was like glimpsing a hidden part of his soul. There was a sloping ceiling, ivory-washed walls with posters, mostly dolphins and sports cars, with a couple of rock groups, and a single bed with a patchwork cover. There were shelves of books, a few model cars, a battered teddy bear, half hidden in one corner, but it was surprisingly tidy. Who's the female? Beth said, scrutinising the posters. Sandy Denny, folk singer, and that one's Marilyn Monroe. Don't tell me you don't recognise her. Beth stuck out her tongue at him. Can I look at your records? You can look at anything you like, my dear. She knelt down on the soft, deep green carpet. Some of the artists she's heard of. Led Zeppelin, David Bowie, The Stranglers, but there were many others here she didn't know. Planksy, Horselips, the sensational Alex Harvey Band, Lou Reed, Dr. Feelgood. The music of Satan, said Beth, fingering through albums and covers with relish. She was aware that this was an everyday experience for most teenagers, but for her it was like Christmas. She and Morgan seemed to be doing everything the wrong way round. Decided what you want to listen to? She pushed the Horselips at him. The Tane, he said. Good choice. He put the record on a stereo that sat in the corner of the floor. An eerie electric lament began, evolving into a throbbing rhythm. She had never heard anything like it before. All these books, she said. Never mind the books, said Morgan, stretching out on the patchwork cover. Come here. Of all the strange places we've done it, we've never made love on a bed before. Do you want me to strew some leaves and grass around to make you feel more at home? Beth made a running leap on him and they wrestled, laughing. Do you really care about me, Beth? He breathed into her ear. Or do you just want me for my body? It was later, just as she was on the waterfall edge of orgasm, that someone pounded on the front door. Beth couldn't stop. She went flying out over the edge, falling through the silver-sharp foam of ecstasy. But when it faded, she heard the pounding again. She and Morgan both froze. The music had long finished. Who the hell's that? He said. Don't answer it. But what if it's someone with a cat? I should see what they want. I told Mum I would. Holding their breath, they went to peer out of the window. There were a few moments of silence. Then a man in a suit walked away from the front door along the path, turning and looking back at the upstairs windows as he went. Beth ducked. She thought she would die of shock. It's my father, she gasped. What the hell is he doing here? That's your father, is it? Has he gone? He's getting into a brown Rover. He's turning round in the lane. Morgan exhaled. He's gone. Beth was shaking and wild eyes. Had you seen him before? Once or twice. I thought he was just some bloke Rhiannon knows. I think his name's Philip. Never made the connection. So, that's your dad. Yes, but what would he be doing here? She exclaimed. I've no idea. I've never spoken to him. Rhiannon's never said. I'm sure it doesn't mean anything. He couldn't possibly know you were here, could he? I suppose if Rhiannon knows my mum, she must know my dad as well. I didn't think they were speaking, that's all. It's a mystery to me, Morgan shrugged. Would you rather we got dressed and did something innocuous? No, come back to bed, said Beth. You haven't finished. Doesn't matter. Yes, it does. I don't want you to be unsatisfied. Oh, you're so good to me, Bethy, he said, with a charming, helpless smile. Because it might be the last time, she thought, clinging to him, moved to overwhelming tenderness by the rapture he found in her. The last time. But she couldn't say it. Afterwards, as they lay, satiated with arms and legs tangled up together, Beth had a terrifying sensation that they were not alone.
There was a presence with them. She lay, motionless, not daring to breathe, chills sheeting over her. A tiny noise made her jump so violently she banged her hand on the wall. "Jumpy, aren't you?" said Morgan, holding her bruised hand. "What's wrong?" "There's someone there," she whispered, looking at the door. "Oh my God," he said, and got up and went to the door and turned the knob. Beth's heart tapped wildly at her breastbone. She had no idea who she expected to see. Rhiannon, her father, the devil. Morgan drew back the door a sliver. What insinuated itself through the gap was a slate blue cat. Bast. "Jesus, cat," said Morgan. "You scared the hell out of us." Bast jumped on the bed. Beth gathered her in her arms, laughing with nervous relief. "Oh, your claws!" It was holding the cat that made Beth start crying. She'd been all right until then. Morgan sat down by her and put his arms around her. "Don't, Beth. I'm going home tomorrow. I don't want to." "Shit, I'm fed up with this," Morgan exclaimed with sudden fervour. Beth was alarmed. "What, fed up with me?" "Don't be silly. I mean, I'm sick of having to meet in secret because of our stupid families. I can't wait another year to see you. You only live in Birmingham, for God's sake, not New Zealand. It's bloody ridiculous." "It's not my fault," said Beth sharply. Morgan hugged her. "Sorry, Beth, I know that. Look, I love you. I can wait. We will be together one day, I promise." Beth wanted to believe it, but she daren't let herself. Life had made her a pessimist. "My mother will never let me go willingly. By the time I'm 18 and you're 20, you'll have forgotten me." "No," Morgan insisted, kissing her passionately all over her face. "Never, never." "We got away with it," Beth thought 1 week later, as she stared out of the window of her classroom, seeing nothing but gilded memories of summer. Her overwhelming emotion was not of loving or missing Morgan, but of relief that they had not been found out. She felt too young to know what loving him really meant, too young to shoulder the immensity of all that had happened between them. We got away with it. There was no thunderbolt from God after all. Beth had been back at school for 3 weeks when she began to feel ill, when her breasts began to hurt, when her period never came. In heaven, God pointed a finger and the clouds turned black. Chapter 7. "Mrs. Hearn," said the doctor, "I'm afraid the cause of your daughter's symptoms is that she is approximately 12 weeks pregnant." Beth's mother made a small noise of exasperation. "Doctor, with all due respect, I don't think you've listened to a word I've said. I brought the child in with a stomach bug. Every young woman who goes off her food is not automatically pregnant." The doctor tapped his pen on his desk. Beth's head drooped lower, her hair hiding her face. "I am aware of that, Mrs. Hearn. However, having examined her, I find Beth to have all the symptoms of early pregnancy. A urine test will confirm things, but there is no need for a test," Olivia said crisply, "because there is absolutely no possibility whatsoever of Beth being pregnant." Please God, let me die, thought Beth. She was going to pass out at the very least. The doctor cleared his throat. "Mrs. Hearn, would you mind if I spoke to Beth alone?" "Yes, I would. Anything you have to say to her, you can say to me." "Beth?" Beth nodded. She daren't do anything else. The doctor went on. "I know this must have come as a shock, but the important thing is not to judge Beth. She needs support. There are different options to consider." "I think you've wasted quite enough of our time already. Thank you. We're leaving." Olivia took Beth's wrist, led her out of the surgery and along the street. Neither of them said a word. Beth's bones had turned to dough with terror. She expected her mother to fly into a ferocious rage as soon as they were home. Instead, Olivia remained silent and closed, like a waxwork. She seemed to move in slow motion as she took off her coat and shoes. Beth longed to blurt out, "Mum, please listen to me, please try to understand." But she was afraid that a single word would unleash a hair-trigger retaliation. "Go to your room, Bethia," said Olivia woodenly. "I need to pray." Beth obeyed. She shut herself in and sat on her bed, her mind a blank. After a few minutes,
She heard the key turn in the lock. No prisoner in a condemned cell could have felt worse than she did at that moment. Nothing to do but wait for the hangman. She couldn't pray. Nothing Rhiannon had told her had removed the image of a thunderous, punishing God from her mind. She knew her sins lay not merely in having sex, but in disobedience, lies, the breaking of solemn vows. Her pregnancy was the tip of a very dark and murky iceberg. Will God tell Mum to believe the doctor? Will he tell her to forgive me? She pressed her knees together and hugged herself. She was so cold she couldn't move. How did it happen? We were so careful. It was that time on the Hellstone. Beth was certain of it. The malevolent figures, the horn piercing her, the eyes of the goddess. And the way Morgan had gone quiet after, as if he knew something was wrong and wouldn't tell her. Everything had been weird. Hideous thoughts tormented her. What if Mum was right? What if Rhiannon and Morgan bewitched me into thinking they were kind and loving when really they belonged to Satan after all? 4 hours passed. It was December, so night came early. Beth walked around, tried to sleep, walked around again. She was growing frantic. She desperately needed the loo. The last thing she wanted was food, and yet she felt sick and lightheaded from the lack of it. She heard faint noises from downstairs. Voices, doors opening and shutting. Things were happening behind her back. The key turned. Beth drew a breath. She felt cold and brittle, an icicle. Her father came in, alone. He was still wearing his grey suit from work, and he stood with his right hand cupped in his left, his face composed, but his eyes, behind the sterile shine of glasses, hung on her like lead. He'd never raised a hand to her, yet Beth was terrified of him. "Beth," he said quietly, "do you have anything to tell me?" "I really need to go to the bathroom, Dad." "Go on, quickly." She rushed along the landing, grateful for a few minutes of reprieve, her bowels loose with sheer terror. When she came back, feeling drained and shaky, Philip closed the door and faced her. His voice was soft and confidential, like the voice he used with his dental patients. "Just tell me, Beth, is there any possibility that you could be pregnant?" Beth looked at the floor. Her throat went into spasm, which she couldn't swallow away. After a few seconds, she managed, miserably, to nod. Philip put a hand to his face. She heard a long sigh emerge, muffled by his fingers. His eyes weren't even cold. They were dead, as if he had no feeling for her at all, not even anger, as if she had ceased to exist. "Can you tell me how this could have happened?" She shook her head. "I'm afraid you'll have to stay in here until you're ready to tell us. God is deeply grieved by your behaviour, Bethia. I will pray for you." He went to the door, and she blurted out, "Dad, I'm sorry." But he was gone, locking the door again behind him. Beth got on the bed and shrank into the corner, looking at the bare walls and the shelves with nothing on them but Bibles and schoolbooks. Morgan had made her feel so grown up, so free. The devil's illusions. This was reality. She was a powerless, sinful child. As she sat in the darkness, she made a decision. "I'll never tell them about Rhiannon. I'll never tell them who the father is. I could pretend some boy in the village attacked me. But no, that would be another lie. My only defence, my only hope is silence. Dear Goddess, please help me." It wasn't long before the door opened again, bringing a fan of yellow light from the landing. This time it was Heather. "Grandma," Beth said, sitting up, "what are you doing here?" "Brought you a cup of tea," said Heather, sitting on the bed. "Your mother called us. She's acting like there's been a death in the family." Beth swallowed the tea gratefully, clutching the mug in both hands for warmth. "How did it happen?" Heather asked gravely, folding her arms. "One of the village boys, was it?" "Sort of, yes." "Who?" Beth didn't reply. "You are a stupid little girl." Heather was very much the exasperated headmistress. Beth sensed no sympathy, although she hadn't expected any. The lack of it still stabbed her. I trusted you. I really thought you'd have more sense. Did it ever cross your tiny mind that I am going to get the blame for this? I was responsible for you. That's not fair on you, Gran, said Beth. It was all my fault. Well, it was at least half the boys as well. You're going to have to tell us who it was. Drink your tea. They want to talk to you downstairs. Ready to face the world? Beth had no choice. She'd been summoned. How's Mum? Still trying to pretend it hasn't happened, though she knows damn well it has, Heather said grimly, propelling her along the landing. Her interrogators were waiting in the sitting room. Her father on his feet, Randolph and Luke sitting on the sofa, Olivia in the armchair. The room was stuffy and too bright, sweltering in the heat of the gas fire. Heather ushered Beth to the chair opposite her mother, then went to sit beside Randolph. Olivia's countenance was pale and stiff with fury. She was rigidly composed, hands on her lap. Beth quailed. Even the sight of Luke frightened her. He was like a replica of their father, serene and precise. Bizarre the way their roles had reversed. Luke now the saint, Beth the black sheep. Beth felt blood rush to her face. How ghastly to face Luke and her granddad knowing that they knew. Randolph didn't look directly at her, but he was a formidable presence in the room. Another figure of disappointed, judgmental authority. Have you had anything to eat? He asked as Beth sat down. I'm not hungry. He looked at Olivia. She must eat, or she'll be ill. Father, can you stop being a doctor for 5 minutes? Olivia broke in. She can eat after she's confessed. Don't be afraid, Randolph said gently. No one's going to shout at you. We just want you to tell us what happened. Beth couldn't make a sound. How long have you known you were in this state? Asked Olivia, her calm restraint forced. I didn't know, Beth said. She had, in her heart, but she'd been praying the symptoms would go away by magic. You must have suspected. Why didn't you tell us? I couldn't. I knew you'd go mad. Who was he? Just a boy. It doesn't matter. When did it happen? Where did it happen? Did he force you? You can't have consented. Beth squeezed her eyes shut. Philip said, You must tell us who he is so he can be punished. All through this, she felt Luke's eyes burning into her. I know, his eyes said. I know. It only has to happen once, said her grandfather. One mistake, a boy tricks you, takes advantage of your innocence. You probably don't even realise what's happening until it's too late. His fault, not yours. Is that what happened, Beth? This was the scene they'd concocted in their minds to try to preserve her innocence. Hating herself, Beth nodded. There, not her fault, said Randolph. It doesn't matter. She's still been soiled, Olivia said. Oh, God Almighty, what have I done to deserve this? How could you, Beth? After all my warnings, my strict instructions to keep yourself pure, how could you let the devil ruin you? That's enough, said Heather. I'm sorry, Mum, said Beth, starting to cry. I'm really, really sorry. Olivia suddenly came to Beth, knelt beside her and clasped her hands. How could you let this happen, darling? I wanted you to be perfect in God's eyes. You were such a good girl. I knew I shouldn't have let you stay at Mother's. It's all my fault. I was selfish. I should have been looking after you myself. And they cried together. And Beth thought, it's going to be all right. She's just going to forgive me. Just tell us who he is, darling, Olivia went on. Tell us. No, I can't. It doesn't matter. You must. Beth shook her head stubbornly. She would have been admitting not one sin, but years of sin. The secret was all that she had left. Olivia sighed. Let's pray for guidance, she said, and they bowed their heads and clasped their hands, even her grandparents. There was a long moment of tranquillity. Into it, like a little knife, came Luke's voice. I know who the father of Beth's baby is. Beth felt a hideous jolt of coldness. Shut up, she cried. It's that Morgan Reese who lives up Farm Lane. Silence. And then the worst sound she had ever heard, piercing her ears and shredding her nerves, Olivia screaming, a hoarse, high-pitched wail of absolute horror and betrayal. Beth shrank away, hands over her ears, a hand slammed into the side of her head. Panicking, Beth scrambled over the arm of the chair, but Olivia came after her, hitting and hitting. Beth fell onto the carpet. Olivia's face rose over her, eyes bloodshot, spittle flying from her mouth. "You disgusting, vile, evil, wanton, stupid, little whore!" Beth shut her eyes, cowering. The blows stopped suddenly. Randolph was holding Olivia back, and the others were on their feet. "For God's sake, Livy," said Randolph, "have some thought for her condition." "Have some thought, Dad," Olivia shouted in his face. "Have some thought!" Grim-faced, Randolph pulled her away, forced her down onto the sofa. Philip helped Beth back to her chair, his touch impersonal. He offered her no comfort. "Can we at least establish the facts?" Heather said briskly. "Beth, Luke, is this true?" "Yes, it's true," said Luke. "She's been friendly with the witch and her son for years." "Did she go out for a lot of walks, Gran?" "She was going to see them. That Morgan did it to her." Olivia turned on him now. "You're lying." "I wouldn't lie, Mum. Ask her." They were all staring at her. Beth felt cornered. There seemed no point in denying any more. "Yes." "Jesus," muttered Philip. Her grandfather leaned his head on his hands and exhaled. "Oh, God." And her grandmother exclaimed with a degree of viciousness that shocked Beth, "That bloody boy! That bloody little bastard!" "This is your fault, Mother," Olivia shouted. "You were meant to be protecting her." "What was I supposed to do? Keep her handcuffed? Good grief! As if we didn't tell her enough times to have nothing to do with them." She looked hard from Luke to Beth. "You'd better tell us precisely what went on." Between them, the story came out, haltingly, into a well of dark, disapproving tension. "I only went to Rhiannon's the first year," said Luke, "and only because Beth made me. I didn't want to tell tales on her, so I prayed for her instead." Olivia, though, was no longer interested in Luke's sins. She stared at Beth with a frightful, contorted expression of incredulity, as if Beth had not merely betrayed her, but stabbed her. "You evil liar! After all I said every summer, you lying evil bitch! Satan's got hold of you and he is working through you. Can't you see it? That boy belongs to the devil. Did he force you? Did he trick you? What? It happened just once, did it?" Beth was past lying. "More than once, and he never forced me." "How many times?" 27, Beth said helplessly. Olivia tried to leap up and would have slapped her if Randolph hadn't held her back. "You filthy whore!" Heather looked murderous. Still terrified, but stung to outrage, Beth cried, "Why is Morgan worse than any other boy? Rhiannon isn't evil. She was nice to me. I know I did wrong, but..." She faltered, knowing they wouldn't listen. "I love Morgan. We promised to each other that we would be together when we leave school. We can get married. It will be all right." "Jesus," her father said again. "We'll have to get rid of it," Heather said crisply. "Pretend it never happened." "What?" Beth cried, aghast. "No," said Philip, "that would be a crime against God." Olivia went white. "Yes, it must be got rid of," she whispered. "I can arrange a termination," Randolph said heavily. "We'll talk to Beth's GP. The sooner the better." Beth couldn't believe her ears. Her mother had always been vehemently against abortion. Secretly, since knowing Rhiannon, Beth wasn't. And if it had been the child of any other boy, she would have been relieved. But this was special. This was Morgan's. "No," said Beth. "You can't make me do it. I told you I love him." "What do you know about love, you silly girl?" Heather snapped. "He was using you. He was nearly thrown out of school for being caught with some girl. He should be castrated with balling twine." "The devil works through that family," Olivia said, her voice low. "That thing you're carrying is the child of the devil." Beth's head was spinning. Some girl? He was using you? The devil? Olivia rose to her feet. Randolph tried to stop her, but she shook him off, saying, "It's all right, Father." She stood over Beth with terrifying calmness, her face haggard. All her revulsion and condemnation gathered in the poisonous blue light of her eyes. "Bitch!" she hissed. "I nearly went against God's law for you. This is what you've brought me to." Beth shrank inwardly. She understood. Olivia had been prepared to go against her heartfelt beliefs to dispose of the baby. That was how deeply she loathed Morgan. The realization hurt Beth worse than any physical blow. "No," Olivia went on thinly. "You shall have the thing, if only to make you understand that you shall not sin without punishment. You think you want it, do you? It won't be a human being. It will be the fruit of your sins." "You'll have to have it adopted," Heather said harshly. "No, I'll look after it," said Olivia. "But can it ever be cleansed and live a Christian life? I doubt it. Can you ever be cleansed, Bethia? I won't have the devil working through this family. You'll deliver the child into my hands, and I shall bring it to God." The room turned dark. The rest of the family didn't seem to hear the threat in Olivia's voice, but Beth was drowning, utterly alone. She could see nothing but her mother's burning eyes. "What are you, Beth? I thought you were an angel, above the banal filth of the world. Instead, I discover you've been rolling in it like everyone else. You're a stranger. You're not my daughter." Beth lay awake all night with the words walking around her head, as dark as physical rats. Not my daughter. The sense of total betrayal in Olivia's eyes tormented Beth. She thought, I didn't mean to do that to her. What was it that I did that was so very awful? I guess it must have been. What am I then? An orphan? A changeling? Nothing? Not my mother's daughter. Just a piece of treacherous filth. In the morning, her grandfather came in, sat on the end of her bed. He was wearing his overcoat, about to set off home. How did you sleep? Not too well. I'm scared. Are you sure you want to go through with the pregnancy? I don't know. I can't not. But Mum... There was some kindness in Randolph's eyes, under the thick charcoal brows. Perhaps she'd misjudged him. Your mother will forgive you. Give her time. I don't think she will. Do you forgive me, Grandad? These things are so difficult. Everyone does foolish things, Beth. I can't condemn you for falling in love. I'm not sure I can forgive the boy, though. Will he get into trouble? I don't know. He deserves to. She whispered, Grandad, would you post a letter to Morgan for me if I wrote it quickly? He shook his head, looking sadly at her. I don't think that would be appropriate. Your mother wouldn't want it, and I mustn't compound my negligence. What do you mean? I blame myself for what happened. Beth was stunned. Why? I was never there for you. I was always working. If I'd known you were so lonely with your grandma and me, that I had to look for friends elsewhere, I should have realised what was happening, but I didn't. My fault. Desperate, she said, Grandad, don't leave me. I have to go to work, he said gravely. Olivia will look after you. Don't worry. No one asked Beth how she felt. Olivia kept Beth off school that morning. They passed the day in bitter silence as wide as a lake. That night, in utter exhaustion, Beth slept. She dreamed of drowning in green water with blood clouds exploding all around her. She dreamed of a white horn piercing her in her side, her stomach, her womb. She saw dark figures flapping towards her through the underwater forest, and she knew that when they reached her, she'd die. She dreamed Morgan was pinning her down on the hellstone, only he was really a demon in the shape of a black cat with fangs and claws, his penis the ivory horn again, delivered a perfectly formed demon baby into her womb. She climaxed anyway, as if to show that she had invited the sin. Then the baby began to talk to her. You can't let me go. We must stay together. We're in danger. Our kind have always been in danger. Beth woke, shaking and sweating, to find Luke leaning over her. He was growing into a stocky youth, stronger and taller than Beth. You dirty bitch, he whispered venomously. I knew you were doing it with that Morgan. She sat up, shaken. You didn't know. You had no right to say anything. Luke was glaring at her, as if she was something that he'd trodden in. And then he smiled coldly. Guessed right, though, didn't I? You let him fuck you. Why did you have to tell them? To save your soul, sister. It wasn't fair, Beth cried. You never told on me before. I thought I could trust you. I never told on you when you did something wrong. I always tried to look after you. Yes, until you dropped me for them. I didn't drop you. It was me or them, Beth. You chose them. You chose the devil. I used to really look up to you when I was little. I used to think you were a saint, but you're not. You're just a common tart like all the others. What others? The girls at school. They're all prosies. I tell you what's unfair. Mum used to beat me for doing nothing, but she doesn't even beat you when you get pregnant. She didn't even slap you when I told her you did it with someone who worships the devil. He does not. You know how witches are made, don't you? They go into the woods and they make a pact with the devil. Then they copulate with him to seal it. And that's what you did. That's exactly what you did. No! Oh, you're in for it now. You're damned. I told you your sins would find you out, didn't I? Serves you right. His eyes were merciless, and she saw years of resentment there burning. Luke had been storing up his hatred of Morgan for all of this time, and she hadn't realised. She hadn't sinned. Now he was having his revenge. In the morning, Beth tried to write to Morgan in the secrecy of her room. She tried, but the words wouldn't come. She was scared to set a single word on paper in case her mother saw it. Scared of what Morgan's reaction would be. What if he was horrified, or worse, utterly indifferent? What could he do anyway? The furthest she got was printing his address on the envelope. Morgan Rees, Blackthorn Cottage, Farm Lane, Lullingford, Staffs. The postcode. What was the postcode? Didn't matter. She sat and traced her fingers over the beloved address as if it were a photograph. The door opened. Beth flung the envelope into a bedside drawer, but it was too late. Her mother had seen. What are you hiding? Olivia snapped. She strode forward, wrenched the drawer open and seized the envelope. There was 1 second of bristling silence while she scanned it. Then she swung round and her hand felled Beth like a sandbag, knocking her back across the bed. Jezebel! She screamed, ripping up the envelope. How dare you! What will it take to teach you, you devious, addle-brained bitch? The strap. There was no one else in the house. No one to stop Olivia laying into Beth until they were both crying with exhaustion and Beth had bitten her mouth to shreds to kill the burning, throbbing pain in her back. If you ever tried to contact that ungodly fornicator again, Olivia panted, standing over Beth where she lay on the bed, you will wish you had never been born. Beth got the message. She lay on her stomach in agony, praying for her mother to leave her alone, praying to die. Jesus loves you, Bethia, but he hates the demon inside of you, breathed Olivia, eerily calm. I won't rest until I've driven it out. Cleanse it. Cleanse. She walked away a few minutes later. Through sheets of pain, Beth heard the vacuum cleaner droning. One afternoon in mid-December, while Rhiannon was contentedly doling out cat food for Lou and Carrot and Bast, a storm arrived on her doorstep. She answered a knock at the front door to find Olivia Hearn standing there. Rhiannon was startled. For a moment she didn't recognise the handsome woman in raincoat, with fierce blue eyes and brown hair gathered in a bun. Then her instincts kicked in, and she knew, ominously, that this was about Beth. They found out that Beth was coming here, she thought. Had to happen. Your bastard, said Olivia, got my daughter pregnant. Rhiannon felt the earth drop out from under her, and she laughed in disbelief. I beg your pardon. You heard me. Rhiannon controlled herself and said coolly, if you are referring to Morgan, you'd better come in. You knew, didn't you? Olivia shoved Rhiannon hard in the shoulder and walked past her into the cottage. You knew. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Liar! Olivia stood in the centre of the front room, glancing in contempt at incense burners and images of goddesses. In her eyes, these were signs of Rhiannon's inner pollution. Her tone was cold and savage. How long has he been corrupting my daughter? Was it just last summer, or for the past 4 years? Rhiannon was furious. Hang on, what right have you got to come in here accusing my son of molesting a child? A child, exactly. Don't try to defend him, because she's told me what he did to her. Taking her in the woods and doing those filthy things. You knew what was going on, didn't you? You encouraged it. Of course I didn't, Rhiannon flared. If you're telling me the truth, I'll murder him. I thought I could trust him. I specifically told him, treat Beth like a sister. I warned him countless times. And I told Bethia to stay away from you, said Olivia. If she took no notice of me, why should your brat listen to you? You must have known she wasn't allowed to come here, but you didn't send her away, did you? You encouraged her. What gives you the right to usurp my rights as a mother? Did you think it was amusing to get at me like that? Yes, said Rhiannon. It was more than amusing, dear. I was trying to save her sanity. She came to me one year suicidal because her periods had started and you had given her the impression that she was too filthy to live. Wonderful mother you are. I did nothing of the sort. Whatever you intended, that's the impression she got, so I put her right. Oh, did you? And how are you going to put this right? Said Olivia contemptuously. Herbal potions? A spell? Don't mock what you don't understand. You'd better tell me what Beth said. As Olivia acidly related Beth's confession, Rhiannon knew that what she was being told was the truth. All those times I blithely let Morgan take Beth for walks and bike rides. What a bloody fool I was. That was egotism, thinking no son of mine would break a promise. Why did I feel the need to warn him so often if I didn't know in my heart that he wasn't to be trusted? I'll give Morgan hell for this, said Rhiannon. I never meant it to happen, Livy, I swear. Don't call me Livy. This is what this has come to. You wanted to put the devil into my daughter and you've succeeded. You'll burn in hell, you bitch. Would you like a cup of tea? Rhiannon asked sweetly. Olivia, I won't touch anything of yours. How is Beth? Olivia looked startled, as if the question had never occurred to her. She's learning her lesson. Goddess, Rhiannon whispered. I do know some very specific herbs. She insists on having the damn thing, said Olivia, tight-lipped. Let her have it. God did not mean women to have an easy escape from their sin. Oh, shit, said Rhiannon. Look, if you really can't bear what's happening, send her to me. I'll look after her. Olivia glared at her. You must be out of your mind. Send her to you with that evil raping bastard in the house. If you're referring to Morgan, Rhiannon said icily, he wouldn't be here. I'll send him away to college or something. I don't care. You won't have her. This is a battle for Beth's soul. You'll never win. She needs Christian guidance, not pagan immorality. Haven't you done enough? Poor Beth, Rhiannon said under her breath. Well, if I can't help and you finish shouting at me, then you'd better go. I haven't finished, Olivia snapped. We want you to leave. Leave my home? Go away. Take the bastard with you. Don't be stupid. I'm deadly serious. Rhiannon saw shadows from the corner of her eye, turned and saw the others standing in the open doorway. Philip, Heather, Randolph, staring her down with leaden eyes. You can't make me. But if you stay, we'll make sure Morgan is prosecuted for child abuse, sex with an underage girl, anything we can throw at him. So if you don't want him to go through life with a criminal record, you'll get out of here. They won't do anything to a 16-year-old. But Rhiannon's heart speeded up. She wanted to deal with him herself, and the thought of him even being questioned by social services and the police made her feel ill. No, we can easily get Beth to say he raped her. What? Rhiannon gasped. Even you wouldn't sink that low. But Olivia's eyes were blue steel. Do you want to risk it? Even if he wasn't found guilty, mud sticks. Just go, and don't either of you make any attempt to contact my daughter ever again. You owe it to us. Heather said from the doorway, You're meant to be wise, Mrs. Reese. You know Morgan and Beth can't possibly be allowed to see each other again. I know, said Rhiannon. She couldn't look at any of them. I know. So take him away, for Beth's sake. Rhiannon glanced at Philip, then at Randolph, their faces sombre, resolute, only a touch ashamed. What am I supposed to say to this? She said. Es-tu brute? Randolph only said sorrowfully, how could you let this happen? A couple of hours after they'd gone, Morgan came home from school, affectionate and cheerful as always. Rhiannon was slicing vegetables on a worktop. He threw his bag on a kitchen chair, slid up to her and kissed her cheek. Steady on, Mum. What have those poor carrots ever done to you? She threw the knife down, turned around and whacked him as hard as she could across the face. He reeled away, gasping, For Christ's sake, what was that for? Think about it. You were screwing her all summer. Oh, what a surprise. Now she's expecting a baby. Morgan went absolutely white. Even the red marks she'd made bleached away. Oh, Christ, you mean Beth? Yes, I mean Beth, she shouted. How many more irate parents can I expect round here making threats? Get in the other room. He sat on the edge of the sofa under the onslaught, his head resting on one hand. Rhiannon paced about, so furious it was all she could do not to strike him again. How could you, Morgan? How many times did I tell you? Be a friend to her, I said. Treat her like a sister, I said. I said it 1,000 times. I thought I could trust you. I'm sorry, Mum, he said faintly. I didn't plan it. Beth trusted you. So you just took advantage of her, did you? It wasn't like that. We're in love. Oh, love, is it? You could have at least taken precautions. We did. Oh, did you? You could have used them every time, not just when you think about it. Mum, we did. Even the first time. So how can you claim you didn't plan it? Just carry them around on the off chance, do you? Morgan didn't reply. He was such a beautiful youth. Who could blame Beth for falling? Yet it was his beauty that made her angry, because he thought he could have everything his own way, break all the hearts in his path and never be touched. So, these precautions, she said. What went wrong? One of them split, he murmured. I didn't tell Beth. I didn't want to worry her. Well, I imagine she's worried enough now. I could have told you that they're not infallible. For God's sake, what were you thinking of? I told you. I love her. But she is only 14. 14, Morgan. What you did was against the law. We didn't think. It didn't seem wrong. Well, it was wrong. More wrong than you can imagine. If you'd really loved her, you would have left her alone. If she'd said no, I would have done. Morgan met Rhiannon's eyes, defiant. But she didn't put up much of a fight, I can tell you. Rhiannon gasped. Don't you dare blame her. I am so ashamed of you. He stood up suddenly, folding his bony arms. I can't believe you're going on like this. You're the one who always told me there was nothing wrong with sex. You told Beth it was sacred too. Yes, between consenting adults. Sacred means to be treated with respect, not indulged in at a whim. I thought I'd explained that too. Do you need your ears syringing or what? I've spoiled you. I have to beg your headmaster to reinstate you after you've been caught with some female in the school grounds. Oh, but he's a good boy. He's not really like that. She led him on. And now you do this? I'm not that bad. I don't take drugs. I don't smoke. But you expect me to be sodding perfect. You're the one who wanted to take Beth away from her mother. Yes, by making Beth strong, not by ruining her life. Morgan went quiet, his face lengthening. She's not having it, is she? Apparently she wants to. Her parents won't contemplate abortion anyway. Goddess knows what will become of her. But, oh my God. He half turned away, speechless for once. Oh my God. And then, I love her. I want to see her. Well, you can't. Why not? Her parents won't let you, and neither will I. Morgan glared at her between strands of dark hair. I've never had a father. Is it going to be like that for Beth's kid too? Oh, listen to the voice of responsibility. You haven't a clue what you're talking about. You are both too young. You can't cope with babies. You'd end up hating each other. Her family are impossible. You can't stop me seeing her. If you try, her family will have you prosecuted. Unlawful sexual intercourse. Or, I think they call it, rape. Christ, said Morgan, turning pale again. It's not fair. I would never have forced her. She wanted it as much as I did. Oh, Christ. Rhiannon felt gratified to have shaken him up. You have got to learn that you can't have everything your own way. We're leaving. You can finish your A-levels at college and forget about Beth. You have a very long way to go before you can prove that I can trust you again. You can't stop me seeing her, Morgan said fervently. Go to hell. And he marched into the kitchen. Hearing the back door slam, Rhiannon shuddered. He'll be back, she thought. And one day, when he understands, I hope he'll forgive me. Through the wintry twilight, Morgan walked across the fields behind the cottage in no particular direction, brooding, furious with Rhiannon. It was as much the humiliation of being found out as anything. An illicit relationship was glamorous and exciting. The mess it created was not. He wanted Beth as he remembered her, fresh, pretty, responsive. He wanted her in defiance of his mother and her parents. But pregnant? Maybe tired? Preoccupied? Her body swelling? He wasn't sure. To think of being married with a small child instead of looking forward to a life of freedom, of university, Jesus, that was scary. But Beth? The truth was, Morgan didn't know what he wanted. There was a figure coming along the hedgerow towards him, through the gloom, a woman in a tweed skirt, green barber jacket and headscarf, carrying a shotgun. Heather Cross. He kept his head down, meaning to give her a wide berth, but she stopped in his path. And then she aimed the shotgun straight at his chest, her eyes psychotic with hatred. I should shoot you where you stand for what you did, Mrs. Cross said. You evil bastard. Morgan stared at her in unguarded terror. You'd be done for murder. Do you think I care? They can lock me away. It'll be too late for you. He heard the ominous crunch of the safety catch. Then she lowered the barrel to point at his loins. We geld horses humanely. That's too good for you. If you ever go near my granddaughter again, I will blast your bollocks through the top of your head. Paralysed, he watched her finger squeezing the trigger. The moment was unreal, a nightmare condensed. Then there was a deafening bang, and the earth at his feet exploded. If I ever see you again, she hissed, I won't be shooting at the ground. Morgan backed away and began to run. When he glanced back, she was still there staring at him. Maybe you're right, he said, walking back into the kitchen, trying to act like nothing had happened. We should leave after all. What's come over you? Rhiannon asked. Nothing. Been thinking, that's all. I'm really truly sorry. I wouldn't hurt Beth for anything. Softening, Rhiannon put her arm around him and stroked his shoulder. It was my fault, love. I should have guessed what was happening with you two and stopped it. I suppose I did guess, but I didn't want to believe it. I won't let you ruin your life over one mistake. I know it hurts, but it's for the best, believe me. Yeah. By the way, what was that shot? Morgan shrugged. Someone shooting rabbits? Come in, Bethia, said the pastor. There were 10 members of the church waiting in the sitting room, including Olivia. Their smiles were stern, sorrowful, condescending. Beth went in among them like a lamb among hyenas. You've fallen in deep sin, sister, said Pastor Blair. The good news is that you can be purified and washed clean. But first, we have to drive the devil out of you. They were all around her, holding her, stroking her, talking, praying. Confess your sins, Bethia. Let it spill out. You have to admit the devil is in you before we can tear it out. He wasn't a devil, she said defiantly. He loves me. He deceived you, said the pastor. He was stout and whiskery and smelled of stale tobacco. He tempted you into foul acts of fornication. That's the devil's way. No. Repent, Bethia. Your soul is in peril. The exorcism was loud and violent. They began to throw her from one to another, praying and singing. The pastor repeatedly cast her to the floor, shouting for the Lord to take the evil out of the fallen soul. He yelled straight into Beth's face, commanding the demon to depart, shredding her nerves to rags. Out of her wits with fear, Beth submitted. It went on all afternoon. In the end, weak with confusion and lack of food, she would have said anything to make it stop. Yes, there's a demon in me. He put it there. It talks to me. I repent. Help me, help me. And afterwards, Beth realised the true purpose of the exorcism. She sat, shaking, trying to drink a mug of sickly cocoa that Olivia had made. As what? A consolation prize? A token of guilty love? And she thought, they weren't trying to save my soul. They were trying to make me have a miscarriage. It didn't work. From the day her sins had come to light, Beth was kept a prisoner at home. Her mother removed her from school. When the truant officer came round and pointed out that she couldn't do this, Olivia became devious and plausible, finally convincing the doctor to excuse Beth from school on medical grounds. Under her mother's direction, Beth complained of exhaustion, depression, half a dozen reasons why she couldn't face school, and she barely had to exaggerate. She had only to be careful when the doctor prodded her abdomen that he did not see the marks on her back. Philip arranged for a tutor to come to the house instead, a retired teacher who was a fervent member of the church. Beth loathed him. She was never left alone. If Olivia had to go out, people from the church would come and sit with her instead. The only time Beth went out was for her antenatal pre-checks. She was too sinful even to be seen at church, apparently. A social worker came to the house a couple of times. Under Olivia's supervision, Beth assured her that everything was fine at home. Her mother would be helping with the baby. She was perfectly happy, thank you very much. And every day, as Beth's condition grew more blatant, she had to endure the contemptuous stares of her family whenever they glanced at her swelling stomach. Olivia literally believed that the devil had worked through Morgan. And what could Beth say? She couldn't dismiss her mother as mad, because Beth had been surrounded by these beliefs from childhood. Lots of apparently sane people shared them. Rhiannon had made these beliefs seem absurd, but Rhiannon wasn't here, and she had always been light-hearted about her goddess, whereas the people who surrounded Beth now were heavy-handed, passionately convinced. Beth hadn't the strength to decide. You are all crazy. Not when her ghastly dreams seemed to be coming directly from hell. Beth thought constantly of Rhiannon and Morgan, but she dared not make another attempt to contact them. Only an hour's drive away, they might have well been on the other side of the planet. At night, she thought of Morgan, his lovely face and his hard, slender body against her, inside her. She pressed her face into the pillow to muffle her groans of longing and pain. Sometimes she could hear Luke giggling through the wall, and his inexplicable mirth chilled her. She remembered when she and Morgan had been alone in the woods. They had been free. They'd been in ecstasy. Morgan standing there smiling with the owl perched on his arm. He didn't know. She couldn't bear it that he had put this vibrant, throbbing life into her and didn't know. But what if he didn't really love me? She thought, agonised. What if he lied and used me like everybody says? Would he chuck me like Jeanette's boyfriends and tell everyone I'm a slag? That was the real reason Beth dared not write. To find out that Morgan didn't care, that would kill her. The day he'd heard about his sister's pregnancy, Luke had asked God what to do. And God replied, tell the truth, shame the devil. Never as long as he lived would Luke forgive Beth for having sex with that wicked, depraved boy. In the darkness of his room, after his parents and sister had gone to bed, he spread an old car rug which he found in the shed on the carpet. That was his church. He tried to shake out the worst of the mould and the cobwebs. Then he dragged a bulging carrier bag from under the bed. Usually he kept it hidden under the compost heap because it smelled, but tonight he smuggled it into the house, and he began to remove the contents one by one and place them on the rug in careful rows. Rats, mice, birds, beetles, frogs, all dead. They formed his congregation. Luke was their pastor. He had complete power over them. They hung on his every word as he preached in whisper of good and evil, the supremacy of God, and the apocalypse in which only the chosen would ascend to heaven. Only those who follow me will survive. I am the prophet. He touched the corpses in turn, blessing them. he remembered how each one had died. "I killed you, but you will rise again," he told them. "I killed you to save your souls." Now it was time for the sacrifice. He pulled the shoebox from under the bed. A scuffling sound came from inside. Luke picked up his scalpel and lifted the lid. This was special. It was a white mouse he'd stolen from a boy at school. White and pure. "This is the sacrifice that will redeem you from your sins," he whispered. He held the mouse's head between his thumb and fingers, so it lay on its back in his palm. Its lips were drawn back from its tiny teeth, and its whiskers quivered. Luke drew the blade very delicately from its throat to its abdomen, so that when he pulled back the flaps to expose the organs, the glistening heart was still pulsing. He was a surgeon now, as skillful and precise as his father and grandfather, a real doctor, not a fake like Rian one. The mouse squealed, but not very loud. Luke put the words in its mouth. My God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Luke's heart was beating as fast as the mouse's. He put down the scalpel and pushed his finger into the mouse's guts. Hot and slippery with blood, he took the tiny heart between his thumb and finger and squeezed. Now he was God. He had power over life and death. To this mouse, at least, Luke was God. He laid the warm corpse down with the others. Now the sacrament. Luke unzipped his trousers. His penis was already hard. The semen would be the bread. And the wine? This is my body. This is my blood. With the tip of the scalpel, he nicked the head of his penis, so the liquid bread and wine flowed out together over his congregation. Afterwards, with everything cleared away and bundled under the bed, he lay in bed and chewed the sheet to stifle his giggles. Such was the ecstasy of power. "I understand now," Olivia said one afternoon as she watched Beth preparing the tea. Beth's back ached and she needed to sit down, but she wasn't allowed to until the chores were finished. "You are being used as a battleground between God and the devil. That's why this has happened." Olivia had grown calmer as the pregnancy progressed, but her eyes were china dolls, heartless. "A battleground," Beth echoed. To disagree would only invite her mother's wrath. Olivia stared frigidly at Beth's swollen abdomen. "So the sooner that abomination comes out, the better." "But you will help me look after it, won't you, Mum? You said you would." Beth lived every day in the vain hope of forgiveness. She couldn't bear to give up. "I told you I will deal with it." But Olivia's eyes stayed like glass, and Beth, suddenly and horribly, had to face the truth. She is going to kill it. Even if she doesn't kill it, she's going to treat it worse than she ever treated Luke, and if I let her, it will be my fault. 6 months of imprisonment, shame, indoctrination and nightmares had made Beth crazy. But she wasn't as crazy as Olivia. She still had enough reason left to know that she had already let this go on too long. She could either run for it or condemn the baby, or maybe herself, to death. When the searing contractions began, Beth was almost relieved. She was going somewhere now, either towards death or freedom. Her father drove her to the hospital. Olivia didn't want to know. And Philip was quite kind, the kindest she'd ever known him. But Beth gave birth alone, with green-robed strangers in cold lights of the delivery room. She screamed for Rianwan. She screamed for Morgan, but he wasn't there. She prayed to the goddess Bast, protector of women in childbirth. At last, the demon split Beth's pelvis apart and came sliding out in a surge of blood. The demon was pink and helpless and innocent. A kind midwife told Beth it had been a normal delivery and only 9 hours. Beth knew one thing. She never wanted to go through it again. She cried when they put Irene in her arms. She cried for hours, couldn't stop, and didn't even know why she was crying. Philip smiled when he saw the baby,
but the tears in his eyes were of grief, not joy. Her grandparents came once, trying to be nice but plainly uncomfortable. Luke never visited Beth in hospital at all. Beth looked at the flowers and the cards around every bed but hers, the hordes of cheerful, chattering visitors hugging the new mothers. But her own family behaved as if attending a funeral, and she knew Irene's arrival had brought no forgiveness. She hoped Olivia would soften when she first saw the infant, but she didn't. She looked at it in its crib, and her eyes stayed dead, like a fish on a slab. Beth thought, she's already killed it in her mind. And 4 days later, Beth was on the bus, alone with her terror and her unwanted burden. And soon she was lying, bleeding in the darkness outside an empty cottage, betrayed. All the sweetness and laughter, all the love, caresses and false promises she'd found here, gone. Snatched away, not only from her, but from the baby, who'd never hurt anyone. And that was supremely cruel. "We will be together, I promise." Beth stared through shadow masses of overgrown vegetation, garlands and spider ropes of neglected greenery silhouetted against an indifferent night sky. She felt the blood trickling out, hot as tears. Nothing more to hope for. They were demons in a fairy tale, Rhiannon and Morgan. They sucked you in and ruined you with pleasure, and then you woke up on a cold hillside and found the fairy palace, an ancient, deserted shell. And I'm afraid this is where our month-long celebration of Freda and my reading of Dark Cathedral comes to an end. This has been the first third of the Dark Cathedral book, which continues in part 2, Mother, Mater Dolorosa, which means Mother of Sorrows, and then continues later into part 3, Crone, the Horned Moon, and I highly recommend that you check it out. I would also like to shout out another one of Freda's books, and it seems to make sense that I recommend the sequel to Dark Cathedral, which is Pagan Moon. I can't tell you too much about it because I don't want to ruin the end of Dark Cathedral for you, but it is definitely worth a read once you have completed this one. So thank you all so much for joining me. I know these have been much longer videos than you are used to from me, and that's not to everybody's taste, but thank you to those of you that have stuck with me. Do let me know if this is something you would like to see more of in the future. Thank you to Freda once again from the bottom of my witchy little heart for giving me permission to share your wonderful words with the world through my tiny little platform. Freda, if you ever see this, your book, Dark Cathedral, has meant so much to me over the years. It has been a place of comfort that I turn to, and I'm just very grateful to have had this opportunity to share it with everybody else. That means so much to me. So I'm gonna leave this here. Thank you so much. Please do all that YouTubey stuff. Support me on the Patreon and YouTube members if you can. Thank you to everybody that does already. And until next time, keep reading and stay crafty.